Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The US withdraws from formal peace negotiations with Ukraine after Putin refused to agree to a ceasefire. Israel launches airstrikes at Damascus as Netanyahu sends a message to Syria. Germany's AfD party is labelled far-right extremist by the country's intelligence agency. And actor Russell Brand is bailed after appearing in court on rape and sexual assault charges. Now to our top story, and the United States will no longer take part in peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine after Russia's President Vladimir Putin refused to sign up to a ceasefire. It comes a day after the US signed a historic minerals deal with Ukraine. The US State Department said it was changing the way it contributed to the ongoing talks and would no longer fly around the world at the drop of a hat for meetings. They added that Kyiv and Moscow must now present concrete proposals for ending the war and meet directly to resolve the conflict. Speaking to Fox News, Vice President J.D. Vance said the war in Ukraine was not going to end anytime soon. Take a listen.
I really don't believe that any person, of the 8 billion people in the world, I don't think anybody could have gotten this deal done other than Donald J. Trump. When I say this deal, I mean getting these guys to actually propose a peace settlement. But it's going to be up to the Russians and the Ukrainians. Now that each side knows what the other's terms for peace are, it's going to be up to them to come to an agreement and stop this brutal, brutal conflict. It's not going anywhere, Brett. It's not going to end anytime soon.
For more on this, I'm joined by John Cavillage, a senior editor of outcome modelling analysis, Issue Insight. John, thank you for joining me on the show. The US has withdrawn from formal Ukraine peace negotiations. What is behind this decision, and will America still have some kind of involvement?
I won't use a political metaphor, but I'll use an automotive metaphor. The Trump-Vance administration has not gone into reverse. They haven't gone into park. They haven't gone into neutral. They've downshifted. But no one should believe that there will not continue to be, I bet quietly, continuing engagement by the Trump-Vance administration with the Russian government and the Trump-Vance administration with the Zelensky government in Kiev. So what is being said, it's very important with President Trump to always listen carefully to the words. And there hasn't been that statement, which is, we're out, we don't want anything to do with it, everyone is on their own. There's still an acknowledgement that the United States has played an important role to get them to where they've gotten to, and will also need to be playing that role to basically get everybody over the finish line.
We heard from J.D. Vance just a little bit earlier, who has warned the war won't end anytime soon. Do you agree with his assessment?
No question that I think everyone that follows what's happened during the last 4 years and has been involved in some way or another, disappointed that the ceasefire that President Trump had initially asked the Ukrainians to agree to, and they didn't, ask the Russians to agree to, and privately there was an opening. There was a reason for President Trump to believe that he had a deal with President Putin, and it is very disappointing. I think Vice President Vance is probably right that this is going to take a while, and very much this goes back to, there are two basic questions here that Russia and Ukraine have to answer. The first is, which country is willing to do what the other country isn't willing to do to win? So President Putin is willing to attack in Ukraine schools and hospitals and train stations and apartment buildings and basically kill civilians. President Zelensky doesn't have that option because not only will his own people not let him do it, but the countries that are supporting Ukraine won't let him do it. So there's a mismatch there. And as long as President Putin will do what President Zelensky can't do, basically advantage Putin. The other is this. There is a number that both of them have. President Zelensky and President Putin have in their heads. There's a number of dead that when they reach that number internally, domestically, politically, their advisors will say, we've got to call it a day. Doesn't matter what the play field looks like, but that number politically, we can't sustain anymore. The bad news is neither president has reached their number.
John, according to reports, the Trump team has prepared options to pressure Moscow. Is this a significant escalation from the Trump administration to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire deal? Is there frustration here?
There is frustration. I wouldn't categorize it as a significant escalation because President Trump has always dangled in the shiny object for President Putin to see that there will be consequences. What he hasn't done is come out and said, here's the list, Vladimir, of what's going to happen to you until more recently. And they've started to, put some of the 500% tariff that was floated that any country that imported oil, natural gas, minerals, uranium from Russia could get hit with 500% tariffs. That would hit India very, very hard. India is a big trading partner with the U.S., and the U.S. wants India to be a larger trading partner. So that would create a tremendous amount of problems. But, there's no question that President Trump is frustrated. But the key to most of his success, and I know there are people that disagree with the degrees of his success, but unlike a normal politician that gets involved with an issue and then gets so attached to the issue, can't extract themselves. They're incapable. Their DNA won't let them do it. Donald Trump does have an ability to walk away. And that is, that's important for President Putin to know, important for President Zelensky to know, important for the EU, important for NATO. And so, as I said, the Trump-Vance administration is not walking away, but they're downshifting. And that's probably appropriate because it's important to try to find those pressure points and like acupuncture, basically. And you look at a back and it's a map. And so they're putting those pins in and turning them to try to find out where those pressure points are to get these two countries to move toward one another. But there's no question President Trump is putting more pressure on President Putin today than he is on President Zelensky.
And let's just talk about NATO and Europe, because you just mentioned there, we heard France and Poland are planning to deepen defence ties in the face of what they call Moscow's war machine. How important now is it for the European supporters of Ukraine to step up and help with peace negotiations?
That's one of the consequences of where we are today that President Trump is happy with. Because from the very beginning of his first term, he said NATO members need to pay. And what that meant was they need to be spending their 2% of gross domestic product, at minimum 2%. And a number of them weren't. Now more of them are, but some of them still aren't, including Italy, including Spain. And so for President Trump, the fact that he is basically downshifting and has been saying to the NATO countries, has been saying to the EU, where EU members separate from NATO countries, hey, you need to step up. Now, the other element to this is President Zelensky, and that is for 4 years now, he has been saying consistently to Europe, if you don't help us, then you're next, because Putin will roll through us and then he's going to attack you. Well, one of the consequences of that is these European countries have said, when President Zelensky said, we need more equipment, they respond to him by saying, well, wait a minute, you told us that he may roll through you and grab us, so we're going to have to increase our defenses and keep all that in our country. So there is this tug of war going on between the countries wanting to help Ukraine prevent Russia from doing anything further or maybe get them out of Ukraine. But at the same time, because it takes so long to build a tank, to build a Patriot missile, to build or to manufacture ammunition, that they're trying to figure out how to manage all of these competing demands, because it's not a list from 1 to 10 where you go vertically. It's a list from 1 to 10 where it's all horizontal. And so the list just gets larger and larger and larger.
John Cavalage, a senior editor of outcome modelling analysis, Issue Insight. Always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, Israel has carried out airstrikes near the presidential palace in Syria's capital, Damascus. It is the second time that Israel has targeted Syria this week. The country's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz have said the attack was a warning to Syria after clashes with the Druze community. We can now get the latest from Tel Aviv with our correspondent Trent Murray. Trent, thank you so much for joining me. Why is Israel attacking Syria?
Well, Leanne, of course, it's nothing new for Israel to be carrying out airstrikes in Syria. Over the past 4 months, there has been hundreds of them. But this airstrike is different. In the past, the airstrikes have targeted things like Air Force bases, military sites, weapons storage areas, allegedly. And that is the IDF carrying out the orders of the government to try and remove the remnants of the Assad regime's military. They say that they were doing that in order to try and make sure there was no threat to Israel, and those types of weapons and planes and tanks couldn't fall into the hands of terrorists. What makes last night's strike different, though, is it doesn't appear to be a strategic strike. It appears to be one to try and send a message. We are hearing it was literally 100 metres from the perimeter of the presidential palace in Damascus. And according to their own statement, it was about sending a message to interim President Ahmed al-Shara to say, don't attack the Druze community. Now, that, of course, comes after several days of clashes that we know have been taking place both in Damascus and other parts of the country. But that airstrike overnight, where you would imagine the interim president would have quite literally been able to hear it from his palace, it was a message from Israel, I think a muscle flex, if you will, that they still retain sort of freedom of navigation in Syrian skies and can send IDF jets up there quite quickly. So we'll have to wait and see how, of course, the cards fall on all of this. But Israel seemingly trying to send a message to Damascus overnight.
Trent, who are the Druze and why is Israel appealing to the international community to protect them?
The Druze are a religious minority in this region. It is thought there's around 100 million of them scattered between Israel, Syria and Lebanon. They are an offshoot of Shia Islam, but they have their own unique sets of beliefs. This latest round of clashes that we're seeing in Syria between them, some government forces, as well as some Sunni armed groups, is reportedly around a voice note message that was sent over WhatsApp within the Druze community insulting the Prophet Muhammad. Now, that has clearly upset some groups on the ground, and that has caused fighting. But we know some of their leaders in Syria have been now calling for international intervention to try and protect them. I mean, so often, as is the case with Syria, it is a complicated mix of different faith groups and different religious groups, and they are now seemingly trying to come together under this new interim government, but we are still seeing these sporadic clashes on the ground, and that is why I think Israel is trying to jump in here and say it will try and protect them, given that Israel has its own Druze community living across the border in this country.
Trent, are there concerns about fresh clashes and Israeli intervention threatening peace in Syria and in the region? As you said, there's lots of different religious factions and it's a difficult picture within the country.
Yeah, well, look, I think, Leanne, the interim president right now in Syria is trying to hold what is a delicate piece together, isn't he? I mean, after he took power in Damascus, he sort of made it his mission to bring all of those different armed groups that existed throughout the civil war under the control of the state, under the unity of the Syrian armed forces. We're still seeing, I think, some difficulties on the ground enforcing that, and I think Israeli intervention will certainly make it more difficult. I mean, we do know that the new government has signalled it's not looking for a fight with Israel, it's not looking for a conflict with Israel. There was some even discussion that Syria may look to join the Abraham Accords. They've sort of poured water on that in recent days, saying the Abraham Accords is for countries that are not under occupation of Israel, and parts of Syria are right now. We know the IDF still has control of the UN-brokered demilitarised zone between the two countries. They sort of leapt on that after Bashar al-Assad fled to Moscow. So it certainly is remaining delicate, and I think many diplomats in this region, looking back over the past decade and seeing what has happened, will be concerned about sort of any sort of fresh inter-religious conflict. But right now, the signals, the messages that we're getting from Damascus is that they are still trying to hold it together. Worth noting, a number of Druze leaders have sort of called for this violence to come to an end and to call for those Druze fighters to join the overall umbrella group of the Syrian military. But it certainly will be a few, I think, uncertain days ahead.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, always good to have you on. Thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. China is evaluating an offer from the US to hold talks over President Trump's tariffs. Washington approached Beijing to discuss Trump's 145% levies. Earlier this week, Trump said he believed there was a very good chance his administration could make a deal with China. Now, Reform UK has snatched a key parliamentary seat from Britain's Labour Party. The vote in Runcorn is Keir Starmer's first by-election test as the Prime Minister. The victory saw Nigel Farage's party taking a constituency which Labour won with a majority of almost 14,700 at the last general election. Reform UK now has control of 7 English councils. Prince Harry has lost his appeal regarding his security arrangements in the UK. The Duke of Sussex had challenged the Home Office's decision to provide him with police protection. The Court of Appeal concluded that whilst the Duke's arrangements were powerful and moving, they were not enough to overturn the original ruling. More than 130 cardinals will arrive in Vatican City within the week to select a new pope. On the first day of the conclave, a smoke signal is expected. Black smoke will signify no decision. White smoke will announce that the 267th pope has been elected. Australians head to the polls this weekend in a general election dominated by a cost of living crisis and a runaway real estate prices. More than 18 million people will choose between the centre-left Labour Party and its Conservative Liberal challengers. But dissatisfactions with both major parties could see big gains for independents. Patrick Falk reports.
Ballot counting won't begin till late in the day on May 3rd, but early voting is well underway in Australia's election. More than 500 early voting centres have been in action since last week. Polls indicate the ruling centre-left Labour Party, led by Anthony Albanese, is slightly ahead. But the Prime Minister can't afford to slip up. With only a narrow lead, he says he still has a mountain to climb to secure his party a majority in Australia's 150-seat parliament. His main challenger, Liberal Party leader Peter Dutton, is confident undecided voters could give his party a kick up come Saturday.
Gentlemen, thank you both for being here tonight. We appreciate it.
The two have sparred with one another over how they'd handle US President Donald Trump.
So I start, I think, with people on 100% trust. But he has different views, different values.
Yes.
I support free and fair trade. He doesn't.
We can trust whoever's in the Oval Office, Mark, and we respect the views of the American people. They've elected a president. I've been very fortunate to work closely with the Obama administration, with Trump.
But it's the cost of living crisis at the forefront of most voters' minds. Both campaigns have promised policies to help first-time buyers purchase homes in a market that's too expensive for many, more so for young people than most.
This election, I really want action on the cost of living crisis and climate action now.
The outcome of this election could be decided by young voters. Data from the Australian Election Commission showed millennials and Gen Z accounted for 43% of those casting ballots, compared to 33% representation of baby boomers. But many have shown disillusionment with the country's two-party system.
A lot of young people will vote for Labor just so that doesn't come in, instead of voting for who they actually want to vote for, like a independent or the Greens.
The conflict in the Middle East has seen many voters factoring in foreign policy as well. In traditionally Labour strongholds, many people are dissatisfied with Albanese's messaging on the war. He's been walking a diplomatic tightrope between expressing concern for Palestinians while supporting Israel's right to defend itself.
Recently, what's happened in Palestine has really tipped many of us over the edge to become more mobilised. So many of us who used to vote Labor or, some of the other parties are now questioning the duopoly of the two-party system.
Should Labor fail to gain a majority in Parliament, independents could hold the balance of power. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Now, Germany's AfD party has been labelled right-wing extremist by the country's domestic intelligence agency. The federal office, which is responsible for counterintelligence and investigating terror threats, announced the AfD worked against Germany's democratic system and excluded certain groups from equal participation in society. We can now go live to Berlin to speak to journalist and host of Mad in Germany podcast, James Jackson. James, great to have you on the show. Thanks for joining me. James, why does a 1,000-page internal report claim the AfD is a threat to Germany?
So this is a report by one of Germany's main intelligence services, the Office for Constitutional Protection. As the name shows, their goal is to protect Germany's constitution, which of course came out of the post-war settlement after the Nazis were defeated. So they actually have significantly more powers than some comparable domestic intelligence organizations in other countries. So they're aiming, they look at parties, right-wing, left-wing extremist groups, as well as some religious groups, and are tasked with analysing whether they are a threat to democracy. For quite a few years now, the AfD as a whole has been viewed as a suspected threat to democracy. But now they've said officially in 1,100 pages that the AfD is certified an right-wing extremist group as the entire party. Previously, it was just a number of states in the east with particularly extreme leaders, Saxony-Anhalt and Thuringia. But now they've said it's the entire party. And that's particularly because of how they view Germany's Muslim population of about 5 million, with the report saying that they do not view them as, the AfD does not view German Muslims as normal German citizens, as part of the people, the German people.
What does this mean for the AfD, who actually came second in recent elections in Germany? And could it possibly raise support for the party?
I think that's a really good question. Many people in Germany are now doing a victory lap and saying, well, now that, they've been categorized by the Office for Constitutional Protection as a right-wing extremist, no one will vote for them. That's clearly not true. If you look at the states where they have been categorized as this before, they actually have come in first place in some of those with particularly extreme leaders. So the AfD has been very good at putting out its narrative that this is part of a quote unquote deep state attempt to try and undermine the AfD. It's politically motivated interference in the democratic process. And the co-leaders called it a severe blow to democracy in Germany. So they are coming out and fighting against this. And I think people who've already decided that they're going to vote for the AfD, I don't think that this report will make that much difference, especially because the AfD can argue somewhat credibly that there are links between the ruling parties, the CDU in particular, and this organization. In fact, it doesn't have a president at the moment because he stood aside so that he could run for the CDU as a candidate, which is the mainstream Christian Democrats, the Conservative Party, Angela Merkel, and incoming Chancellor Friedrich Merz. So the real question is, how will the CDU react to this? Because they've been showing themselves to be open to the AfD and cooperation on a number of levels, including in a historic vote a few months ago about migration, where they voted alongside the AfD, breaking a huge taboo in German politics. So I think the real problem and problems are for the CDU right now, and that's going to be putting pressure on Friedrich Merz to do something.
So you've just been explaining there, as we know, Friedrich Merz is due to be sworn in as Germany's new chancellor very soon. But just let's go back to the elections. The AfD party's popularity is growing. Why are Germans voting for the far right?
Well, you're right. And in fact, I think it's one particularly shocking aspect is that as this report comes out, the AfD are actually ahead in the polls, ahead of the CDU, as the most popular party for the first time in many, many years in Germany, with a right-wing extremist party to be number one. The question of why people are voting for them is quite varied. I think dissatisfaction with mainstream politics is a large part of it. They came second in the election in February, partly because of a focus on migration. Now, of course, Germany was beset by a number of very tragic terrorist attacks committed by people who had previously asked for asylum in the country. And many voters felt like their concerns were not being addressed by that, despite the fact that both of the two mainstream parties, the SPD and CDU, had tacked to the right and towards the AfD's position on migration, although it's not clear whether that had much effect. There's also a widespread dissatisfaction with the German elite, as the party's supporters would put it, because Germany is quite a hierarchical society. And I think a lot of people would feel that their voices aren't listened to, whether that's on issues like migration or, of course, economic inequality, which is a huge problem in the country.
James Jackson, fascinating insights. Thank you so much for joining me, Berlin-based journalist. Once again, great to have you on.
Thanks for having me.
Let's take another look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Washington's envoy has warned that US President Donald Trump could skip the upcoming NATO summit if other members of the defense alliance do not act on burden sharing. That's according to The Spiegel magazine, who have quoted European diplomatic sources. Germany has been under pressure to boost defense spending after US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth spoke with his German counterpart Boris Pistorius last week. An Illinois landlord found guilty of a hate crime that left a 6-year-old Muslim boy dead and his mother wounded will be sentenced today. 73-year-old Joseph Shuba was convicted after stabbing Palestinian-American Wadid Al-Fayyoumi and his mother Hanan Shaheen in 2023. The family had been renting rooms in Shuba's home in Plainfield, about 40 miles from Chicago, when the attack took place. President Trump has announced his first judicial nomination since returning to the White House for his second term. He's nominated Whitney Herman Dorfer, currently serving under Tennessee's Republican Attorney General, to a seat on the Federal Appeals Court. The seat became available after Joe Biden's nominee to the Sixth Circuit failed to secure confirmation before he left office. And patients in the UK may be able to access weight loss injections over the counter at British pharmacies, and that's according to a new report. Ozempic and Mounjaro could be available to buy after a short consultation at the same cost of an NHS prescription. Comedian Russell Brand has been given bail after appearing at Westminster Magistrates Court in London earlier today, charged with rape and sexual assault. The 49-year-old actor was charged last month with 1 count of rape, indecent assault and oral rape, as well as 2 counts of sexual assault. We can now go live to London to speak with our correspondent, Ollie Barrett. Ollie, thank you so much for joining me. Russell Brand does deny the allegations he's been charged with. Did he have anything to say in court today?
No, Leanne, he didn't say much at all. The only time he spoke was when he stood to confirm his name, his address, his age, and to confirm that he understood the proceedings and that there was an understanding there from him as well of the bail conditions that were being set for him. At the end of the hearing, he briefly said a couple of words. Thank you, he said to the judge as the hearing ended. He didn't make a plea today of guilty or not guilty. That was not what this particular quite procedural hearing was about. He also didn't say anything to reporters as he arrived at Westminster Magistrates Court. There was a large crowd of them there as he arrived. He didn't say anything either as he left the court after the brief hearing, which only lasted about 11 or 12 minutes.
As we mentioned, Russell Brand has now been bailed. When are we actually expecting to see him back in court, Ollie?
That's right. The judge said that the next court appearance will be on May the 30th. And in this brief hearing, the judge said to Russell Brand, you face a number of allegations, 5 in total, and you listed them, Leanne. The judge said some of them are what could be called indictable only. And he said that what he meant by that is the court must then send them to the Crown Court for trial. And that's why he told Russell Brand that that next hearing on May the 30th would be at the Central Criminal Court. And the judge said, you might know this as the Old Bailey. And he said that's when there will be a plea and trial preparation hearing, as I say, the 30th of May. So Russell Brand will be on bail until that next hearing at the court that we all know as the Old Bailey here in London.
These charges all came about following a TV documentary and a Sunday Times investigation. Ollie, can you just remind us about both of those?
It was joint reporting, as you say, between newspapers and television, and it contained a number of allegations which Russell Brand denied at the time and has denied since. It led to that joint investigation in the British media to a number of further allegations against Russell Brand coming forward from various women, which he has denied too. The charges that we were hearing in court today relate to between 1999 and 2004-2005, 4 separate women. That 1999 allegation relates to a claim that was made after the Labour Party conference in Bournemouth that was taking place at that time. As I say, 4 separate women making these allegations. You also said that Russell Brand was charged last month. We have heard from him recently insisting again that he denies all the allegations, and he says he's looking forward to these court hearings so that he says he can prove his innocence.
And whilst we have you, there is a big story pretty much dominating the political world in the UK today. And this is after right-winged Reform Party has had a really successful night in local by-elections. One of them, they won by just 6 votes. What more can you tell us, Ollie?
That's right, Leanne. That's the by-election in Runcorn, which was called because the Labour MP was forced to leave that position because he punched a man in the street and ended up being convicted of it. And that has been historically one of Labour's safest seats, but it's now being taken by Nigel Farage's Reform UK. And that wasn't their only victory. They have taken control of a series of council authorities in parts of England. They've also won a mayoral race in Greater Lincolnshire. And so what we're seeing is that some of the national polling in recent weeks and months that suggested that Reform have a lot of support in the UK at the moment, that is being borne out by this series of local elections. Now, if you extrapolate that to a future general election, it suggests that Reform could perform very well. That is a long way away. There's a lot of caveats that we should add into there as well about local elections not being easy to extrapolate when it comes to the way people actually vote in general elections. But Nigel Farage insists that today shows he can become the country's next Prime Minister. Now, as I say, a long way to go before we are anywhere near that prospect. And the other parties, Labour, the governing party, and the largest opposition party, the Conservatives, insist that they can turn things round in the years ahead. But there is absolutely no doubt that this is a seismic day in British politics.
Yes, indeed. Ollie Barrett in London. Great to have you on. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at the top business news. Apple says devices sold in the US will no longer come from China as the tech giant tries to mitigate the impact of Donald Trump's tariffs. Most iPhones will be sourced from India instead, with iPads coming from Vietnam to prevent dramatic price rises for American consumers. Apple has said the US president's escalating trade war has had a limited impact on its financial performance so far. Now, Shein and Temu price rise for US consumers as Donald Trump closes a postage loophole. The Chinese online retail giants relied on the exemption to sell and ship low-value items directly to the US without having to pay duties or import taxes. Supporters of the loophole, which applied to parcels worth less than $800, argued it helped streamline the customs process. Turning to sports news now, and Manchester United and Tottenham are both celebrating Europa League semi-final first leg wins. Both sides have taken huge strides towards reaching the final. The winners of the Europa League will go into the following season's Champions League. And university scientists have revealed that Liverpool fans celebrating the club's title win caused a series of tremors. Arne Slot's side secured the club's 20th top-flight championship after beating Tottenham 5-1 at Anfield Stadium. The data was recorded by University of Liverpool earth scientists using equipment that detects earthquakes. Well, at least everybody had a good time. A reminder of our top stories. The US withdraws from formal peace negotiations with Ukraine after Putin refused to agree to a ceasefire. Israel launches airstrikes at Damascus as Netanyahu sends a message to Syria. Germany's AfD party is labelled far-right extremist by the country's intelligence agency. And actor Russell Brand is bailed after appearing in court on rape and sexual assault charges. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nusafora is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back with a best of the week from W News Extra a little later on. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Donald Trump called it the worst deal in history, but can he strike a better one? Iran's nuclear program is back under the microscope, with the US threatening military action if a new deal isn't struck. So, could the region be heading for another war? And which countries are agitating from the sidelines? It's all coming up here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora. Maximum concessions using maximum pressure. That's the US strategy to force Iran into signing away its nuclear capabilities.
They're not going to have one. And if we have to do something very harsh, we'll do it. And I'm not doing it for us, I'm doing it for the world. And these are radicalized people, and they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Does that include a potential strike on Iranian nuclear facilities?
Of course it does.
President Trump ripped up the 2015 nuclear deal during his first term in office. Now, in his second term, he wants a new one. But just how successful will his maximum pressure strategy be, especially when you have agitations like this from a US ally on the sidelines?
We agree that Iran will not have nuclear weapons. This can be done in an agreement, but only if this agreement is a Libya-style agreement. That we go in, blow up the facilities, dismantle all the equipment under American supervision and American execution.
On Counterpoints today, we'll debate if nuclear negotiations can prevent a regional war. Is the Netanyahu government trying to lure the US into another conflict? And if a nuclear deterrent is really a myth after all. Stay with us. discuss the US-Iran nuclear talks and the prospects of another conflict in the Middle East, I'm joined by Syed Hossein Mousavian, who's a former senior nuclear negotiator for Iran and currently a Middle East security and nuclear policy specialist at Princeton University. Jonathan Conricus, a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies and a former international spokesperson for the Israeli Defence Forces. And rounding out our panel, Scott Horton, an American international affairs expert, author and host of The Scott Horton Show. Gentlemen, thank you and welcome to Counterpoints. President Trump has put a 2-month time limit on the nuclear talks. After that, he says, he's going to swap diplomacy for direct attacks on Iran. The sticking point appears to be whether Iran should be allowed to continue low-level enrichment activities in order to generate civilian power supply. But then that would mirror the 2015 nuclear deal, and Trump is adamant that he can strike a better one. So, Syed, Iran has previously agreed to a deal with the US, which was revoked by President Trump in his first administration. Why do you think he's trying to revive a deal now, at this current juncture of geopolitics?
I believe Iran always has been ready, regardless of who is president in the US. Iran has been ready to comply fully with non-proliferation treaty, which permits the member states to enjoy peaceful nuclear technology and abandon to have nuclear bomb. And Iran always has been ready to negotiate with the US, with Europe, with the world powers to have a deal based on non-proliferation treaty. It was the same during Obama. It was the same during President Biden, and it is the same during President Trump. It doesn't matter. I think more it matters, it depends to the United States, whether they want a deal with Iran based on international law, regulations, which is non-proliferation treaty, or they do not want, and they want to impose limits far beyond international rules and regulations.
Jonathan, what do you think? Do you think it's the same under any president, or are we seeing a revival of this deal now in President Trump's second term because he wants to be seen as a deal maker, because Israel is prompting him to? Why do you think it's happening now?
Yeah, what I fear is happening is that the cunning Iranians are going to fool a second American administration. They fooled the Obama administration into a very bad deal in 2015. And according to leaks to the media and interviews, currently what I am concerned with is that the cunning Iranians are fooling a second American administration, and they will, by negotiations, eventually pave their way towards having nuclear weapons. I think what has stayed the same are the sinister intentions of the Islamic Republic, their horrible behavior in the region, their imperialism and state sponsoring of terrorism, and of course, their nefarious intentions to try to achieve nuclear weapons, completely against what we hear them say officially. But I think it has been proven so many times that the Iranians, they speak, but they lie, and they are very good at deceiving. But at the end of the day, that hasn't changed. And I think that that is my main source of concern now, that they look set to sweet talk and outsmart a second American administration.
Syed, I'm going to get you to respond to what Jonathan has said, but first of all, I want to bring Scott in so that all of our panellists have an equal say in this first round. What do you think, Scott? Is Iran fooling the US a second time round, as Jonathan says?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't take the word of any politician, especially a theocrat, about anything. But the point here is whether we can have an agreement that can be verified. And the fact of the matter is the Iranians mastered the uranium enrichment fuel cycle 20 years ago. And for the most part, they've only enriched up to 3.6%. And they've gone up to higher percentages of purity of 235 in more recent years as part of their diplomacy, playing hardball and trying to get America to go back to the agreement. But essentially, ever since W. Bush declared Iran part of the axis of evil in 2002, their policy has been to open up their books and say, listen, we're not making nuclear weapons, and you can double extra verify that all day long, so you have no pretext for war here. Now, there's a catch, which is that it's really a latent nuclear weapons deterrent is what they have. It's the same as Brazil and Japan, where everybody knows they could make nuclear weapons, but right now they're not. And so it's sort of a standoff where if America doesn't attack them, they won't make nukes. And they won't make nukes if America doesn't attack them. And so if everything, in other words, if we had just stayed within the deal that Trump himself tore up in 2018, we would be right where we had been in 2018, which was a deal where they exported their stockpile of enriched uranium to France, and France would then give them the fuel rods for their electricity program. So they didn't even have a stockpile built up of enriched uranium in the country to even be able to make a nuclear weapon with. And this was the main purpose of the deal, was to lengthen the so-called breakout time so that if the Ayatollah did decide to make a nuke, it would take him more than a year to be able to get one together, and America, of course, would have time to launch a war against them before that. But I think it's not a matter of trusting anything that the Iranian regime says. It's a matter of trusting the IAEA inspectors who can verify the non-diversion of nuclear material to any military purpose.
OK, Sayed, let me throw it back to you to respond to what Jonathan was saying. Is Iran trying to fool the US administration and is trying to make a nuclear weapon? And also respond to what Scott was talking about. Do we need the IAEA to make sure that Iran is sticking to the deal?
What Jonathan says, Iran is trying to fool the US. I think it is easy to find out and to understand whether Israel is trying to fool the US or Iran. It was Israel who fooled the US in 2002. You remember Prime Minister Netanyahu came to US Congress and publicly, officially told every US Congress members that Israel has weapons of mass destruction and the US should attack Israel, and Israel should attack Iraq because Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. And Israel pushed the US. The US attacked Iraq under the umbrella of WMD, weapons of mass destruction, destroyed Iraq, and thousands of Americans, they were either killed or injured, trillions of dollars of damages. Ultimately, it became clear there was no weapons of mass destruction, and Israelis, they lied. And the second fact is that if you go to check Israeli official statements from 1990, you will find every year one Israeli official, at least one, has said Iran is going to have nuclear bomb in 1 or 2 years. For 30, 40 years, this is exactly what Israelis are saying, what Jonathan said. Iran is going to have nuclear bomb in 1 or 2 years. It is not something new. You can find in every newspaper, media. It is easily to find. It has been 40 years of lies to international community that Iran is going to have nuclear bomb in 1 or 2. About what also Israeli policy is very clear. Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday said the only nuclear deal would be accepted for Israel is based on Libya model. What was Libya model? Libya model was to dismantle a Libyan nuclear industry. The moment Libyan nuclear industry was dismantled, then Libya was attacked and Libya was destroyed. I mean, this is exactly what they did about Iraq. I mean, this is Israeli policy. It is clear, and they are following the same policy for Iran. They publicly say, they officially say, attack Iran to dismantle Iranian nuclear program. Exactly, they are open to say to international community like Libya. It means dismantle and then attack Iran.
Jonathan, you've been gesturing, Jonathan. I know you want to respond. Jump in. Please, feel free, guests, to, if you hear something that you don't agree with, feel free to interject. Jonathan, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it civilized and not to interrupt because we have a slow signal here and I don't think it would be very useful to interrupt. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond here. You know, it is, I'd like to first and foremost speak about verification and inspection. International agency was mentioned, and I think we should be on the record and be correct, sir. The Atomic Agency itself has indicated that it has absolutely no visibility over what Iran is doing, how much it is enriching, and how far the Iranians have gone in terms of weaponization. This is a clear...
But that's a consequence of America leaving the deal.
No, please, sir. No, please, sir, don't interrupt, because I didn't interrupt you, even though I think that you said incorrect things, and I think it'll be best if we don't interrupt each other. I waited for my turn. I think the Atomic Agency has been prevented, and there has been sabotage by the Iranians to prevent the Atomic Agency from monitoring their centrifuges, and there have been cameras that have been cut and removed by the Iranian regime, and this has been going on for months. And today, the Atomic Agency acknowledges that there is zero visibility, and in fact, the Atomic Agency does not know the level of advancement of the advanced centrifuges and how much weapons-grade material the Iranians have enriched. That's number one. Number two, when it comes, if a person from outer space was listening to this conversation, it might be confused and think that Israel is the source of instability here. And let's keep one thing clear. Iran is an imperialistic, theocratic, terror-supporting regime that spreads violence and chaos in the Middle East. Israel is in its homeland, defending itself against terror organizations and proxies that are funded by the theocratic, evil, imperialistic Iranian regime that is using money, petrodollars, against the U.S. sanctions, by the way, but that is using money to promote terrorism instead of investing in Iran. And we're
going to be focusing on Israel and international countries' sideline talks with both Iran and the US coming up in our next segment. But I want to go to you, Scott. You had something to say. Give us your statement, and then obviously, Sayed, we're going to come to you for reaction. Scott, go ahead.
Well, the gentleman from FDD is right that the Iranians have scaled back their cooperation with international inspectors. But if you look carefully at the agreement of 2018, they actually stipulated in the agreement that if America breaks the agreement and withdraws from the JCPOA, that Iran then has the right under the agreement to reduce their cooperation with the inspectors. That's actually in the deal. So Iran is still in the deal with all the rest of the members of the UN Security Council. The JCPOA is not completely dead, but just America has broken the deal. And it's actually part of the deal that says that they can respond if America breaks the deal, that they can then respond by curtailing their inspections. What we're talking about here is whether Trump and his government can get a new deal with the Ayatollah, in which case, obviously, just like in the case of the previous deal, they have to have openness and inspections, or else the old sanctions regime snaps back into place, as was the old deal under the JCPOA and was agreed by China and Russia and the rest of America's allies on the UN Security Council as well. And so he's talking about in the dark days of America and Iran not getting along at all, and America under Donald Trump back in 2018 breaking the deal, and the consequences of that things aren't perfect. But that's the whole point of getting back in the deal. And the reality is the Ayatollah has shown, and look, the Director of National Intelligence just put out the new threat assessment in February, where American intelligence, as they have ever since 2007, have reaffirmed that Iran has not made the political decision to begin to try to make nuclear weapons. They are holding on to their latent deterrent, and that has been good enough for them so far. And we should seek to sign a new deal with them, similar to the JCPOA, that permanently ensconces that position, rather than What's the alternative? The alternative is no inspections and more threats and eventually war in the name of preempting a nuclear weapons program that right now does not exist.
So that's going to be my question to Syed before we move on to talk specifically about Israel, Russia, China and their involvement in this deal. I want to ask you, Syed, President Trump has given this a 2-month timeline. How close do you think the region is to a war if a deal can't be struck? Is the US serious? Are they really going to strike Iranian nuclear facilities?
It depends whether President Trump would follow Prime Minister Netanyahu's policy. If he follows, we would be close to war. If he follows the international community, we will have a nuclear deal soon, because there is only one country pushing the US to attack Iran. All other countries, China, Russia, Europe, even President Trump, Canada, all countries, they want peaceful nuclear agreement with Iran based on international rules and regulations, which would guarantee Iran with no nuclear bomb. This is international community. Internationally, all countries, they are united except one country, which is Israel, which is saying to attack Iran, attack Iran, attack Iran for many, many years. This is not something new. But the fact is that Iran is a member of NPT and Israel is not. Iran does not have nuclear bomb. And the only country in the Middle East with hundreds of nuclear bombs is Israel, not Iran. Iran is the most inspected country by the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, compared to any other country member of IAEA. Israel has not given one permission to inspect its nuclear facilities. And more important, JCPOA was the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. This is a consensus by all nuclear scientists internationally. And Iran accepted the highest level of transparency measures, intrusive inspections, and even the most limits on its nuclear program, which no other member of NPT has ever accepted, and Iran fully complied for 3 years. It was the US withdrew, and it was Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly said, I convinced President Trump to withdraw from the nuclear deal. Therefore, we should see where is the source of the problem.
Jonathan, I know you want to respond. That smile on your face tells me you've got a counterpoint.
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind who we're talking about here, because the sweet-talking professor may confuse people into thinking that the Islamic Republic of Iran is a peace-loving, benign nation with no nefarious activities in the region. Far from it. There is a countdown clock in Palestine Square in eastern Tehran that is counting down from the year 2040. I've seen pictures of it, and maybe the professor has driven around that square as well. It is counting down from the year 2040 because that is when the Iranian regime intends to annihilate Israel, wipe Israel off the map. And as an Israeli who intends to continue to live in his ancestral homeland, I have no intention, and I don't think that any Israeli should have any willingness to see that vision, that Iranian dream turn into reality. Now, for the Iranian regime, the theocratic, oppressive, barbarian Iranian regime to achieve nuclear military capabilities, that would, of course, be an aspiration of the Iranian regime. And it is no surprise that Israel is the country that puts it front and center of its national security to prevent Iran from achieving such a thing, because we know that we would be the target. And that is why Israel is not waiting for the Iranians to sweet talk their way into negotiations and out of negotiations. And that is why Israel wants to take strong, real measures against Iran. Regarding inspections, I wish that inspectors had been able to reach a certain warehouse in the outskirts of Tehran and uncover the illicit Iranian weapons program. Reportedly, Israeli Mossad agents did it, and they got there, and they discovered that the Iranians lied, continued to lie, and are still lying about the real intentions of the nuclear program. It is not benign. It is not peaceful. It is not in accordance with international law and stipulations, as the professor would have you believe. It is a weapons program that, if it is completed, would be in the hands of a theocratic, crazy, oppressive, and terror-supporting regime. And as long as Israel exists, whoever is the prime minister, I think that isn't something that Israel or Israelis or any other peace-loving country should allow to happen.
So we should remind our viewers that Iran denies that it is proliferating nuclear weapons. So far, the IAEA says that although they are enriching uranium to a much higher level that they did before the nuclear deal was torn up, they aren't at that stage yet. But let's move on to some international interventions here. Iran has accused Israel of seeking to undermine and disrupt the diplomatic process to open the way for military action. Israel's Prime Minister has openly spoken about wanting to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities and wants the US's help in that, something that the US obviously, if we listened to President Trump, seems very willing to do. So, Scott, as an outside perspective, I suppose, because we're obviously going to go to Jonathan and Syed with their very distinct views, but with more of a broader perspective, what's your take on it? Do you get the sense that Israel is trying to drag the US into a war with Iran? Is that a very real possibility?
Yes, it's been a very real possibility for a long time. And, I appreciate that the Foundation for Defense of Democracies is just going ahead and hiring outright Israeli nationals to represent them. I hope it's clear to the American people here that none of this has anything to do with America first. This is all Israel instead. This is Israel, a foreign nation that is of no use to the United States whatsoever. We get nothing of benefit out of our relationship with them whatsoever. This is their security concerns. And we're supposed to go to another massive Middle East war, another disastrous Middle East war, to protect a foreign country that we don't even have a treaty of alliance with in any way. And Jonathan says that Iran is a giant imperialist power in the Middle East. Well, the worst thing they've done in the 21st century was take Baghdad after George W. Bush handed it to them based on the lies of Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's neoconservative fifth column in the United States that said that if we overthrew Saddam Hussein, that would get America dominance over the Iraqi Shia, and then they would dominate the Iranians. A free Iraq would be a nightmare for Iran, is what David Wormser said. So this was all about breaking Iran's ability to back Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And then what happened instead? Instead, Iran's best friends now rule Baghdad. The guys from the Supreme Islamic Council and the Dawa Party, who had lived in Iran for 20 years before W. Bush came and invaded and ensconced them in power in that horrific 8-year war that America fought in the early part of this century. So the second worst thing they did, the thing that benefited Iranian power more than any other thing other than the Iraq war, was Obama's dirty war in Syria, which just forced the Syrian regime to be more dependent on Hezbollah and Iran, and for 15 years became even more dependent on Iran until al-Qaeda finally overthrew the government in Damascus and sacked Damascus last December. So supporting Israel's interests in trying to stick it to the Iranians has done nothing but backfire and, one, strengthen Iran at Israel's expense, but also just waste nothing but American lives and money this whole time for nothing. And listen, there's a real reason why the Pentagon told W. Bush back in 2007 that they don't want to attack Iran. It's because Iran is 4 times bigger than Iraq. It's got 3 times the population, massive mountain ranges and so forth. And unlike Iraq, had not been bombed and blockaded for a decade leading up to the war. And so they have the ability to defend themselves in a way that would be extraordinarily costly for the United States if we start this war. We have troops in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar, and in Saudi Arabia, all within Iranian missile range. And they're all supposed to die for Israel? No. America first.
Sayed, I'm going to come to you, but before I do, I just want to give right of reply to Jonathan. Is it less America first, Israel instead?
There are so many inaccuracies, fallacies, and lies in what the gentleman said. I struggle to start, but I'll just say this. Israel has never asked for anybody to do its fighting for it. On the contrary, what we ask for and what we need is weapons, but we never ask anybody to fight for us. We never asked anybody to take out the Iraqi nuclear reactor in 1982. By the way, it was condemned at the time, and afterwards many countries thanked us. We never asked anybody to take action against the Syrian nuclear reactor in 2007, and we did so by ourselves. We have never asked anybody to defend us in the almost countless wars that have been waged against Israel by our Arab neighbors. And we haven't asked U.S. troops to defend us against Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that have been attacking Israel since October 7 and, of course, before that. So to say that Israel is dragging anybody is, I would say, intellectually dishonest. Israel is defending itself, and I think Israel is doing a tremendous job of being a staunch and loyal American ally in the Middle East, being a steadfast ally that doesn't waver and stays committed to the U.S. and continues to support U.S. interest in the region. There are many countries that have second thoughts, that are perhaps flirting with the Chinese or flirting with the Russians. Israel does not do that. And Israel, I think, if anything, only does good to the foreign interest and the national security of the state of the United States.
Okay.
Now, last point that I think is very important to keep in mind here, for the gentleman sitting in the U.S. or wherever it is, and for people watching it from other places, this could be an academic exercise. For Israelis, it is not. We are living in an existential threat that is generated by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We are fighting Iranian proxies. We're fighting, dismantling, and we will soon be defeating Iranian proxies every day. Everywhere we look, whether it's south, north, and northeast, we see Iranian flags, we see the Revolutionary Guard, we see Hezbollah, we see Islamic Jihad, and we see Hamas, and we see Iranian advisors trying to kill Israelis or to use Arabs in order to do so.
Okay.
So to claim that we are the aggressors is very much far from the truth. And I think that it should be clear here that the Iranians are trying to buy time in order to shield themselves from an Israeli retaliation against their aggression. After the Iranians attacked Israel twice, Israel responded. And I think the Iranians know very well that now is not a good time for the Iranians to be tough. Now is a good time for the Iranians to use their diplomatic skills, and hands down, I think they are the best negotiators in the world. I give them credit sincerely for being that, and perhaps the professor should be given respect for that as well. But at the end of the day, I think we're coming to a close, and I will complete. I think we're coming to really money time here. The Iranians are trying to buy time, and that window of opportunity is closing. And just to be clear, Israel isn't asking for anybody to do its dirty work for it. We will continue to defend ourselves by ourselves.
Okay. Sayed, I want to bring you in. Scott, just really briefly. Go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly. The huge New York Times story from a week and a half ago was about how Israel was shocked and dismayed that Donald Trump had told them, no, we're not going to bomb Iran for you. We're going to seek negotiations instead. He says that Israel isn't trying to get America to attack Iran for them. Why don't you read the newspaper record, man? It's a giant story right there from a week and a half ago. Adam Entus helped write it.
Wow. So if it was written in the New York Times,
Ronen Bergman, the Israeli journalist, helped write it.
Yeah, so what? So if it was written in the New York Times, I have to believe it's truth. You want me to give a list of falsehoods and lies that have later been corrected that were published front and center of the New York Times? I could speak for hours
go
about
against Israel.
the inaccuracies and fallacies of the New York Times. So excuse me if I'm not impressed at whatever is written.
Okay, the rest of the audience can read it for themselves.
Especially, yeah, they can read for themselves and everybody will judge. And I think more and more people read and they decide that it is not credible, especially when it comes to Israel.
Okay, Syed, let me bring you in here.
Berman helped write it, and he's very close to Israeli intelligence. Everyone knows that.
Syed, let me ask you, what is your take on this? Give me the sense of what's being debated, but also I want to ask you this. On the flip side of all the criticism or discussion perhaps of whether or not Israel is trying to play the US, there has also been criticism from the US and Israel about Iran talking with Russia and China before each new round of negotiation, that it's not negotiating in good faith and it's making the negotiators nervous about perhaps they are also being played by some of the other big superpowers. So react to what some of our guests have said, but also respond to that question for me.
First of all, China and Russia, they are member of United Nations Security Council. They are member of Iran nuclear deal, and Iran is negotiating with the US, with Europe, with Russia, with China, with all members of United Nations Security Council based on the nuclear deal JCPOA. Second, in addition to 5 permanent members of United Nations Security Council, Iran is in permanent and very active consultation, dialogue, and cooperation with the regional countries, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Emirates, keeping them posted on the nuclear talks. They are negotiating, discussing the nuclear issue with the neighboring countries. Therefore, it has nothing to do with whether Iran is going to do something separate with Russia and China against the West, because the recent statement by Iranian foreign minister, he invited Europe to have dialogue with Europe also. This is number one. Number two, Iranian nuclear crisis started in 2003. Since then, in every season, the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, has issued a statement or a report on Iran. You would see in every report since 2003 saying that there is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization in the Iranian nuclear program. Every report without exception. If this is IAEA, I mean, if we are committed to international rules, regulations, organization, this is the IAEA statement. This is number one. Number two, almost each 2-3 years, the United States security organizations, they have publicly, officially said there is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization in Iranian nuclear program. It is only Israel who is repeating this claim since 1990, non-stop. This is number one. Number two, whether Iran is really the source of instability in the region. I mean, we have seen during last 2 years, Israel destroyed Gaza, over 200,000 people either killed, injured, Palestinians, 2 million people displaced. Israel every day is attacking Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. And before, frankly speaking, it was the US who launched war on Iraq and Afghanistan, NATO on Libya. The source of instability in the region, we should accept these wars has been the source of instability. Now, the US has come to conclusion
that is rich to come from
another war in the Middle East
really
is not in the national interest of United States. Americans, they do not want to go to another war in this region.
That is super rich.
I mean, I'm talking, Jonathan. I'm talking. You were supposed not to talk, and I'm
just
talking.
Preposterous. I mean that
Americans, they have reached to the conclusion war is not in the interest of
Jonathan, just let Syed finish, and then we'll come to you for reaction.
Countries in the region, they do not want war. Nobody wants war. Ultimately, whether we want to have a peaceful deal or war, if we are going to have peaceful deal, the criteria should be non-proliferation treaty. The criteria should be International Atomic Energy Agency, and Iran has proved during JCPOA that they are ready to give the highest level of transparency measures to IAEA to have open nuclear program. They proved in 3 years, and now they are ready. That's why I think everybody should push. And at the end, I should also mention, I have always opposed calls either by Iranians to destroy Israel or Israelis to destroy Iran. I mean, I have always been supportive of two-state solution, and calling for destroy Iranians, Israelis, or Israelis, Iranians is against United Nations Security Charter. And it is Israel who has opposed two-state solution. If Israelis, they would have accepted two-state solution, we could have Israel-Palestine 8 years ago. The source of the mother of crisis in the Middle East is the Palestinian-Israeli crisis, and it is because Israel has denied every United Nations Security Council since 8 years ago, hundreds of United Nations Security Council resolutions on two-state resolution, and now again Israel is saying no Palestinian state. This is the source of the problem. Destroying Gaza, 2 million people, really has nothing to do with Iran.
Jonathan, is that the source of the problem? Could this have all been avoided?
Yeah, of course, it could have been avoided if those pesky Jews would have agreed to die or to be killed by jihadis.
It's not what Syed is saying, though, is it?
Well, I will get to it. It is extremely rich to hear from a former Iranian official now enjoying pasture at an American university, to be hearing lectures about what the source of instability in the region is, and to blame Israel for it. Israel, unfortunately, is facing attacks by various terror organizations, almost all of them funded by the Islamic Republic of Iran. To make one thing very clear, even the most extreme Israeli politicians, I do not remember a single one saying, we want to destroy Iran. On the contrary, I can give you a long list of elected and appointed officials in Iran, members of parliament, members of the Revolutionary Guard, commanders of the army, and of course the head of state, the supreme leader himself, who not only speak about that they want to destroy the state of Israel, but actively engage in it and call on others to do so. And I think that if we are, tethered by reality and truth here, at least you should acknowledge that it is Iran that is the aggressor. It is Iran that is supplying weapons and money and political guidance to terror organizations in the Middle East, wreaking havoc in Syria, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Yemen, in Iraq, and partially in Afghanistan as well.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so let me turn it over to Scott for a final comment. Scott, what do you think about what Jonathan's just said? Is Iran the aggressor?
Well, I mean, first of all, Israel's not a state in the Union. So I don't care about Israel or Israel's national security concerns whatsoever. I'm from Texas. I'm from the United States of America, and I'm an American patriot, and Israel has their own problems. America could have normalized relations with Iran back in 1993, which, by the way, after the revolution, Israel kept getting along with Iran. Remember when Ronald Reagan sold the missiles? It was through Israel during Iran-Contra. And right when America was finally ready to start getting along with Iran in 1993 was when Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli prime minister, turned their policy around and started demonizing them instead. America, in fact, even Ronald Reagan's Secretary of State Alexander Haig wanted to work work on a deal to build an oil pipeline across Iran in the early 90s to begin to warm up American relations. That was 35 years ago. We could have normalized relations with Iran. Zbigniew Brzezinski, who had egg all over his face from the Iranian Revolution, took place on his watch, the hostage crisis and the rest, when he worked for Jimmy Carter. By the early 90s, he said it's time to get along with the Iranians, build an oil pipeline across Iran, and open up relations. And it was the Israel lobby who absolutely insisted that this could not happen and insisted instead on this ridiculous dual containment policy, which meant Bill Clinton had to keep the bases in Saudi Arabia for his entire presidency, which was the leading cause of the September 11th attack against the United States in turning America's al-Qaeda mercenaries against our own country.
Jonathan, have a quick response to that before we give it to Syed for a final comment.
Yeah, I wish you the best, and I wish that you never have to face what we are facing here. It's okay to sit in remote Texas and talk tough about fighting in the Middle East. I can assure you that that is what we're doing. What you say is full of inaccuracies.
Talking tough about it.
Yeah, I know you sound like you're talking tough, but I'm not very impressed by it, and not by your liveful rhetoric against my country.
I'm talking peace here, man. You're the one who's talking tough.
We aren't telling anybody what to do. Last time I remember, it was Shiite Hezbollah that killed, I think it was almost 300 U.S. Marines in Beirut. But maybe the lives of those Marines are important for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe they weren't important
Ronald Reagan
for you.
sold
Maybe
the missiles 3
forgotten.
years after that.
Maybe they were not important for you. Maybe you've forgotten. But I'm happy to refresh your memory.
Israel knew about that attack before it happened. It didn't warn America.
Extremist Islam.
Israel knew
comes
about
in
the Beirut
various
attack,
shapes and
and
sizes.
they kept it secret.
It comes in various shapes and sizes. Sometimes it's Shiite, sometimes it's Sunni. But at the end of the day, when they chant death to America and that America is Satan, you can hear that's being said by Shiites and by Sunnis. They do it with different dialects and they do it with different chants. But at the end of the day, I can assure you, Israel is not looking for anybody to fight its war. What Israel wants to do is to live here peacefully in our ancestral homeland. The sooner our neighbors understand, the sooner, no, it isn't. It is Israel is the nation state and the homeland of the Jewish people.
I'm going to hand it over to Syed to wrap it up for us. From what we've heard, from what this debate has brought to the surface, Syed, do you have any confidence that a deal can be struck, that Israel will allow US to do a deal, that the US is interested in doing a deal if it goes against what Israel may want? How confident or otherwise are you?
I really don't know, because there is clear Israel has huge influence in Washington, no doubt about it, on the Congress, on the White House, and we all heard in Trump 1 era that Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly said he convinced President Trump to withdraw from JCPOA, to impose a maximum pressure policy. He publicly said, I convinced President Trump to designate IRGC as terrorist organization. Whether he would have the same policy, the same influence, whether President Trump would follow the same Israeli policy, I'm very optimistic we will have a deal. But if it's going to be a deal based on verification, based on no nuclear weapon, based on international rules, regulations, I believe the U.S. will be able to have a peaceful nuclear deal with Iran, with every objective guarantees that Iran will remain non-nuclear weapon state like last 40, 50 years. And I hope if there is a peaceful nuclear deal between Iran and the U.S., the U.S. will play a role to stop this Israeli-Iranian military security confrontation, because always I have been saying this is neither in the interest of Israel, nor Iran, nor the U.S., nor the region, if Israel and Iran are going to continue fighting each other.
Gentlemen, we'll have to leave it there, but we appreciate all your analysis here on Counterpoints. Former senior Iranian nuclear negotiator Syed Hussein Mousavian, Jonathan Conricus, senior fellow at the Foundation of Defense of Democracies, and American international affairs expert, author and radio host Scott Horton. Thank you for your time here on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora. You can catch all our debates by subscribing to Al Arabia's English YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Wilson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
To our top story, and Vladimir Putin has announced a temporary ceasefire to pause fighting in Ukraine to coincide with the anniversary of VE Day. It comes after President Trump criticized the Russian leader, saying he was disappointed with Putin and called on him to reach a deal. The US president spoke after private talks with Ukraine's President Zelensky during the funeral of Pope Francis in Rome at the weekend, something he referenced before boarding Air Force One. Take a look.
I think the meeting went well. We'll see what happens over the next few days. We'll probably learn a lot. I was very disappointed that missiles were flying by Russia, but that missiles were flying. Very disappointing. We'll see how it goes. Well, I want them to stop shooting, sit down and sign a deal. And we have the confines of a deal, I believe. And I want them to sign it and be done with it and just go back to life.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett. So, Michael, there we are. We're still talking about Ukraine and Russia. We've had a little bit of movement. What do you think Putin's motives are for this ceasefire that he's announced?
He needs to make sure that he still has Donald Trump in his corner, or that he can control him or manipulate him. I think Vladimir Putin understands how important it is that he has Donald Trump willing to continue to engage. Now, remember, if we go back several months on the campaign trail, Donald Trump had said, first day in office, this war, he'll be able to sort it out. He'll be able to make a deal. That hasn't happened. And I think that Vladimir Putin recognizes he needs to keep Donald Trump engaged, and he can push the envelope a little bit, but he can't get to the point where Marco Rubio had said just yesterday, you know, we're thinking about maybe reevaluating and maybe moving on to other issues.
So, Wissam, I actually saw ceasefires have been attempted more than 20 times. That's a lot of ceasefires, and they've all basically fallen apart at the seams. What's your thought pattern on Donald Trump? Similar to what Michael thinks?
I think Donald Trump has given a lot previously to Putin, to Russia.
and the Russians are somewhere in the margin between the necessity of keeping on giving Trump the signal that they are willing to engage and to go for the deal, and between the fact that they are in a good position and they can win more and more on the ground. Because let's not forget that in the big picture, they have a deal on the table that says that ceasefire on the current lines of conflict, that Ukraine will never be in NATO, that Crimea will be Russian, and the sanctions will be lifted. It's a perfect scenario for the Russians if they can get some more land. Now, at the same time, having them to declare a ceasefire or attempted ceasefire for the 20th time on the 7th of October, it's also a signal from the Russians that they are willing to give this dynamic a chance.
We also saw that historic picture taken at the Vatican in Rome of Zelensky and Donald Trump meeting. And I don't know if both of you have an opinion on this, but do you think maybe Trump's approach towards Ukraine appears to have changed slightly? Do you think it was that moment that is signifying a change in the rhetoric?
So I think that something has changed, and I'm not sure if the parties behind the scene have recognized that we need to make this work. And so President Zelensky was able to bend the knee, for popular parlance. He went maybe in a much more respectful way, at least in President Trump's mind. And maybe Donald Trump was also more willing to engage because, if you recall, during the Oval Office exchange, there were other people there, and there might have been that old reality TV star Donald Trump where he was thinking he was performing in front of an audience. But when the two men came together, certainly that photograph, which I think you and I have spoken about it, will become very famous by the end of this year when we're looking back on key moments. That photograph seemed to have two men who were trying to find, because we know the story, common ground. And I believe it was telling that there was intent on both sides to try and at least have a meeting of the minds and maybe to have a conversation that's more productive rather than something that's performative.
Yes, and in our business, the news business, we have developed this ability to see a picture and know that this will be a cliche. It's going to be a picture for the future, for history. And from the very first moment, as we saw the problem between Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office, when we saw this amazing picture, we can see the strength of it. And just to talk about the appearance, it is universal. You have a Jewish president talking with a Protestant president about an Orthodox conflict and the funerals of a Catholic pope. And then you have this image of what looks like a confessional, someone confessing to another. Was it Trump confessing to Zelensky for what he did for him? Or was it the other side? But I would say that there was a moment of truth for Zelensky. This has to stop. He has to make concessions, maybe not confessions. And maybe it was an occasion for Trump to remind Zelensky of what late Pope Francis told the Ukrainians 1 year ago, and they weren't very happy about it, when he told them, you have to have the courage of the white flag. It was a very strong statement, and it's basically where we got to now, the courage of the white flag.
Well, actually, earlier I spoke to a former US diplomat and lecturer on Russian foreign policy at Johns Hopkins University, Donald Jensen. He told me what he thought about the reasons behind Trump's change.
Difficult in solving in a few days. I think the president is now more uncertain than he has been about Putin's good faith, something that he and Envoy Witkoff talked about many times earlier. Putin has no interest in a peace deal on anything other than Russian terms, and many people have criticized the so-called U.S. plan for leaning too far to Russia. The Europeans are strongly against, and I was pleased to see a good atmosphere in the talk between Zelensky and Trump in the Vatican, but there is almost no chance Zelensky will accept a turnover of Crimea to Russia. And that means essentially that the Trump plan is seriously wounded.
There we go. So basically he was saying Crimea is the main issue. I don't know if that's something you agree with or something we think that we can actually get past, because this is what's been holding up any kind of ceasefire staying in place.
So according to the Ukrainian constitution, the Crimea is not on the table. And according to everything that President Zelensky has said, Crimea is part of Ukraine. But President Trump seems to be saying something very different, almost as though he's speaking out of turn. He's saying something that maybe is part of the negotiating process, but it feels as though what he says, Vladimir Putin now has the inside track because he has all the information. It's as though Vladimir Putin sees the cards that the Ukrainians and the Americans are holding. And to my mind, I believe that Crimea has to 100% be part of the negotiations if this is going to be sorted. For heaven's sakes, Russia's been there since 2014. They're not about to all of a sudden walk away from everything.
Yeah. I would say, I would have to differentiate myself a little bit with you. I would say somehow in the back mind of everyone on the table, there is an impossibility of Crimea to become Ukrainian again. Even though it's not only a constitutional problem for Ukraine, it's a problem for America itself, because there is a law that has been passed by the Congress and advocated for by Marco Rubio himself that makes it impossible for an American president to recognize Crimea as non-Ukrainian unless it is accepted by the Congress. But now, at the same time, we have to acknowledge that as Russia has an upper hand on the conflict, the importance of Crimea in the psychology of Russia is humongous. For them, Crimea has been annexed to Ukraine in 1957 by a Soviet president, if I'm not mistaken, it's Khrushchev, and it was an internal Sovietic maneuver. Then for them, in their psychology, it is the birthplace of the Russian nation, because Vladimir, the founder of Russia, or what is known as the Kievan Russia, was baptized in Sebastopol, which is now Crimea. And also it symbolizes for them their victory over the Ottoman Empire. So this narrative has been used a lot in Russia for the last 10 years. And when Trump comes to say that Zelensky has accepted, I wouldn't say it comes from nowhere. There is a certain, of course, there are going to be some adjustments, some phrasings, but having Crimea be Ukrainian again is, in political science, almost, very difficult. I wouldn't say impossible, but very difficult.
For European leaders, it has to be very concerning for them, because if you look back in history, Italy invades in 1935 what is today present-day Ethiopia. And the League of Nations, Britain and France don't do that much. That then emboldens Hitler a couple of years later to go into the Rhineland, which according to the Treaty of Versailles, he was not allowed to do.
Yes.
He does that. Again, nobody does anything. And so the Europeans
then
know...
He goes to Czech Republic. I don't know.
Yes. So and it continues.
Yeah.
And so the Europeans know this very well because this is their backyard. And they're concerned about the negotiations because they don't want to be down this road where Vladimir Putin can take something and then take a little bit more and then get whatever he wants. And it sends a bad precedent, especially if the United States are threatening to walk away, threatening to abdicate what it has become their role since the end of the Second World War. And I think it scares everybody throughout the world that the aggressor can get whatever it is that they're after.
Add to that, I don't want to talk more about it, add to that the most prominent Western nation is advocating annexing Greenland and having Canada at the 51st state. It's a lot of confusion in the world. But in the same time, this parallel between Nazi Germany and Russia, and today's Russia, seems very predominant in the European press. But is it really what is real in politics today from the perspective of Russia or China or America or the new big players? I don't think so. Crimea and Ukraine and Russia are very connected in their history, in their people. Of course, there is a big problem now, and there is an aggression, and everyone knows who is the aggressor. But it's too complicated to take it back to the situation.
But Crimea is one thing, but the Russian forces have also gone into about 20% of Ukraine. And I can't imagine that they're going to keep Crimea and give up on the 20%. And so it goes back to my argument, which is that the Europeans recognize that somebody who is an aggressor can't simply go and take what they want and there are no repercussions.
Yes, of course.
Well, Donald Trump definitely has had the ball rolling when it comes to these talks, and we have seen that. So I think we'll be discussing this a little bit more throughout the time when you spend time with me on the show.
We have 4 years minus 100 days.
Yes. To our top story, today marks 100 days since Donald Trump was sworn in as President of the United States for a second time. The 100-day milestone has always been viewed as symbolic and a time to reflect on a president's progress. Over the last 3 months, Trump has continued to be a divisive leader. Critics argue he's overstepping his powers and damaging international relationships. But supporters insist he's delivering on his election promises by taking action. Here's a look back at some of his first 100 days at the White House.
Be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
I'm not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
You're
playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. I think that we will make a deal with China. I think we've had some very good talks, but we will have some very good talks remaining. And, I view it, and some people say, oh, rush. I think we have a lot of time. Let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. Canada only works as a state, keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states, maybe our greatest state.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I am joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Great to have you both on the show on What a Day, Trump 100 days in office. So, Jono, it's been memorable. We just had a look at that montage there. A lot has happened, but which moment stands out for you the most?
I think it's been memorable, but it's also been memeable. I think it's the most memeable presidency in first 100 days that we've seen in living history. There's certainly been a lot of sound bites just from the clips that we've just seen that really stand out from the Trump administration so far. I think probably the moment he had the conference where he said, "I'm back and I'm better than ever," was probably a classic Trump moment that we witnessed. Big J.D. Vance and Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office in somewhat of a UFC moment where that came to blows as well was one of the other moments. But honestly, for me, it's how quickly he rolled back on the environmental regulations. It signalled a very sharp change from what we'd seen with the last administration, and the priorities in his first few days, including one that I have to admit, it's probably one of my favourite policies that's been revoked, was the change in plastic straws. And so Trump had said that paper straws are gone, we're no longer going to do that anymore, and instead we're going to go back to paper straws. That, for me, was one of the most standout, mainly because it was almost unbelievable to watch him sign that and see that that was his most impressive first couple of days and weeks in the administration.
And do you know what? We've actually got a clip of that, so I want everyone to just take a moment and watch this clip.
Going back to plastic straws, these things don't work. I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode. If something's hot, they don't last very long, like a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. It's a ridiculous situation. And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean. Okay.
So, Gemma, I would agree that sometimes paper straws can be a little bit annoying. I'm not sure if they can explode. But for you, what has been the standout moments in Trump's first 100 days so far?
I think for me, obviously, there's threatening to take Greenland by force, which was kind of came out of nowhere, I think. And along with annexing Canada, you know, there was a lot of empire building kind of rhetoric around that. But for me, it was the firing of over 120,000 federal workers. For your first 100 days, you know, decimating the workforce and increasing unemployment just seemed like a really foolhardy way to begin. Also, the dismantling of the Department of Education. Now, obviously, each state sets their own curriculum, so the Department of Education doesn't oversee the curriculum, but they do oversee things like grants for low-income families, people, students with disabilities. And so there'll be so much anxiety for those families hearing that the department's going to be dismantled, and they're going to be wondering, well, how are we going to get our Pell Grants? Where are we going to get the special dispensations for our children from? So a lot of anxiety created in 100 days.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of pressure in the way of protests being put on Donald Trump. That's one of the things that people have been talking out about. So in the next 100 days, moving the conversation on slightly, what do you think that we would like to see from Donald Trump? You know, obviously, this has been a bombastic 100 days. He's come out with all guns blazing, doing everything he said he would on the campaign trail. But would you like things to become a little bit more relaxed moving forward, maybe?
Well, I think we've seen a lot of executive orders, and we now know that he's signed in 142 executive orders in 100 days. That compares to Joe Biden in 4 years, 162 executive orders. So it has been the administration of exec orders that have been signed into place. Of course, signing them into place doesn't mean that they come into effect immediately, so we'll now see the trickle down in the next 100 days of those becoming the real, the realism of those will set into place. So I imagine that we will see all of those come to the fore as well. And there is the one matter that's outstanding, which he did say he would tackle, the Ukraine-Russia conflict. He would have that done within his first 100 days. We are now 100 days in, and although we are on the verge of a ceasefire, it is a short-lived one, and that has not been achieved yet. So I imagine in the next 100 days, the shift in politics will go somewhat towards that. I would like to see that been addressed slightly more, but certainly more executive orders on the way, I'm sure, as well, and hopefully more that are akin to the one from plastic straws, which is the only one that I've seen so far that I thought, yes, I'm going to get behind this one.
How about you, Gemma? What would you like to see from Trump going forward?
I'd like to see more calmness, more stability. I would like to see less anxiety. There's a very famous saying, which is, when America sneezes, Britain catches a cold. And I think we don't just apply that to Britain anymore, we apply it to the world. So I would like fewer metaphorical sneezes from the US. I think more nose to the grindstone. As you said, there's been all these executive orders, and now it's time to sort of put your money where your mouth is, which Trump loves doing. You know, it's the art of the deal. It's here's the words, now I'm going to do the deal. So I would thought he would relish the chance then to back up all of his orders with, well, here's the evidence, here's the receipts, you know, this is what I've done.
And I think that today, maybe in the White House, we saw Caroline Leavitt come out and she was saying it's been 100 days. It's been absolutely historic. Trump's done everything he said he would do. They were very resolute on the tariffs, saying that loads of countries are ringing them. They're going to get deals. So I think from the White House, their point of view right now is that they are definitely on the right path. And earlier, I actually spoke to the former Trump state campaign chair, Rob Artlett, who addressed concerns that people have had towards President Donald Trump. Take a listen.
Well, I would say they're fabricated, and I don't think that they're real. What I mean by that is, again, President Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do when he ran for president this second time. So what he's doing is he's placing focus on America and making America first. And what does that mean? Well, you first start off by securing our border. You getting rid of the illegal criminals that are in this country, and that's what he's doing. He's deporting tens of thousands of them with a lot more to go. So he's safeguarding that. He's creating an equal playing field when it comes to our economy, meaning the tariffs. He's putting a focus back on American manufacturers and also back on the American consumer. So to me, he is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And I think people should be concerned, well, because there is a new sheriff in town, there is a new president, whereas his focus is America first and not everybody else. And I think that is a welcome conversation and a welcome shift, if you would, here in America. And the American people voted for that. And I believe the majority of the American people are loving the fact that he's actually been doing just that. And I'll also add removing of the fraud and the waste within our federal government. We all knew it existed, but I think very few people believed it was to this level. So again, President Trump is delivering on that message and on that promise to getting rid of the waste and the fraud and the abuse within our federal government.
There we go. So that was Rob speaking to me earlier. And as I said to you, he's completely behind the president with everything that he's doing. Trump also, interestingly, gave an interview to The Atlantic, which was something that obviously caused chaos when the Signal Gate came out. But he said, the first time I had two things to do, run the country and survive. I had all these crooked guys. And he said, the second time I run the country and the world. Jono, do you think that's how Donald Trump sees himself right now?
It's a bold statement, but we are seeing how big an impact the US has. And I've said this before, the US, when it speaks, the entire world listens, and very much that is the case in this administration as well. What I will say is that although he's sticking to what he said, there's a few loose ends that need to be tied up that I would like him to see him tie up in the next couple of weeks. He's still been viewed very favourably. He is a businessman. He has tightened the belt of the company that is the United States of America. So when we see this massive layoff of many, many staff and many cost-cutting measures that have been put into place, and certainly, as you mentioned, with the education as well, he is viewing the entire country as a business, which is what he's been elected to do. Run it exactly how he sees fit. And it seems that in the next 100 days, we're going to have more of that. I wouldn't be surprised if more cuts are on the horizon. We've heard rumours and echoes through the Trump administration and externally. So I would imagine that the next 100 days we'll see further cost-cutting measures so that that belt can be as tight as possible so that Trump can have as much free cash to play around with so he can run the administration how he sees fit.
Would you agree with that?
I mean, Time magazine called it among the most destabilizing in American history when talking about the first 100 days. So, yeah, for the next 100 days, as you say, it could really... I'm hoping for calm and stability. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think it's going to get more and more. I think they're going to go faster and faster, bigger statements. I don't think the rhetoric on Greenland is going to come down. I think the rhetoric around Canada, that's kind of played out now. And lots of... Now we have Trump 2028 as well, which is a new, air quotes, joke that apparently he made. But a lot of his supporters have really clung on to that. They're getting hats made. They're feeling very strongly that he could go for a third term, which is obviously against the Constitution. So I'm wondering if we're going to see any more of that, joke or otherwise.
Well, there is a way around it, and he has figured out the way to do this already. And cleverly or not, he's discovered that if J.D. Vance runs and gets elected and takes to the White House, and then J.D. Vance steps down, whereas Donald Trump has been serving as VP for the time, he can take the position of president once again. And that may be the workaround that he'll see in 2028. But that is a time-will-tell situation.
It's like season 4 of Succession.
Absolutely. I think we've all subscribed on, even if we want to or not. We've got the subscription. We have to watch the series out to the very end.
No, absolutely fascinating. And Donald Trump spent, I think it was 24 days on the golf course. So he spent just a quarter of his time right now playing golf. Good for him. You should always stick with your hobbies. But let's move on to another story now. And we have just discussed Canada, actually, and Gemma, in what's been described as a historic turnaround, Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won the election. That's despite his party looking like it was heading for collapse just months ago. But the former banker fell short of the majority government he wanted to help him negotiate tariffs with US President Donald Trump. In his victory speech, he said the next few months would be challenging and require sacrifices. Let's take a listen.
Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? Our old relationship with the United States A relationship based on steadily increasing integration is over. The system of open global trade anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality.
So there we are. Gemma, I can't believe that it's Mark Carney. I don't think a lot of the world can. Who would have thought this? When Justin Trudeau stood down, it looked like pretty much the party had been completely decimated. Yeah. But Carney's just turned around a sinking ship, really.
I mean, to the layperson, he has come out of nowhere. But obviously the people in finance, they know that he's been governor of Bank of Canada, governor of the Bank of England, seeing them through Brexit. I think what people like about him is he is a political outsider. And obviously Trudeau was part of a political dynasty. And so there is this freshness and newness about him. I think what's very interesting, as you said, the Liberals were going to lose the election. Poilievre and the Conservatives were on track to win. Poilievre put all his eggs in he was called Donald Trump light, and he very much leaned into that. When Donald Trump started talking about making Canada the 51st state, sentiment in the country absolutely turned on a sixpence. And so Poilievre found himself with the wrong message, and Carney stepped in, looking like the strong man of Canada. We're going to stand up to our neighbours. And I think that was a massive factor for voters.
Yeah, absolutely. John, I don't know what your thoughts are.
So with Poilievre, and he obviously was a front runner on this. Everyone was convinced. But the rhetoric of him being similar enough, or his policies aligning too closely to Donald Trump for Canadians, who are the nicest people in the world, was far too risky for the Canadian public to take on board. So the shift in sentiment was very dramatic, and it seems nobody expected this to happen. And Mark Carney will now take the reins, and it seems that your background in politics is no longer required in order to be able to have a career in politics.
Well, I guess we can see that with Donald Trump, can't we? Obviously, we were talking about that earlier, businessman, and now he's running the USA, and of course, Mark Carney. I feel like a lot of people maybe also thought that he was a reliable hand because he's been in the public eye for so long, Mark Carney. But earlier, I actually spoke to a Toronto-based journalist, Sam Jabri-Pickett, who told me Mark Carney will actually meet with President Trump in the not-so-distant future.
I think it would be against everything Mark Carney has showed himself to be if he were not to meet with President Trump. But here's the thing. 78%, almost 80% of Canada's trade goes to the U.S. The only reason there was a trade deficit was because we sell them a lot of energy. I think it would be really outside of what Canadians are expecting if he doesn't meet with Trump. You know, he ran one of the most anti-American campaigns in Canada's history. But we all want a good deal. You know, we all have friends and family that live in the U.S. Canada and the U.S. are and remain extremely economically integrated. And Mark Carney's idea of a good deal is really going to sort of push him over the line for a lot of Canadians. And advocating for Canada, Canadian businesses, the rights of Canadians, Canadian sovereignty are all going to be big things. And all those things need a deal. Mark Carney's going to be leading the G7 later this year. And when those meetings happen with other major world economies, which Mark Carney is familiar with, I think, of course, he's going to be able to meet with Donald Trump.
I thought that was quite interesting how he spoke about Canada and America being so interlinked. And I feel like the rhetoric of late has made Canada almost more national, stand together.
We rarely hear about Canadians in general kicking up a fuss about things. So it's nice to see them be passionate about something and something that is political. However, it is bad news for Pierre, because unfortunately now he's lost not just this race, but he's also lost his seat, a seat which he's held since 2004. And that is now something that's also gone. So although he will be allowed to be involved somewhat in politics, he will not be on the benches. He will be from the sideline, and he will not really have a voice anymore in politics. So this is a defeat on a magnitude unlike one that we've seen in Canadian politics. And again, the world's eyes rarely turn to Canadian politics until there's a situation whereby they may be the 51st state. And so I believe for Poilievre, this is going to be a disaster, politically speaking, for him. And this takes a complete turn and takes him out of the game completely. So he may have to stand down entirely from the world of politics, or may just look on from the sideline. Unfortunately for him, this has not been a very good outcome. And obviously Mark Carney's promises of housing shortage to tackle that, a cut to tax for the lower tax bracket as well, and also to raise the defence spending for Canada, which has up until now not really been such a massive concern. That has all resonated with the Canadian people and led to a huge success for Mark Carney, who will now work to make up a government with the minority which he has as part of Labour.
I must admit, I watched Pierre Poilievre's speech today when he obviously said that he had lost the election. And I did think it was actually gracious. He said, you know, we'll stand and hold the government to account. And I actually thought, fair enough, you know, you've come out and you've held your head up high, looking for the shining light. But Gemma, do you think that Carney is the man to negotiate with Trump? I think this is what everyone is asking, because obviously Trump is such a strong man. He likes to see a strong leader. Do you think maybe we've got that in Carney now?
What I'm going to find very interesting is Trump has a lot of bluster and blarney when he talks. He makes big declarations. And when you've got someone like Carney who's very calm, and he actually knows money, he knows financial institutions, he knows business. I'm wondering, a lot of Trump's businesses haven't done very well. You know, we see him, or he likes to show himself as this big businessman, but his history of business, you know, there's a lot of failures in there. So I'm very interested in what happens when someone who likes to make big dramatic statements comes up against someone who is very calm and thoughtful and considered. And I can't see Carney getting dragged into all these, you know, big declarations and conversations. I see him holding back and definitely being the calmer of the two when it comes to their meetings and conversations.
Now, the trial of a woman accused of murdering 3 of her relatives has begun in Australia. Erin Patterson allegedly served them a meal containing poisonous mushrooms. And while she admits to picking wild fungi, lying to the police and disposing of evidence, she says the tragedy was a terrible accident. Michael, let's start with you. This has absolutely gripped Australia, this story, and it's all around a beef Wellington. It sounds like something out of a film. Can you tell us more?
It does sound like something out of a film. And for me, the first thought was this will be a future CSI episode, if it hasn't already been one. I think every generation or so, there's a court case. We've had them in Canada. And I'm sure that they've happened in many countries around the world, that just grips the nation. And this is one of them. It has, I think, your average Australian family and a meal that's quite popular with in-laws. And there's so much drama that's been involved in it. The in-laws and an aunt show up. The ex-husband doesn't show up. He's the one that, it turns out, is fine. And then the one woman who doesn't get deathly ill is the one that's now accused of having killed 3 of them. It has the ingredients, pardon the pun, for a spectacular court case. And that's what we're seeing.
Oh, absolutely. Jono, you know, she's pleaded not guilty. What's her defence? And also, she was caught picking these death cap mushrooms, they're called?
Yeah, so there's many facets to this story, and like Michael said, there's already podcasts. There's already several podcasts that are out about this. We are, I'd say, months away from a Netflix special about this as well. It's gripped the nation. It's effectively a Typhoid Mary type story. I mean, to draw a parallel to that, it kind of seems a bit like everyone's thought about killing their in-laws. This lady's gone out there and done it, but in the most unusual and bizarre way. Of course, we've heard, as Michael said, there's the concept that she had a different coloured plate compared to the rest of her family, which is how she avoided having the same food as them. But she had denied, despite the fact that they've discovered the forage mushrooms which she went out and got, which I believe, and you'd said this earlier, Michael, they tracked her phone in order to discover that she'd gone to that forest.
Schoolboy error, though, if you're going to... You know what I mean?
I think we've watched enough true crime drama to know. I don't
obsessed.
know if she
We all know how to do it.
Yeah.
But we don't act upon it. She dehydrated the mushrooms, then she added that as an ingredient in. I mean, first of all, you need to be a good level of botany knowledge to be able to go out there, know which mushrooms are going to be the ones that are poisonous versus the ones that you can put into your salad. And she's gone out there and intentionally done this. She then disposed of the dehydrator which she used, which has since been discovered with her fingerprints on there as well. That, coupled with the phone evidence that's there as well, coupled with the fact that she's the only person who didn't get sick and had used a separate plate, makes for a pretty damning case. But we're at jury selection at the moment, which means that we've got a solid maybe 6 weeks, maybe more on this one. We've seen cases like this go on a lot longer, which I think could make for some very interesting TV afterwards once we get a full documentary about it.
Absolutely. But also, she did say that she had cancer, and that's why she wanted the family to go round and to have this meal so she could discuss the diagnosis and how to break it to her children. So, as you did say, there's just so many different facets to the story.
I think it's incredibly interesting because what will there be a motive? And I think we've already heard from her lawyer or the prosecution, I'm not sure which one. One of them came out and they said there might not be a motive here. And I think when it gets to that point where that's usually one of the instances where people say this is the reason why so-and-so did something is because we have the motive. And when there is no motive or there's talk of no motive, I think it's going to make for an incredibly interesting and dramatic case.
You have to wonder where was as you said, where was the motive behind this? Where was the logic behind this? Because it is one of those gripping, fascinating crimes as well. The fake cancer diagnosis is, and although it's a shocking element to this, it's one of the least weird elements of this entire case.
Yeah.
So we're going to see this play out now, and with jury selection will be a difficult one because this story has been so heavily publicised that it's going to be almost impossible, I think, to find people who haven't heard about this story or haven't already formed an opinion about it as well. So it's going to play out in the next couple of weeks, and certainly looks like one that we're going to be hearing a lot about in the next weeks, or if not months.
And then I think you could almost take a pool. How many people out of the jury, as well as the prosecution and defence, will end up writing a book?
100%.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know that's going to be, and it's going to be 12 people that they've got to select, and it's going to be difficult, like you said, because, you know, I'm sure there's been, as we know, there's podcasts around this. There's going to have been loads of conspiracy online in the papers, so people are going to have formed an opinion in many points.
And the motive will be the difference between this being manslaughter and this being murder, because without motive, this may potentially just be a manslaughter case, and with motive, this turns into be a murder case. So we're in a different realm, and this lady's going down for a lot different times, depending on what the outcome of this is.
Yeah, absolutely. What I found quite fascinating is I remember when this story first happened and they interviewed her straight after and she was absolutely distraught. So basically her defence are saying that, you know, she reacted the way she did because she panicked. She didn't realise she was going to, you know, people were going to die. It was going to be a triple murder case almost. So I don't know if there's any sympathy there for her.
I think it's difficult to have sympathy because somebody who had that level of knowledge for foraging in the first place went with intent, you would imagine. She didn't go out there to make sure that, because otherwise she would have consumed the exact same meal. And again, I'm speculating on this one, but you would imagine that there is, unless she was in some way not partial to the mushrooms herself, I can't find any reasoning behind this. And time will tell once we see the court cases. Unfortunately, no cameras allowed inside the court case for this one, so we won't know what's happening inside, and we're just getting loosely diagrammed drawings. So we'll have to wait for the Netflix special, I think, on this one.
Yeah, I'll definitely be tuning into that straight away. I think COVID made me obsessed with true crime along with the rest of the world.
I feel like I could get away with a lot of things.
Yes.
Given the amount of true crime I've watched at this stage. I could not make the rookie mistakes.
And that also, the phone was a schoolboy mistake. But anyway, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Vietnam's communist leader, General Secretary To Lam, says his country is ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's great powers. The Southeast Asian nation is marking 50 years since the end of its war with the US. Thousands took to the streets to celebrate, but also to reflect on a conflict that killed millions of people. Patrick Falk reports.
Loud cheers accompanied by flag waving and patriotic songs to mark half a century since the end of the Vietnam War. Since the fall of Saigon, this country has transformed itself from a poverty-stricken backwater to a fast-growing and enterprising economy.
The atmosphere here today made not only me, but all the Vietnamese feel proud because we get to live in a peaceful country that is independent, free, and happy.
The celebrations commemorate the first act of the country's reunification on April 30th, 1975, when the communist-controlled North Vietnam seized the capital of the US-backed South, now renamed Ho Chi Minh in honor of the North's founding father. At the showpiece military parade in the city, Chinese troops marched alongside Vietnamese forces, underlining warming relations between the communist country and Beijing.
In a world of increasingly complex and unpredictable developments, and as a nation having suffered so much losses and pain from past wars, we are deeply aware of the value of peace, independence and freedom.
The 20-year conflict is estimated to have killed around 3 million Vietnamese and around 60,000 Americans. Since then, the country has developed strong economic and diplomatic ties with its former foe. Relations were normalized in 1995. Trade between the two has more than tripled in the past decade to about $150 billion in 2024. The memories of war now behind them both.
The Vietnamese people and the American people will always be friends.
Fears are, though, that their bonds could now be tested by the threat of crippling tariffs announced by US President Donald Trump earlier this month. Negotiations are underway between Hanoi and Washington, but pressure on Vietnam's export-led growth could reopen old wounds. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya News.
Now to our top story, and President Trump has confirmed the U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz will be replaced. He is the first member of Trump's senior leadership team to leave in the president's second term. Taking to Truth Social, President Trump announced a new role for Waltz. He said, "I'm pleased to announce that I will be nominating Mike Waltz to be the next United States ambassador to the United Nations. From his time in uniform, on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role. In the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as national security advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Together, we will continue to fight fiercely to make America and the world safe again. Thank you for your attention to this matter." To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and political scientist Dr. Eli Al-Hindi. Thank you so much for both joining me. Yes. So we've had an update from Donald Trump. He's obviously taken to Truth Social. Mike Waltz, Ellie, did take responsibility for Signalgate, something that happened a month ago now. But at the time, President Trump did defend his security advisor. How significant is this move now that Mike Waltz has left the position?
I think it's a very significant move, and as you mentioned, it's the first big person in the administration to actually leave, knowing that Trump in his first administration went through 4 different national security advisors. But then again, why wait for a month? What happened during that month? Why did it go the way it went? I think simply we can say that the pressure has went too much on this specific issue, or this specific mistake, if we might call it, and then somebody had to pay the price, and it was chosen to be Waltz. And in that sense, it was not presented as he is punished, but it was presented as he is moving into another senior position, which is the UN embassy the US embassy in the UN, which is also a very key position, very important to international policy and to the foreign policy of the USA in general.
And we know that Mike Waltz has been in the political atmosphere in the United States for a long time. But Gemma, many people out there are going to be asking about the Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth and how he is going to keep his job now.
Yeah, because of his involvement in Signalgate also. I think you can't underestimate how popular he is with the MAGA fan base. They absolutely love him. They see him as a dyed-in-the-wool Republican. He's got, there's a lot of support behind him. And even this week, Trump has been joking at a cabinet meeting. Trump patted him on the back and called him the least controversial person at the table. He is also singing his praises recently as well in the Rose Garden. And that is at odds with a lot of the sources that are coming out of the Pentagon. Words like erratic, referring to Hegseth's behaviour. We've also seen a full-blown meltdown under his leadership. These are all quotes that are coming out. And obviously, Trump has said this is, you know, disgruntled former employees. But you can't deny that there is no smoke without fire when it comes to, you know, what people are saying in the Pentagon.
What are your thoughts?
I think it's been very critical to see how Hegseth has behaved in the Pentagon. And we've seen the former spokesperson, who was his friend initially, come up and say, you know, the Pentagon is in chaos and I couldn't take it anymore, so I'm getting out. And for a friend to say that, it means the situation is very serious indeed. And Waltz also comparing, for example, military background. Waltz is a much stronger background with being a Green Beret, receiving medals, fighting so many battles, while criticism for Saget that he was in one tour, I think it was, and then came back to be a TV presenter in that sense. One thing also to keep in mind is that it is much easier to replace a national security advisor rather than a defense minister, because you don't need the Congress confirmation. So it simply could be a decision by Trump to do that and maybe offer a scapegoat for the media and move on from that as quickly as possible.
Possibly the easiest option. Do you think it's interesting that it seemed to be after the 100-day mark that this happened? Because, you know, there was so much celebration on the 100th day of Trump's presidency that everything was going great, and all of a sudden this kind of came out of nowhere, Gemma.
I wonder if this has come out after, because if it came out on the 100th day, it would have been overshadowed by these 100th day, you know, the way it's marked in the US, it's a very big deal. I also think it's coming at a time when it's a big distraction for Trump. So I don't think this is going to go down well whatsoever, you know, with Russia and Ukraine, with India and Pakistan. Trump is dealing with so much at the moment. While he publicly has shown support and jokes, you wonder what's being said and thought privately.
These 100 days were not all, you know, rosy in that sense. There have been so many challenges on so many different fronts. And definitely the team is going to pay the price somehow. And maybe this is one of the things that will develop in that sense.
Very interesting. But if we talk about overshadowing, Dr. Ellie, Waltz's exit seems to have completely overshadowed today's minerals deal agreement with Ukraine. But this almost seems like a win for Donald Trump.
It is definitely a big win for Donald Trump. This has been his, he has set his eye on it from the beginning. He has clearly said, okay, we want your minerals if you want us to support in your defense. So this is also a new way of doing foreign policy in that sense. But also it's important to note that it was not Waltz who was doing all the negotiation on Russia-Ukraine, but Witkoff. Witkoff, who's supposed to be only a Middle East envoy, he was the one talking to Putin. He was the one to develop the deal, along with, of course, the representative or the special representative to Ukraine alongside. The deal altogether, I think it's going to put a strong vested interest of the U.S. in the stability of Ukraine, and thus, hopefully, it will rebalance or recalibrate the U.S. position in that conflict, whereas we saw in the past month, it was more in favor of Putin, offering Putin almost everything that he wanted, and still Putin did not show positive signs except minor ones. So now hopefully the US is on the way to recalibrate things and play a real role of a real mediator who's really vested in the security and stability of the region.
No, absolutely. And do you think we could see a change? Do you think we could see Steve Witkoff now maybe stepping into those shoes?
It could be. I think he has played a bigger role, yet he has been quite controversial on the way he speaks. He's not a very diplomatic person. He has upset so many persons with his comments about Egypt being a bankrupt country, with his comments with Bibi Netanyahu. Also, there was a little conflict in that, all the discourse he did. So he's not a proper diplomat per se. He doesn't have any political experience before this position. So it's a challenging, but it seems this is the way things are heading. He's been given a much bigger role. So Witkoff could be the next national security advisor with the risks attached to that.
And not having political experience seems to be quite popular at the moment.
Exactly.
Pete Hegseth, just to name one. But thank you so much. That was very interesting. That was just on Mike Waltz there, leaving his role at the White House. But let's move on to another story. And we're staying actually in the US as overnight former Vice President Kamala Harris criticized the Trump administration in her first major speech since losing the election. Harris specifically called out the handling of the country's economy and immigration policy at an event run by Emerge, an organisation that recruits and trains Democratic women for public office. Let's just take a listen to what she had to say.
We all know President Trump and his administration and their allies are counting on the notion that fear can be contagious. Courage is contagious. The courage of Americans who are banding together in the face of the greatest man-made economic crisis in modern presidential history.
So there we are, Kamala Harris speaking last night. We've barely heard from the Democrats, Gemma, since Trump won the election. So what else did Kamala have to say last night? I know her speech was about 15 minutes long.
She had a lot to say. But I think what was interesting for me, she didn't make any personal remarks or attacks about Trump. And if we recall a couple of weeks ago, Biden didn't mention him by name either. It's almost like they are deliberately not talking about Trump as a person. I don't know if this is the high road that they like to take. But she did, she made she used big language. She talked about the greatest man-made economic crisis in modern presidential history. She talked about Trump deliberately sowing fear to consolidate his own executive power. She also said, instead of an administration working to advance America's highest deals, we are witnessing the wholesale abandonment of those ideals. And as we know, in American politics, the idea of America and democracy is so important and so ingrained that that's quite a big attack from my perspective.
I'm wondering if the limitation or the not willing to attack Trump personally, because they tried that in the election and they failed to reach to the public, because the Trump obviously has some attraction to the public or to the voters. So probably that they're trying to avoid personal attacks, trying to play the bigger role into focusing on issues, but still they are avoiding some issues and focusing on others.
I don't think they go as far either, do they?
True.
Trump will go all out, but they're still quite reticent. So you don't get that from them.
Very true. And we haven't seen much of the Democrats, as you said. We don't see any clear leadership. We don't see any clear heat put on Trump with his policies, and he's been getting away with a lot.
And it's quite interesting because I think a lot of people, what the feeling is as the Democrats just seem so divided on how to go about this and where they can actually make a difference, because Trump is just monopolizing the headlines in the US. And I think the Democrats are a little bit, maybe slightly lost at the moment.
Very true. I think they're not only divided on how to face Trump, but they are actually divided on policies. And we've seen in the last election the Democratic Party go a bit too much to the left, and then trying to adjust course in the middle of the race, which didn't play out well. Now the only possible leadership that we have seen, or at least attempt to a leadership, is by Sanders and Cortes, AOC, which are very, very left in that sense and leave out a lot of the spectrum of the Democratic voters in general. So I think they have a serious issue to rethink what party will they present to the people in the upcoming midterm elections.
Yeah.
There's not much time to go on that. And again, both speeches did not mention, for example, the issue of immigration, did not mention the issue of LGBT and so on, maybe because they saw that the American public has a clear majority on these issues in favor of what Trump has chosen to adopt.
So I don't know what both of you think, but do you think Kamala Harris last night made this speech because she wants to make a political comeback? This has been a lot of discussion because obviously the presidential campaign didn't go the way they wished. So where can we expect to see her pop up, do you think?
I think irrespective of whether or not she wants to run again, I just don't think it's going to work out. I think it's time to step aside, fresh perspectives, and Americans don't like, I hate to say it, air quotes, losers. And this is what I find interesting. In UK politics, you have one person running the party for years and years, and they could lose election after election after election, but they still are in charge of the party. In America, as soon as you lose an election, you're gone, because they don't seem to like that air of failure. So, no, I don't think, and just because she lost the election, I just don't think it'd be possible for her to...
But it's quite interesting because Donald Trump lost the election and then he came back for a second term. So politics is like a funny game.
But he has shown himself to be an exception in so many ways.
Absolutely. That I cannot deny.
And even Trump did not run as a party candidate. He's not the Republican candidate. He's Trump. He brought the Republican, voters to him in that sense. I fully agree with Gemma that I think it's going to be very difficult for Kamala to return. We've heard talks about her running for governor of California, but that would be practically a step backwards in her career. It might put her on the scene and give her the platform to potentially run for elections in 2028. But I don't see that materializing. The problem is, again, that we don't see other leadership step up in the Democratic Party, and we have to wait to see how that goes. I also think that the Democratic voters did not forgive her yet, and they do blame her for the loss, at least partially, or for not speaking out about Biden's mental situation and so many different things. So she did take a hit in that sense, even within the Democratic Party, so I doubt that she could recover from that. But then politics is politics, and everything could be possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But she didn't have much time, really, Gemma, did she, to prepare for an election?
She had about 3 months to go out there, take over, get her messaging together. And a lot of people, again, Biden does get the blame for that, and I do tend to agree with it, that she just wasn't given enough time. So I don't think we can lay the blame for that firmly at her feet.
But then again, she's a presidential candidate that was not voted as a presidential candidate. She took on the ticket from Biden without even being voted by, the caucuses of the Democratic Party and the normal process of choosing a candidate, because she lost in the primaries.
Yeah. Good point. No, absolutely true. And it's so interesting. I wonder what the Democrats are going to do. We'll have to wait and see.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burgess-Watson, and coming up on today's special programme, we're taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week's interviews, taking a particular note of the first 100 days of the second Trump presidency. That's coming up in this special edition. Let's get more now. We can speak to Carla Sands, the former US ambassador to Denmark under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you, Ambassador. Not quite 100 days, we're nearly there. What would you single out as being the most important achievements of this new Trump administration when it comes to foreign policy?
It's extremely exciting to talk about because President Trump is working so hard and so fast, and his whole team is as well. So I think if my highlights would be that, it's the promises made, promises kept. He promised to make us wealthy again, to make us healthy again, to make us safe again. And you can see that he's working on getting more reciprocal trade deals and reindustrializing the U.S. He's working with RFK Jr. to make us healthy again, finding the cause of autism, like what a concept that you would actually do a scientific study and find out what's causing this terrible attack on our children, and getting things like unsafe dyes out of our food. But then he's also secured the border. It's making us safe again, stopping the flow of fentanyl, the #1 killer of young Americans, and also the bad hombres that have been coming over our border and that are not welcome.
Okay, but specifically on the world stage, looking at these 100 days through the prism of foreign policy, what's been achieved, would you say?
Okay, I think that in my opinion, so my personal opinion is that what's been achieved is our friends know they're our friends, and the people that are not treating us well know it. We've put them on notice. You can see how he's pulling in so many countries, getting a good trade deal done that doesn't hurt American manufacturers, for instance. I think that looking at how President Trump views the world, he doesn't want to start new wars and he wants to end current wars. We can all be appreciative that he's using his influence and his position to end the Hamas-Israel war and also the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Indeed. I mean, he did promise that would happen rather quicker than at day 99. And we haven't quite got there yet, have we? We're not over the line.
No, he did. Actually, what he said was he thought that the Hamas-Israel war would be pretty quick. And he said it's going to be harder and take longer to get the war between Ukraine and Russia settled. And you can see, Putin's suggesting this 72-hour pause, but Putin's also continuing to attack Ukraine. And both sides have been a little hard to really get to the table and understand that nobody gets everything that they want. But certainly he's working very hard and his team to get this done. You saw the iconic photo, perhaps, of President Trump and Zelensky there at the Vatican meeting and working out a deal.
Yeah, that photograph in stark contrast to the scenes in the Oval Office 6 or 7 weeks previously, which perhaps was the other big standout scene when it comes to foreign policy from these last 99/100 days. This keenness to appease Russia is that's how it's seen internationally, that President Trump is making concessions to the Russians and occasionally throwing, good old friend Ukraine under the bus every now and then with the occasional European ally. That is the perception out there from some countries, from some news outlets. How do you respond to that, and why do you think President Trump is so keen to patch ties up with President Putin? What's in it for America?
Well, first of all, a lot of that is fake news. You can see that there's this narrative. They even talked about how they hid Joe Biden's mental diminishment in the coverage of the last administration, and how people in the United States have actually lost faith with legacy media. Maybe not around the world, but here in the U.S., we've seen the lies, whether it was COVID lies, the lockdown lies, the Russia hoax lies over the first Trump administration. So people don't believe the news media when they talk about these things. We know that they're making stuff up to hurt the opposition. Most U.S. media is working for the left and the leftist Democrats. But I'm excited that President Trump is reasserting America's place in the world, and that he knows we need to have better relations with Russia, because we don't want Russia to be the closest of friends with China. And certainly that was a very bad plan from the beginning. Biden let that happen. Every president before knew that that was a bad idea and that we should not encourage or push Russia into China's arms. I mean, Russia's now, it's almost like they work for China in the things that they do, and China's helping them finance and helping them in many ways in this Ukraine war. So we want to have a better relationship with Russia. Certainly, we need to cooperate with Russia in the Arctic. They're the biggest player in the Arctic as far as their landmass and their power in that region. And we need to reassert Western power in that region, just as one example.
Yeah, I want to get on to Greenland in just a moment because, of course, that's where you served, and that's a hot topic, and we've talked about it before, Ambassador. But there are some analysts saying that these policies, foreign policies of this new Trump administration, are conversely pushing traditional allies towards China, not only as a market for their goods because of the tariffs, but also because of the void that has been created by the withdrawal of U.S. Aid projects all over the world, and the Chinese are only too happy to fill that void. I mean, isn't this going to cost the United States soft power?
Well, I think that could be an issue. And so I think that we want to make sure that we continue a good dialogue with all of our friends, our allies, our trading partners, and that we certainly remind them of the dangers of being tied in trade to China, which uses trade and uses all relations that countries have with China as a cudgel, and how unfair the trade is. I know Secretary Scott Bessent is working on these issues and talking to our allies because, for instance, the abuses that China has weighed in at the WTO, at the IMF. China is the biggest abuser in every way of using our laws and our open societies against us, stealing and bribing and using propaganda in ways that have enriched their country, and their national law requires every Chinese citizen, and they say even people with Chinese descent, to steal and to bring back information that benefits the CCP. So it's a rogue regime. It's run by gangsters, and that's a bad group to get involved with.
Let's go back to the part of the world that perhaps you know best. I don't know, perhaps outside the United States, Denmark, where you served as ambassador. How many years were you there?
I was there from 2017 to 2021.
Right. So you know that area well. I don't know if you still go back there, but do you see a day that you go back to Greenland, which is, of course, under Danish sovereignty, and find it one day is actually part of the United States of America? Is that a scenario you envisage?
Well, I think that Greenland wants to go independent, and I think that because they've said it. So I believe what people say, and they've said it publicly. So if they're going to go independent, they're going to need a trade partner and a security partner. And Denmark, even today, with them being part of the Danish kingdom, can't defend Greenland and has never bothered to develop Greenland. There's not a road between two towns in Greenland. They lack infrastructure to benefit the Greenlanders when it comes to their mining. They need more development for their tourism. And I was able, when I was ambassador, to get them funds to help them grow their economy in the ways they wanted to. It was just a beginning.
Do people in Greenland tell you they want to be American?
They want to be Greenlandic. They say we are open for business, but they don't want to be taken over. And there are ways to associate with the United States and be independent, like a free association agreement. It's called a COFA. And other countries like Micronesia and Palau do have those kinds of relationships with the United States, where they're sovereign nations, but we have trade and we have defense agreements. And Greenland would benefit from American trade, where U.S. companies can go in and invest, and they have the backstop of the U.S. government. We have mechanisms to do that, like Exim Bank and also DFC, Development Finance Corporation, that are arms of the U.S. government, but they guarantee investments when it's a tough place to invest. And Greenland's a tough place to invest.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like quite harsh terrain in some parts of that territory as well. But when we saw J.D. Vance arriving there with his wife, and originally it was going to be there's going to be quite a bit more fanfare than there ultimately was, because he just limited his visit to a US base. Do you think he went about that in the right way? I mean, there's a certain sensitivity, isn't there, to arriving in a country having insinuated previously that you might sort of absorb it into your own country. Do you think he went about it in the way you'd like to have seen him go about it?
Well, I think that Greenlanders missed an amazing opportunity, because the second lady, Usha Vance, was supposed to go and wave the flag at it's the equivalent of the Super Bowl for Greenland. It's their big dog sled race. And the U.S. government had given assets to help them have a successful race. And she was part of this. And so this was a diplomatic visit. Every country wants a diplomatic visit in the world from the U.S. And she's a very high-level official, being the wife of the vice president. But the Danish government, their media, and their sort of apparatus poisoned the water for that visit and really scuttled the whole thing. They did it because they don't want the Greenlanders to have a good relationship with the United States. They want no relationship at this point. They're so upset about what President Trump has been saying. But the fact is, they're not looking at the facts. The fact is, Greenland wants to go independent. They want to be independent. They don't want to be part of Greenland. Part of Denmark. Denmark oppressed the Greenlanders. They treated them very cruelly. And they did not allow them to develop. They did not allow them to live like people in Denmark live years ago. And so they send about $600 million a year as welfare to Greenland, but then they get so many benefits. The shipping goes through Denmark. The flights go through Denmark. Then they have the benefits of business investments. And so net, I'm sure Denmark comes out ahead in this relationship.
Okay, so that's Greenland, but there are other countries and bits of infrastructure around the world that President Trump has expressed a keen interest in, shall we say. One is Canada. Will that be the 51st state of the United States? And another is the Panama Canal. I mean, is there an expansionist agenda in the White House, in your view?
I'm not sure why President Trump said what he did about Canada. I've been very sad to see the loss of free speech in Canada and how the Canadian government has treated the citizens over the past about a decade, but it really ramped up during COVID and after COVID. It's been shocking to see. And also, they've opened their borders to unbridled immigration, which really, you lose the culture of a place when you don't have control of who comes in. And they now have a fentanyl problem because of those open borders. They actually have a fentanyl problem, I'm told. When I was at the Canadian Embassy just about a week ago, they informed me of this, and it's tragic. But Panama Canal is a different subject. We have to have the ability to move our military equipment and shipping through the Panama Canal. The United States paid for the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Most Americans don't agree with Jimmy Carter. We should never have ceded that back to Panama. And when I went down to the Panama Canal, I saw how much Chinese activity was there. I went to the canal, viewed it, saw the signs in Chinese. I went to their touristic video to see what they were showing people. And a lot of it was China, China, China. I think probably Chinese propaganda had produced the video that I saw at that time. It's about a year and a half ago that I was there. So China has an outsized influence in Panama. The United States cannot allow that in our hemisphere. But we've got bigger problems. Even in Lima, Peru, Chancay Port is the biggest Chinese investment in the Western Hemisphere. That port is only 1/4 finished. It's going to be gigantic. The United States had the opportunity to build that port, but China stepped up. So there are so many missed opportunities. President Trump is looking at our hemisphere and saying, we need to make sure we secure it. Americans agree with him.
All right, I'm so sorry to cut you short, but we're actually out of time. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Carla Sands, former U.S. Ambassador to Denmark.
Great to be with you, Tom. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thanks.
Today, we are firmly focused on the United States as we assess the first 100 days of President Donald Trump's second term. Well, the president marked this milestone with a rally in Michigan last night, going into full campaign mode, touting his achievements and targeting his political foes. Here's a clip of what he said.
And we're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country, and that's according to many, many people. You know, he had a group of radical left guys who were very smart, and a woman, a particular woman. Very, very smart people. These are not stupid people. These are sick people, but they're not stupid people. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening.
President Trump speaking there in Michigan. Well, there were plenty of celebratory moments at that rally. Let's take a look at some of them. Well, let's hear more now. We can speak to Sarah Palin, the former governor of Alaska. She also ran to be vice president of the United States in 2008 for the Republican Party. She joins us now from Alaska. Sarah, it's a real pleasure to have you back with us here on Al Arabiya News. We had a great conversation about 3 months ago. We've been looking at President Donald Trump there in Michigan, touting what he says were perhaps the most successful 100 first days of a presidency in the history he's had of the United States. And he says a lot of people think that. I want to ask you first, are you one of them?
I am. You know, this is a president who is governing as he campaigned, and that's really rare in a politician that they would fulfill promises. I don't know why anybody's shocked with what he is doing, because he said all along in his campaign, he said for the last 12 years, that he was going to do X, Y, and Z, and that's what he's doing. And the majority of Americans truly are pleased with this stoppage of a fundamental transformation of America that the left wanted to do. Big picture, it's going to take a lot more than 100 days, but Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally restore what is good and prosperous and safe about America.
History as his choice of venue for that rally last night. What was the significance of that? What do you think was the reasoning behind that choice?
I love that choice. I was just listening to an interview with Ted Nugent, a rock star over here. You guys should get him on your show. He's from Michigan, and he was talking about Michigan just being the kind of the cornerstone of industry historically in America, and yet it was stripped away. That industry was stripped away from them because of policies of our government. So Donald Trump chose Michigan, Detroit specifically, which was the auto industry capital of the world, and let people know symbolically that we are back. We are going to incentivize industry, manufacturing to come back to America, which will create jobs for Americans. And that, of course, gives purpose to every worker. It gives prosperity collectively to our nation. It makes us safer. It makes us more voluntarily be generous with other countries, within our own country. It's nothing but good stuff.
It's been about 100 days. I mean, no coincidence, since that's what we're talking about, the first 100 days of President Trump's presidency. But it's been about 100 days since we last spoke. And you said to us that if President Trump's administration rang you up and offered you a role, you'd probably take it. Have you had that phone call?
I have not had that phone call. I don't know if I had mentioned back then either, though. The GOP, the machine, the hierarchy of the GOP, they don't look real kindly on me because I duke it out with them. I've held them to account also, as I do to the left, because I'm for the people. So no, they haven't called. But remember, too, I couldn't even get credentialed to go to our GOP convention, nor the inauguration or anything else. So, and that's fine, because I don't let obsessive partisanship get in the way of just doing what's right for the people.
But would you still take a job in the administration were one to be offered to you?
I would, because, I think public service there's no higher calling other than being a good parent and having, working hard for your family is serving your fellow man. And I would love to do that on a national level. First, let me mention, though, about this whole 100-day thing. Since when has it become such a big darn holiday-ish deal? Last night, I had 4 of my 5 kids over for dinner with their spouses and partners. They were just sitting right back there. And I was talking about the first 100 days of Trump because the media is making such a big deal out of it, like it is basically a holiday all of a sudden. And like so much with this starting or standing point of 100 days, so much should have been done is what is kind of the collective narrative out there. And my kids were all saying, so what? It's 100 days. How do you undo decades of this uniparty, this globalism transformation of America application? How do you stop all that in just 100 days? What my kids wanted to talk about, and this is even unprovoked, and I think that they represent a good demographic, which is a good sounding board. They wanted to talk about jobs for Americans. They certainly want to talk about industry coming back to America and what Trump is doing to incentivize that. A lot of that has to do with tariffs. And it was just a really insightful conversation because they didn't care about all the stuff that the media is hyping. They cared about what affects them personally and their own families, and so much of that has to do with jobs.
Well, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall during that conversation, Sarah. But I mean, you're right. 100 days is not very long. It's 3 months. And, a lot of people don't get very much done in 3 months. So perhaps we shouldn't expect it. But then President Trump himself held this big rally to mark the milestone. So here we are talking about it. Let's talk about some of the key issues he's been tackling in these first 100 days. Let's look at immigration first. What's your thinking? How's he been doing with regards to immigration? How's he been doing with regards to border security?
Border security, A+. He's been doing a great job there. He was committed to securing America physically even, and that was closing our borders, and he's done that. We haven't seen the mass deportations that were promised, so, that's interesting, and maybe it's time we can get into talking about what hasn't been done that needs to get done beyond the first 100 days. But with immigration, he's doing exactly what he promised, and I do believe that the vast majority of Americans are pleased with that.
Let me just pick you up on that, because, I did expect you to say nice things about President Trump, and you've told us before you're quite aligned to his way of thinking and many of his policies. Is there anything you haven't liked so far? And then we'll get back to immigration.
Yeah, he has surrounded himself with a few people who made these overreaching promises about what was going to happen once they were appointed to positions, and they haven't done it, and that's kind of disappointing. And we just need to hold them accountable, too, because they give politicians kind of a bad name by making promises that they have opportunity to fulfill, to keep the promises, and yet they don't. Much of that has to do with corruption, with scandals, where there's proof of scandalous actions taken by individuals. Now, finally, the right side of the aisle, the GOP, they're in a position to do something about it as bureaucrats, as officials, as politicians, and they don't do anything about it. We haven't seen any arrests that were promised. We haven't seen, like, the Epstein files. We haven't seen so much of the scandals being solved and being eradicated from our country. So promises that were made that aren't being kept, that's a bit disappointing. But two, Donald Trump has so many people to appoint and so many people around him that not all of them are 100% trustworthy. And I certainly see that because I know some of them.
Yeah, Sarah, you're telling us there, just reading between the lines, there are a couple of people you're a bit worried about in this administration, perhaps in the inner sanctum of the president. Any names spring to mind?
I won't name any names, but the positions that they hold are positions of great authority that can't be abused, but authority that needs to be taken to hold the corrupt people, hold them accountable. And, the left in America, certainly, the left media, they want to make the GOP, the right side, Donald Trump, look so bad. And I think, how you can make us look really bad is why doesn't the left media, why don't they expose so much corruption and scandals and then ask, hey, GOP, hey, Trump administration, why aren't you doing something about that? That's what would make us look bad. I'm just going to give them a little bit of advice on how to be more effective in their agenda. But both the left and the right side of the aisle, when it comes to media, needs to hold politicians and bureaucrats accountable when they make promises to eradicate corruption, scandals, and finally get in a position of power to do so. And yet, too often we don't do it.
Okay, let's go back to immigration. Fox News polls suggesting that 55% of people asked do approve of what President Trump is doing on the border. Clearly, he's getting that right. We've got U.S. troops there on the U.S.-Mexico border. I mean, what results are we seeing out of all of this?
Well, I think we're going to see safer communities. You know, there's been some high-profile examples of some really bad guys being detained and deported, and that, is indicative of what the agenda is here, and that is to make our country safer. So in that respect, again, and I think 55%, I'd say it's a much higher majority, a much higher percentage of people are certainly pleased with Donald Trump's agenda on that end.
What more would you like to see happen with regards to immigration, border issues?
Well, he's doing exactly what he promised to do. So I'm pleased with that. I think people are pleased with that. There were promises of a lot of deportation of people who are here illegally. And there's this argument, they need greater due process, or even more of a due process, if you will, that sides with the illegal aliens who are here. And I say, hey, if they didn't follow the rules, if they broke the law to get here, then what's the problem with sending them back home, regardless of what this bureaucratic process actually is to get it back home? They purposefully broke the law to come to America. They were enticed, though, by the Biden administration and Obama before that with these incentives of, hey, come on over to America and you're going to get all this free stuff. The people working in America and paying income tax, they're going to pay for all of your stuff, so come on over. Well, a lot of 10 million plus came on over. And now it's time to say, no, you broke the law. You got to go back. If you want to come back into America, right on. We want you here if you're good people who will work hard and assimilate into culture. But if you're intent on continuing to break the law, you're not welcome here. We are a land of law, rule, and order. That's civilization, and that is certainly what we want.
Okay, under the heading of immigration issues, perhaps we could put things like the Alien Enemies Act, perhaps we could put things like birthright citizenship. Do either of those two issues make you feel uncomfortable at all?
No, again, President Trump and his folks around him who are dealing with immigration, they're working on all that. They're dealing with all that. But so much of what's going on is just following existing law, Tom, and that brings us to Congress. The GOP is leading in Congress, and yet they're on vacation quite often, which is unprecedented, the amount of time that they're essentially taking off in a new administration's time in office. And that's unfortunate because, again, the GOP has opportunity to really turn things around. If they're unhappy with the birthright citizenship laws, for instance, or any of the immigration laws, they are the ones, we have three equal branches of government. It is the legislative branch that is supposed to be working on the laws that would allow for a safer country. And yet the GOP, in a myriad of ways, a myriad of issues, they're absent, and they're sitting back, allowing Donald Trump to get the crap beat out of him by the media for doing what he promised to do. It's like a quarterback without having a line of defense helping him out, protecting him so that he can do his job, so that we can win the game. It's really unfortunate that the GOP Congress is sitting back just watching, going like this. testing the political winds to see which way it's going to blow. And they'll step up and they'll protect and defend Donald Trump if it looks like the political winds are in his favor on something. But man, it just ticks me off and a whole lot of other Americans that the GOP Congress is sitting back on its heels watching Donald Trump do what he promised to do. But again, getting the crap beat out of him for doing it.
Let's move on to the economy. Some people worried about a recession in the United States. President Trump pledged to bring down consumer prices and boost the economy. How's he getting on?
Well, first 100 days is impossible to, eradicate inflation that was caused by President Biden's policy. That's another thing that my kids and their friends last night were talking about was, of course, the economy, because they're talking about jobs. They're talking about the tariffs, why this idea of reciprocal tariffs now that Donald Trump has applied in the economy worldwide, why it's such a negative narrative with the leftist media when the key word here is reciprocal. We're doing to other countries what they did to us in order to incentivize our manufacturing, our industry overseas to their countries. Now, we're doing that to them to reverse that, to bring back the industry, bring back the manufacturing to create those jobs. So economically, Donald Trump is doing what he promised to do. It's just going to take a while to get a handle on inflation because of previous policy.
So you support, you would say, continued tariffs in the United States?
Absolutely. The key word, again, is reciprocal. All these other countries, people are not aware, evidently, how they have applied tariffs and levied tariffs on us, and yet we've kind of gotten ripped off, if you will, that we haven't done that to them. Now we are to bring to light the way that an international economy works, for one, but also to bring to light opportunity that we have now to allow industry to come on back. Tariffs will apply to things like when we're talking about China. Chinese-made items. That's what a tariff note. Amazon now evidently is going to let their customers know what the amount of a tariff is applied to a product that we buy, that we order through Amazon. Mostly China-made items are what we order. And when we note then what the tariff amount is, right there is that red flag that says this item was made in China. And if we are going to be preaching and living out this mantra of American made, we need to support the mom and pop industry of America by buying American products. Well, we're going to know what's made in America, what's made in China, thanks to what the tariff note is going to be applied to the product.
And yet, it seems like a lot of people are worried about this issue of tariffs right across the political spectrum in the United States. I mean, one poll I've got here, a Washington Post, ABC News Ipsos poll, says that 64% of Americans disapprove of President Trump's policies on tariffs to 34% that approve. And a lot of them are presumably Republicans. I mean, why do you think that is?
Because the media's narrative is so absolutely negative and one-sided when it comes to even educating the public on tariffs. And that is a poll by Washington Post and ABC. Polls they're really good for strippers and they're really good for cross-country skiers. But polls like that, you have to consider what the demographic is, how the question was asked. I think that, no, it's not 64%. A lot of those being Republicans are worried about what the tariffs are actually going to do. But if they do read on into and believe what the narrative is in the media, then perhaps they're more concerned than I give them credit for.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about foreign policy. Gaza and Ukraine wars rumble on, people dying every day. I mean, extremely tragic situations. And President Trump, to be fair, has done a lot. I mean, he's been extremely energized, got a lot of people around a lot of conference tables in a lot of different cities around the world these last 100 days. Why don't you think there's been an outcome or a result? Why haven't these wars been brought to a conclusion?
Okay, well, that brings me back to what hasn't been done, that was promised but hasn't been done. I think President Trump used, well, it was rhetorical, I believe, when he said that within his first 24 hours, he was going to end that Russian-Ukraine war. Well, obviously that hasn't been done, but I think it was kind of a symbolic message that he was giving there. President Trump hates war. I hate war. The GOP should be the party of anti-war. I kind of feel like the Cindy Sheehan of the GOP. She was a woman years ago under the George Bush administration who was known for fighting so hard within her own country, within America, to get people to realize how useless American involvement in foreign wars actually is. And we send our sons and our daughters over to die for causes that we should not be involved in. Well, the Russian-Ukrainian war is one where we're going to get to the point of saying, we're going to wash our hands of this. Russia, Ukraine, you guys duke it out. You guys figure this out. President Trump has been trying to help, not just this 100 days, but for years before this, to try to tamp down, turn down that volume on the conflict over there. We are spending so much money. Look how much money unaccounted for that has gone over to Ukraine. And then we realize too late, though some of us knew from the beginning, Ukraine, that's a corrupt administration wasting our money that we're sending over there. Well, at some point, I think Donald Trump has already said it even. He's like, there's only so much that he can do to get these administrations in both their countries to sit down and figure it out and quit allowing innocent lives to be lost.
Sure. I mean, in the process, President Trump has been quite harsh on quite a lot of America's traditional allies, not least President Zelensky of Ukraine, who had that showdown in the Oval Office. I don't know if that stands out for you as having been one of the most memorable.
Zelensky is corrupt. Zelensky is corrupt. And,
why is he corrupt?
He is corrupt because look at all the dollars. He's in charge of everything. He's the big dog, right? The billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that we are spending on their cause that he has asked for. In fact, he's demanded even more. That money is unaccountable for. Ukraine was considered the third most corrupt administration country in the world before we even got enmeshed in this war, in this skirmish. And I think that it remains the same as absolutely corrupt. And indicative of that is that lack of accountability. Where has all the money gone? Why is there still demand from Zelensky to demand that we give more and more and more? That is a sign of corruption and things that are amiss. Again, our Congress, though, needs to step up and speak more boldly and aggressively about holding to account where American tax dollars are going over there. And yeah, again, Donald Trump, he's committed to seeing the war end. I wonder, too, at this point, though, how much more he can do.
Do you think Ukraine should give up its territory, and Crimea in particular? I mean, it was invaded, to be fair, on the Ukrainians, and now they're going to have to give up territory. What do you think about that?
Well, Putin and Zelensky are going to have to work that out, of course. And much of this, we have to remember, Tom, is not in America's interest. We need to concentrate on what the heck is going on in our own country that is bankrupting America. We are not going to be sovereign. We are not going to be secure if we keep going down the road that the Biden and before that the Obama administration put us on when they wanted to transform America. They didn't mind that we were going to be bankrupt. They did not mind that our unsustainable debt that is incurred every year, that would so adversely affect our economy and our kids' future. Well, the two countries that are fighting over there, overseas, it's horrible. It's bad because innocent lives are being lost. And America is that beacon of hope. We're supposed to be the light. We're supposed to be an example that other countries would wish to emulate. So in that respect, we do have interests over there. But when it comes to America's own economic and security interests, no, we need to concentrate and spend our money here in America and clean it up.
Okay, talking about cleaning up expenditure in the United States, I want to ask you about the cost-cutting efforts by, in particular, the government or the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. How do you rate their successes?
Well, I rate an A+ when it comes to exposure of wasted dollars. I've loved the examples that they've been able to share with Americans so that more Americans are aware of that unaccountability when it comes to where their income tax dollars are going. So much is wasted, and there's so much pay-to-play politics going on in Washington, D.C. That's scandalous. So I love that. But there's also a discrepancy, though, in what Elon Musk has promised and said, that it would be trillions of dollars saved. And then at least the media is reporting, no, it's only been, a couple $100 billion that have been saved. Once all of that is exposed, what the actual outcome is with Doge's with their attempts to cut the waste and the corruption, then we'll be able to better judge that. It's funny, though, that the left, that the Democrats are freaking out about even exposure of corruption and wasted tax dollars. You'd think that they would, why not join forces on this one issue, left side of the aisle? Come on, who can be against stopping the waste, the fraud that we know that goes on a national level? Hey, another thing that's good about what Doge is doing when they expose where the corruption, where the wasted dollars are, that then trickles on down to a state and a local government. Their ears are open to what's going on a national level, and that should incentivize them and energize them to, on a state and a local level, make sure that their constituents' tax dollars are being spent wisely and not wasted. Because on a local level, a lot of dollars are wasted.
Okay, so it sounds like you think with regards to government reforms, government efficiency, a little too early to judge. We'll ask you for your grade in just a moment. Just like to ask you, when we spoke in January, you told us that woke culture is out of control in the United States. Just wondering how you think President Trump has fared when it comes to tackling this issue.
He's done very well because he's allowed people who are affected by the woke culture to speak up, to expose what the problem is and to do something about it, like take Riley Gaines. She's the famous swimmer who was defeated in a very important race by a male swimmer. She's female, and it was a woman's race. The guy wins, and then she kind of brought to light what part of the woke culture that had embraced such a thing, what the problem is with, in this instance, men competing in women's sports. That's part of the woke culture. And Donald Trump allowed Riley Gaines to get out there and speak about it. Laws then finally were passed, were adhered to. Title IX was addressed, and that has to do with women in sports being able to compete against women. So an issue like that brought to light, that gives Trump an A+ on the wokeism, and that's just one example.
So overall, I mean, the general direction the United States is heading in, and the way the United States is perceived on the world stage. I mean, are you liking everything you've seen and heard these last 101 days?
I love the general direction that we're going in. Absolutely. The trajectory that we were on, Tom, it was downhill. America was going downhill, and the rest of the world can't afford for America to fail. We do need to be the leader, I believe, on the international stage. We are such a blessed country with wonderful resources, a wonderful workforce, geographically, geologically, everything about our country, it's good. It's founded on Judeo-Christian principles. It's supposed to be founded on the Ten Commandments and a promise to do right, so that we could be an example for other countries, and so that we could be prosperous enough where we could voluntarily be generous to help others, help constituents within, but also help others. So the general direction that ended that downhill trajectory, I'm very pleased with.
Okay, let's go to the report card now, Principal Palin. Donald Trump, been in office 101 days. You've said A+ for immigration. What are you giving him on the economy?
Well, I'm giving an A on the direction, but we need to keep in mind how long it's going to take to undo the Biden policies that put us on that downhill trajectory economically.
Okay, foreign policy.
A.
B?
Because he does not want war, and for me personally and politically, I do not want war. So all that he is doing to put America in a position to do whatever we can to stop wars, I'm giving an A.
Okay, it's gone from a B to an A. And lastly, government reform.
Oh, no. We need a smaller, smarter government. We don't see smaller government yet. So, man, that's a tough one. Principal Palin here, I'm not going to give any A. That's not Trump, though. We have 3 branches of government. We have the judicial, and we see a lot of leftist judges that are being activists instead of just ruling according to law. That's one branch of government. We see the legislative branch that's sitting on its butt, not doing enough to reform government. And then we have the administrative branch that's doing a heck of a job trying to reform government. But since the 3 branches are not working together to abide by our Constitution and rule of law, I can't give it an A or a B or a C, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, it sounds like the average is on the high side anyway. I think you're erring towards an A for the all-round performance of this administration. Am I right?
I am. But, when I say that, too, I'm talking about the direction now of America. I'm not talking about individuals because I'm not I know that every individual, I will not put my faith in man. Man is fallible. Man makes mistakes. I am not one who is obsessed with a personality, whether it's Trump or anybody else, and that, I'm just going to bow down and praise the person for who they are, or for what, because other politicians would do this, for what they want to get out of the opportunity or the person. I'm not one like that. I'm going to judge President Trump and everybody else on their actions and on their character manifested in their actions. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm just obsessed with any one person who's happening to lead the country or anywhere else.
Okay, well, you've been a very objective principal. Sarah Palin, former governor of Alaska, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Always a pleasure talking to us. I hope we'll speak again soon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, let's get more now on President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office in his second term. We can speak to Johanna Maska, the former White House Press Advance Director under President Barack Obama. Johanna, great to have you with us. We heard President Donald Trump in Detroit yesterday characterizing the first 100 days of his second term as being an enormous success. How would you characterize them?
Well, I'm afraid that we don't all agree here in America, which isn't unusual. that happens a lot. But, the crowd was significant. He has, for his base, accomplished a lot. But particularly the immigration video that he played last night at his rally. He played an immigration video that showed Americans detaining, arresting, and deporting people who have been here. And whether they're criminals or not, a lot of Americans will have a lot of fear and frustration that is how this president is portraying the America that we know to be a good America that brings about more peace and more human rights around the world. Of course, Donald Trump believes he's doing that, but, it was quite interesting and fairly depressing, honestly. I wrote a friend and I was like, this is just depressing to watch a president of the United States parade human beings in the way he did.
But President Trump's support base would argue that that's precisely what he was voted in for in this second term. And, the polls suggest people like what he's doing. One poll, a Fox News poll, I should add, says 55% approve, 40% do not approve of the border security efforts being made by Mr. Trump. So he is doing, he would say, what he was asked to do.
Border security, you are 100% right. People are happy that the border is more secure. Now, what we do with the people who are already living in the United States, I mean, remember, George Bush tried to solve for immigration. We haven't reformed our immigration process in the entirety of my adult life. There are people here on asylum cases that have been waiting 8-9 years. Their kids have gone through school, and we have not heard those cases. Now, what we do about that population is very different. And absolutely, if you've got criminals, if you've got gang members, Americans are going to want to see action there. But there is a problem because the cases that we're starting to hear are a mother with a 1-year-old who's still nursing, who President Trump is deporting. So his polling on that particular issue is backsliding, even amongst his fiercest supporters. And remember, it wasn't just immigration. They wanted tariffs because they want manufacturing back to the United States. I mean, I grew up in Galesburg, Illinois. President Obama talked about manufacturing was decimated there. We lost Maytag. That sentiment of wanting those jobs back in America, 100%, they want that. But do they want to see America look like a third world country where we are literally parading our criminals in the streets? No. That's a big distinguishing factor, and I think that's where people believe that Trump has gone too far.
Okay, but would you say that you agree with the outcome? It's just the methodology that you have an issue with?
Not the outcome of deporting people who have been here 20 years. The outcome of a safe and secure border. Remember, President Obama actually had a safe and secure border. Now, when I came out to California, I remember people telling me President Obama was deporter-in-chief. He was deporting significant numbers of people. We were not showing videos at rallies of people being rounded up and deporting. That is a difference. This president is a showman. He always has been. Now, the question is, he can show all of these things. And the border, I will give him that. He has secured, it is a more secure border. But the economy relies on some of these millions of human beings. In California, it's 5% of our population is undocumented. Our economy relies on those people. And so you're already seeing Americans tire of some of the economic things that he's passed, including tariffs, because they are showing significant price increases to the consumer here that already feels the effect of inflation. So you're seeing, because the economy will only further be drained if we lose 5% of our population in California, for example, our farm workers, the prices of those crops are going to go up. And Americans don't have the sentiment for that.
How would you assess the level of consumer confidence in the United States right now?
Well, the polls are showing that it is diminishing. And I'll say when I go to restaurants, it's just, you can see people are not going to restaurants with the frequency that they were. I mean, salons are seeing a decrease. Those are troubling signs. Any president wants to make sure, number one, they have a strong economy. And it is clear that President Trump has always had this position that he believes we need to tariff the world to bring manufacturing back. Now, how long can he actually stomach the effects of that? The effects of consumer confidence, the effects of the increase of, everyday things like pet food. Some of our pet food is manufactured around the world. These increases are hitting American consumers, and that gives them less confidence to do the things like going out to restaurants, going to movies, going to, enjoy small businesses, which he keeps talking about he's going to turn back on in Middle America.
Okay, someone in the Trump administration might answer that by saying, look, we need to fix this issue of the United States being ripped off by other countries. We need to address our trade imbalances. This is going to be some short-term pain for everybody. And as long as everything is sort of back to normal by the midterms, which come around remarkably fast, which are next year, everything will be okay. How do you answer that?
Well, and that's the truth, is the election cycle doesn't always give you time. I remember we were involved in Obamacare, and President Obama said, he didn't care about the political hits he was going to take. He wanted to solve for every 30 seconds we had an American going bankrupt over not having health insurance. And that solution cost him the midterms pretty substantially. With tariffs, I am not the kind of Democrat who says that tariffs can't work. You can't explain away that President Biden kept President Trump's tariffs on China. And I do think that fair trade, reciprocal trade that he's talking about is something that Americans would like to see. The problem is, how quickly can these plants actually reshore what are critical minerals that we're missing? Who are their fair trade partners who we can rely on? What does that look like? That's not something that you easily work out before the midterms. I mean, trade deals take multiple years. I remember President Obama trying and using a lot of political capital to try to bring about TPP. He wanted to get that region in Asia on a fair and, the same trading platform so that essentially you could hold China's bad practices to account. That took years, and then it didn't get congressional action and fell apart. And now the U.S., of course, got out. That was, you had both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton against that. And so, you see that to actually get a sustainable long-term trade deal, it takes a lot of time. Will President Trump be able to do that? He certainly has the bluster of being negotiator in chief, but the time is ticking. And you see, so the week that he announced all of these major tariffs, Whirlpool in Iowa announced a layoff of 600 workers, a huge part of their Amana workforce. Now, right now, they've paused those layoffs because they don't know what's going to happen. But you also see some of these companies are trying to buy from places like Canada, and they're not sure what Donald Trump is going to do. If he doesn't give them certainty and soon, that is going to have an effect on the workforce. And that is something, having seen how Obamacare was railed against by the Republicans in the lead up to our midterms, I could see Democrats really making a stand on that and likely winning back both the House and the Senate. And that will make it almost impossible for Donald Trump to go without any objection of Congress and do everything that he wants to do.
Okay, so it sounds like you're concerned about the state of the economy and the direction things are heading in. Let's talk a bit about foreign policy. Those two major conflicts that we've talked a lot about on this channel, Gaza and Ukraine, haven't been fixed quite as quickly as we were promised they would be on the campaign trail. Why do you think that is?
Well, these kinds of things that have lasted many generations are not easily solved by one leader as much as Donald Trump wants to pretend he has a magic wand. Particularly the issue of Gaza, that is an issue in Michigan that drove a lot of voters to vote against Kamala Harris because they didn't like how the Biden administration was handling the conflict. I don't think that the way that President Trump has handled it by offering to basically build Trump Tower there is satisfying that voter base either. Look, I think as much as the voters vote on our engagement in the world, I would say that voters are, number one, concerned about their economic security. When the president says he's going to end the war in Ukraine on day one, he's going to move the goalposts. So now he's saying, well, Putin doesn't want to end the conflict. Of course he doesn't want to end it. He invaded a neighbor. That should have been a given. But, Donald Trump gets away with this stuff. And what will happen is he'll move the goalpost and he'll say that the U.S. isn't going to be involved in that conflict. And the conflict was not widely popular in America. In terms of American boots on the ground, there's absolutely no support. There is support in Congress, but if you go to, Galesburg, Illinois, my hometown, and you start talking to people about the war in Ukraine, they're going to talk to you about the problems in Galesburg, Illinois.
Yeah, but you've got to hand it to President Trump that he has worked pretty hard these last 101 days, getting people around tables, getting the conversation going. We've seen sort of electric shock therapy being given to the Europeans who've been gathering at multiple opportunities to discuss this. Isn't that what this is all about, is getting the conversation going and keeping it going? And that's what President Trump's been doing.
he's actually very effective at marketing. He's very effective at using the power of the presidency. On actually governing and bringing about deals, his first term was not so successful. I mean, I said I was going to judge this term like I judged the last, not on the first 100 days, but on the last 100 days. The last 100 days when all of his his team was in place and they did not control a global pandemic, that was pretty terrible. Turning on PPP, which saw massive fraud and abuse, more money than was spent in the war in Ukraine, those kinds of things were pretty terrible. Now, I am one who's always going to be open-minded. I have a lot of friends who have worked closely with President Trump and still do. I see and I root for the President of America's success. I see him working very hard. But the question is he listening sometimes to the advisors who are telling him, you can say you want to do things very quickly. Bernie Sanders says he wants to turn on Medicaid for all tomorrow. But sometimes that shock to the system is so severe, it will actually have a backlash effect on what you want to do. And I'm afraid that Donald Trump may find himself in that situation. And again, I think Democrats need to speak better to what they want to do to bring manufacturing, especially critical manufacturing, back to the United States, because that's incredibly crucial for our economy. But I would say right now, consumers are already grading Donald Trump, and the grade is not an A for his first 100 days, despite the action.
Okay, I'm going to be picking up on the grading in just a moment. But obviously, we haven't heard a huge amount from the Democratic Party. We're going to hear from Kamala Harris today for the first time, really, in 101 days. I mean, who do you think is going to be up against President Trump, if indeed he runs for a third term in 2028, which he sort of toyed with the idea of, although one expert we spoke to a little earlier said he's just trying to goad and taunt the Democratic Party. But who do you think is going to be running for your party, for the Democratic Party in 2028?
I hope that our candidate is a fresh face, a fresh voice, someone much younger than our candidates have been. I was part of Barack Obama's campaign defeating Hillary Clinton at the earliest days in Iowa, and I know what it's like to go up against a more establishment candidate, and that is very difficult. And we will likely see a lot of people running for president. I mean, Gavin Newsom already is. Every day he sits out here in California, doing town halls and his new podcast. He is going to run for president, no doubt about it. Ro Khanna, who's in California, I think actually stands a better chance because Ro Khanna, who's a congressman, he's got more of the populist sentiment. He was raised in the Midwest. He was in our Commerce Department for President Obama. He's someone who you can see already because he's doing bus tours that he's certainly interested. Wes Moore is another name. He's the governor of Maryland. He's someone who has always had those kinds of ambitions and is a very outside the box candidate. Now, Maryland is another state like California where they had a surplus and they turned it to a deficit. I don't want to see that. Gretchen Whitmer is someone who is actually in the state of Michigan. She's been governor of Michigan, has actually pretty forcefully led a robust Democratic coalition that has grown in that state. You'll likely see Andy Beshear, who is the governor of Kentucky. He's likely going to jump in, and he, again, lower profile, but someone who has crossed party lines and really gotten things done with Republicans. So I could go on and on. Yeah. I think you're going to see so many people in this race that what we really need is a state like Iowa in the early stage that's affordable for these candidates to compete. And right now, my frustration with the Democratic Party is we have actually removed Iowa as first in the nation. And I think that was a major mistake.
Okay, well, if President Trump runs for a third term, then President Barack Obama is entitled to come back and serve his third term, isn't he? Let's move back to President Trump more specifically, because we haven't got much time left. I just want to ask you what you make of the Department of Government Efficiency and the cost savings. I mean, wasn't that kind of cost saving long overdue?
So we had sequestration during the Obama administration. There have been many efforts to decrease government spending. And it is always complicated because you don't know what you're going to cut. And as has been seen with the Trump administration, a lot of the things that they've cut very quickly have actually had to be turned back on. There are costs to that. Whether they're actually saving money is a real question. I can tell you that with sequestration, we had to save money, and we did. So yes, I am a fiscal conservative. I want to make sure that every one of our tax dollars is going to the rightful place, and we should be looking at every single tax dollar. What Elon Musk and his, minions using AI are doing is a very different thing than actually going through line by line and looking at the effectiveness of a program.
Okay, so just to sort of wrap up your assessment of President Trump, as promised, I'd like to get the report card out and ask you to pretend to be the school headmistress, Principal Maska. What grade are you giving? A being the best, B being satisfactory, C must do better. What grade are we giving the president for immigration?
Oh, goodness. I would give him a D, not because of border security. If the question was border security, that would be different. But on immigration, he has not actually come up with a plan that's going to solve our backlog of asylum cases, our backlog of long-term immigration, the problems that we've got that are systemic. He could still do that, but he has not.
I was expecting a better grade than D. What about the economy?
Well, again, I'm afraid that on the economy, it's probably a C. There are people who think that in what he's doing, you are going to see more American manufacturing goods sold. If that comes true, then it should move to an A. But right now, prices are going up for American consumers. Businesses have absolutely no certainty because of how he's playing this out. And so we're kind of in a wait and see moment of whether this is going to be failing or if he's going to rise to an A.
Foreign policy?
Well, his Secretary of Defense accidentally added a reporter to a Signal chat in which he gave the details around a Houthi attack. So I'd probably have to say on that one, we're kind of sitting at a D or a C. I mean, you've got him certainly asserting a stronger position. I am not against him actually holding China accountable on the Panama Canal. I think that's long overdue and important for us to go against what China was doing in getting all of these ports. So I like those kinds of things, but I can't possibly give a B or an A grade to an administration that accidentally added a reporter to a Signal chat. Had we done that, every day Fox News would have hit us over the head.
All right, just lastly, government reform. What grade are we giving him?
Well, he has reformed government. Will it actually benefit the American people? That's a very different question. So I guess when it comes to, if it's just a matter of did he reform government, he has. It's like probably a B, but I don't know that the American people are actually going to like cuts to our Department of Education. And you're already seeing that with town halls with Democrats, including Bernie Sanders and AOC, even in Idaho, flooded with tens of thousands of people.
Okay, well, you've definitely been the strictest school principal that we've spoken to on this program today. Really appreciate it. A real pleasure. Johanna Maska, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Great to join you.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Amanda Mackey, a lawyer and Republican strategist who joins us from Florida. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you. 100 days in, what's your assessment of President Trump's overall performance?
Well, if you follow what he said on the campaign trail, it would be no surprise where we are at the end of 100 days. Mass record deportations. We have brought the numbers down from tens of thousands to single-digit thousands. Somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 are the number of border crossings that we have versus what we had under the Biden administration in December of 2024, which was closer to 30,000. So make no mistake, President Trump has made the signature piece of his focal point for the first 100 days, the border, and polling has rewarded him. It shows that Americans, independents, Democrats, and Republicans, by and large, show that as his biggest and greatest success that he's had in the first 100 days. But also look at woke culture, something, again, he talked about, trans, sports, biological males being placed into female sports. He still talks about that. To this day, when they were touting their 100 days of, achievements, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and those policies that have been eradicated in the government are something that he touts and believes is a major point of his administration as well, and something that he believes, again, is an 80-20 issue, if you will. 80% of the people are going to be very supportive, regardless of where and which party they stand in.
Okay, and obviously we heard President Trump on Tuesday night when he spoke in Michigan saying, I'm only just getting started. How much more would you like to see him do when it comes to tackling those DEI or woke issues, as you call them?
Well, I think that DEI goes hand in hand with what he is doing with DOGE. And that was what Elon Musk, bringing in some all-stars that the government could never recruit. But someone like Elon Musk, bringing his weight and his backing, was able to get these significant people in government to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb and save the American taxpayers billions of dollars. This is one of those issues. I wouldn't even call it an 80-20 issue. I'd say it's a 90-10 issue, because who doesn't want to see efficiency in government? Every American should want to see efficiency in government. In my opinion, it's like term limits. We all want to see people matriculate out of the system. We don't want to see them there forever. And these are the types of things that President Trump has really pounced on. He's going to continue to do it. So if you ask my opinion of what do I think and what should he be doing, I think he should continue to do these things. I think the American people are rewarding him on those things, but never lose sight of the economy. I go back to what James Carville, who was Bill Clinton's presidential consultant in 1992, always said, it's about the economy, stupid.
It is about the economy, and we're going to be talking about that in a moment. And not all the numbers are all that great, but we'll come back to that. 100 days is a bit of an artificial deadline, isn't it? A bit of an artificial milestone in the sense that it's actually quite difficult to have got anything major achieved by 100 days into a presidency. It's only 3 months. I think a lot of people struggle to achieve much in 3 months when it comes to fulfilling their goals. Have there been any disappointments, though, for you?
I can't think of anything that in particular I would say he's failed on this. But, the economy, because of tariffs and because of the fears of tariffs, people are worried, and that's understandable. And President Trump has said as much. It's going to be tough in the beginning. But I think that President Trump has made tariffs a signature part of his campaign. And again, it's something that I think he believes that we're actually winning on. We're having more people bring their businesses back to the United States who had taken it offshore, coming back to the United States, reinvesting in the United States. Toyota yesterday being mentioned as a great example, Apple computers. Those are the types of things that are really good. But in the short term, there is a little bit of pain. Interest rates are still high. The economy in certain parts of the country are still struggling. But when you look at things like FEMA, for example, basically emergency management and the disasters that happened in the wildfires in California and the flooding and the hurricanes in September and October on the East Coast of the United States, really President Trump has done such a better job spending billions in rebuilding these areas as opposed to what Joe Biden and his administration did. So I think Americans, by and large, are seeing good things come out of this administration. I think the economy is always just a tender point for people, and people will be complaining things are still expensive.
Does it look to you like the US is on track for a recession? And if it is, do you think it's worth it in order to, perhaps as someone in President Trump's inner sanctum would say, to make the world trade sort of situation a bit more of a level playing field?
I don't see a recession. I live in Florida, and Florida's been a really tough place due to many factors. one of which being a lot of people moved here after COVID because it was a free state. And then people slowly realized just how expensive it was with insurance and those sorts of things. And then, of course, hurricanes, getting hit with hurricanes, really devastating hurricanes last year and years prior. So there are certain parts of the country that I think are going to be hit harder than others. But overall, the economy of the United States is strong. And I think the finances of this country are strong.
Okay, I mean, trade deals have been promised with dozens of countries, including China, I should add. So far, there haven't been any, have there?
Well, according to President Trump, as of last week, 70 plus countries had come when the announcement came on April 3rd. Of course, we had a 90-day pause after that. But President Trump believes that him moving forward with the, largesse of the United States, with having the money source of the United States purchasing from other countries like China and the likes, they came to the United States, I would say, hat in hand, saying, please, let's negotiate. And they're also mentioning that maybe even as early as today, there could be a deal because China's hurting a lot more than we are, as the president said yesterday. It's without a doubt that within the next, 5 to 7 weeks, it could become hard for us here in the United States. Hasn't happened yet. But at the same time, I think the president wants to negotiate. He wants to make deals. But he can't be held to an artificial timeline of, the first 100 days or within this time frame. He has to negotiate with these other countries. But the good news is that not only are American companies coming back to the United States, but foreign companies are now going to be manufacturing in the United States and bringing their investment dollars to the United States. And that's causing these other countries to say, we want to work a deal. And, let's go back to India last week when J.D. Vance and his family were there. Make no mistake, that was not, just good family portraits, because it certainly was with his Indian American wife and visiting places like the Taj Mahal. But really, I think it was to box China in and to say, we'll strike a deal with India. We'll work closely with India and we'll push China aside if we have to. And again, just continuing to further isolate China. So they're really doing everything in their power to make sure that they get China to the table. And they're saying that as soon as today, there could possibly be a deal.
Okay, I mean, a lot for American consumers, the American public, to digest these last 100 days. And one of the pledges, of course, on the campaign trail was to bring down consumer prices, boost the economy. Just to wrap up this segment on the economy before we move on to another subject, how would you describe sentiment on Main Street?
I would say that by and large, Americans are doing fine. Interest rates are still high. I think the dream of home ownership is still a little tough for some people with interest rates being high, but President Trump has complained about that. He wants Powell to bring down interest rates so that people can buy homes. So there might have to be more infusion of programs through the government. Of course, they'd have to work through Congress to allow for those dollars to be injected into the economy, to allow people who are maybe at the lower end, maybe military, maybe first responders, teachers, focusing on certain groups to help them be able to own a home, because interest rates are higher than what, they were just 4 years ago when they were hovering around 2 to 3%. Now they're closer to 6 to 7. So that's tough. But by and large, I think that, going into the grocery store, you do feel a little bit of pain. You do. But in the first 100 days, I wouldn't hold any president to that, to say, well, within 100 days, the prices haven't dropped. So I think that people are being patient. People are waiting, but patience does wear out. So hopefully that price coming down of groceries, which I think are just the easiest basket of goods that people, worry the most about, like gas prices, they've come down by and large. But I think groceries still are a little bit of a tough point for Americans, because those are the things that people have to spend money on every week.
Right. Let's move on to foreign policy. And there's been a high profile, it would appear, departure from the inner sanctum of President Trump's administration, the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz leaving his post. That, I think, makes him the first senior figure to leave this second Trump administration. Don't know what your thoughts are. I mean, of course, we heard a lot about Mike Waltz in the context of that Signal group chat. I mean, does it look to you like he's been thrown under the bus, or is this a case of him leaving perhaps because he objects to the direction foreign policy is going?
I don't think it's that he objects to the direction the foreign policy is going. I don't think that's the case. I think it was just a distraction. It became a distraction. President Trump did a series of interviews. One was with ABC News correspondent Terry Moran this past Tuesday. And, you know, the subject keeps coming up, the Signalgate, the issues that have happened with that, and what it means for the Department of Defense. And if you're President Trump, you're very supportive of your military, your armed forces. He's been very supportive of Secretary Hegseth, who runs the Department of Defense. So I think maybe he just had to find the person who was at the head of all this, was the reason for all this. And I think it was just time to go. And when you lose confidence in someone, usually it's that person who says, it's time for me to go, because you don't want to be operating under this veil of insecurity in your boss, the president, feeling insecure about having you in that role. Mike Waltz is a very honorable man who's served this nation. He's a Green Beret. He certainly is talented and intelligent. But sometimes when mistakes like this happen, those things don't matter. It's just the perception of it, and it becomes a distraction. And the president, and I'm sure his staff, probably decided that that was the case. And here we are.
Okay, when it comes to foreign policy, I mean, two of the most striking images of these last 100 and so days have been one of President Trump and President Zelensky in the Oval Office, where they had that famous encounter. The other was Trump and Zelensky at the Vatican, having a sort of man-to-man conversation. I don't know if you agree with that. Perhaps you've got another image in mind. But, I mean, we haven't seen an end, have we, to the war in Gaza or the war in Ukraine. Both of those wars were supposed to be settled pretty quickly. That hasn't happened, has it?
It hasn't. But again, it's not a unilateral thing. President Trump, for being a Republican president, I always say he is truly a war dove when it comes to hawks and doves, as we call it in the United States. I mean, he does not want to engage in war. And that's something that he's made very clear. And to have a Republican in my lifetime, I've certainly not seen that of any Republican president. So he's someone who errs on the side of negotiations and diplomacy. And I think that when you have another person that you have to negotiate with, it is not on your timeline. So as much as he would have liked to have, in his words, have it done on day one, and I'm sure he did want that, the Zelensky encounter in February with Vice President Vance, the president, it did not go well. Certainly, Zelensky was very emotional. This is something that impacts him, his abilities, his country, and his countrymen. Those men and women who are fighting for his country, they need to have all the weapons, the artillery, and everything that they need. And that's what he needed from the president. And that meeting did not go well. But then in the Vatican, you see, to your point, a mano a mano. And hopefully, based on what we've seen in the last 24 hours with a minerals deal being struck, this is really important. It sends a message to Putin that the U.S. is behind Ukraine. And it also sends a message to the American people that we're not funding other people's wars. We will be, remunerated for what we're doing to help other countries. We're not here to fight other people's wars. We will be justified in doing this because we will be made whole, if you will, but we're not here to fight other people's wars. And President Trump again made that clear on the campaign trail.
Okay, we're coming to the end. I mean, there is this threat, obviously, that hung over the campaign trail during which President Trump said he was going to get back at those who he believes wronged him in some respect. I mean, what have we seen so far, and what more do you think there is to come?
Well, you know, President Trump, unlike any other former president that I've ever seen, or really even politician that I've seen, really took a lot of slings and arrows in the 4 years that he was not in office. The time between 2020 and 2024 were just filled with cases that, in his view, were unjust. Interviews like with Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes, where they didn't even let him talk. They tried to debunk things that became fact in the end. And so I think he has an axe to grind. I think a lot of people would have that. So I think you may see more. I'm not really sure he's focused on that as much as people would like to say he's focused on that. I really think the president wants to leave behind a legacy, and things like a Ukraine deal and securing peace would be a lot more valuable for him than it would to go after people who right now, they don't matter to him. He's the president of the United States.
Okay, all the guests we've been speaking to this week, we've been asking them to give a little report card on President Trump's achievement. And so imagine yourself as a high school principal. If A is excellent, B is satisfactory, and C is must do better, what would you give President Trump on the economy?
I would give him an A-.
A-, okay. Immigration?
A+.
Foreign policy?
A+.
And government reform?
I didn't hear what you said.
Government reform?
Government reform?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that would receive the highest mark. If I had to rank them, that would be the highest.
Oh, so an A+, perhaps?
I didn't hear you.
I was asking if you perhaps give him an A++.
A++. If there's such a thing, yes, I would really say that he's taken on government transparency and efficiency like no one else, and been very fair to employees, government employees as well, many of whom who have taken out the buyout that they got to get paid through September and not have to work. They can look for other employment. So I think he's been very fair, and while finding billions in waste, fraud, and abuse to clean up the government, something politicians always promise but never deliver on, he has delivered on that.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Amanda Mackie, lawyer and Republican strategist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We're back with the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. Lads, it's been a strong week, I suppose. What have you been up to?
I've had a busy week. Bridgie, what about? We had a great day, didn't we, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Go on,
I heard about this. I felt a bit left out here.
I know. It was
It wasn't nice. Do you know what? I'm going to tell you something.
Why to explain it?
Because I'm trying to get. I want to give the girls a mention.
All right, yeah.
And I've got their name on the phone, so I'm going to make sure.
Do you know what?
And all that lot, yeah.
Bridgie, Bridgie, I felt left out. Yeah, because when I phoned you, you says, "Oh, I'm just going to go and meet Coley." Like, I'm thinking, hold on a minute, where's my invite? And then you saying, "Oh, we're going to be doing a little bit of work with Chelsea."
That was that. Yeah. What? So me and Bridgie went playing out, and we didn't invite you.
You didn't invite me. I felt so bad.
Mate.
So what was you lot actually doing?
That was his gig, not mine, so blame him.
What was you doing?
I go where I'm told, mate.
Basically, we went along to Chelsea training ground and done a bit of work that he usually does for TNT Sports. We got to meet the amputee team for Chelsea. We did a little drill against each other. We reminisced on the time Chelsea won the Premier League 20 years ago.
Any dark humour?
There was dark humour coming from the amputee
The girls
team.
were
That's what I was saying, because I know.
I obviously spoke to Carlton before, and he went, they'll probably be moving better than me, basically. And I was
That's what I said.
And I was like, yeah, they probably will be, to be fair.
To be fair.
But
Go on,
I
go on.
think it's one of them things. We met 3 girls just before we met them all, like outside randomly. Oh, mate, the banter between the 3 girls was brilliant.
What were they saying?
And we met Shelby, who was probably the liveliest out of all of them.
Really?
Who was just battering off banter, like obviously.
Yeah.
And it just made us feel more relaxed. They had a great attitude about life.
Yeah.
It was oh mate, it was just heartwarming, just the way they spoke. They're obviously gone through so much in their life, but they get together and they'll have banter about everything. It was just brilliant. Like the goalkeeper plays with one arm. And they go, we always have a bit of banter.
Hold on a minute.
Give us the thumbs up, and everyone do thumbs up.
Hold on a minute.
And it was.
How do you keep a straight face with that? Listen, listen, mate. I call it how it is, innit?
Yeah.
A goalkeeper with one arm. Yeah.
Mate.
That is that's. Listen, I gotta be politically correct here, but that is something else, isn't it?
Mate. It was heartwarming when it was Shelby.
Yeah.
Shelby was brilliant. She
was brilliant. They were all great though.
Marnie and Lizzie. So we met them before, and when we went out there and we trained with them, like it was just heartwarming, Coley. Because you know what I would say to these girls and lads there, they were all brilliant. Like they've obviously had a real tough time in life.
Of course, yeah.
It was like I was chatting to a couple of the guys, and he had cancer as a 10-year-old boy, and he had to get his leg. He was a footballer at QPR, and he had to get his leg taken off. And I was like, like the energy this guy had and what he brought to football was brilliant. So we went there and we had a great day. And I think the way that these guys approach life, I think every school in the country, when you're moaning about things in your life, things ain't working.
Everyone's
day
guilty
to day.
of it. Everyone's
Day
guilty
to
of
day,
it.
yeah.
Day to day, and they have proper, like sometimes they're telling me that they're getting out of bed and they can't, they get in all these pains and all these things, and they're worried about the cancer coming back. And the way that they approach life, it left me and him with like proper admiration for him, didn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. She was joking from the first minute we met her. She was like, "Oh, we go to the shops, and because I've lost my right leg, he's lost his left leg. We go to the shops together. It's like, just buy one pair of shoes, and we just share them." But she was brilliant.
Oh,
the whole
sorry.
time.
Wait. See that? That is my type of banter. I love it, and I love that
They're
people
great.
with those, obviously, like if you're an amputee and you can have a laugh and a giggle about it. It's not just that it softens the blow.
Yeah.
It's just their outlook on life.
Yeah.
But us, because we're privileged. I'll say we're privileged. So for them, and then when we see them, we think, they're gloomy, they're like properly doom and gloom, whatever it is. But at the same time, they don't look at life in the way we think they look at life.
Yeah.
They look at life actually a bit more positive than us.
I think they don't get me wrong. They will have they'll
have their days.
They'll have their ups their ups and their downs. But what was great to see is they all get together. And you can see it when they're there that they lift their spirits up. And Matt, I love being there. Like, I'll go back there again, definitely at some stage. Like,
good.
I want to improve my ability of playing on crutches because
it wasn't great.
He was actually really good at striking the ball. He was really good.
Was you on crutches?
We played the game on
Oh
crutches.
yes, so he played.
I didn't know this. So
I went in goal first.
Okay,
and then obviously just with one hand. He was on pitch, and then we swapped. And I was a little bit disappointed in my performance. Could have been better. So I'd love to go.
We're going to go.
Mate, it was the spirit. For me, it felt like going and having a kickabout. I loved it, mate. I really enjoyed it.
They were brilliant. Give them a big shout out. We're gonna send some
as well. I have to mention some of the skill.
Yeah.
was an
Unbelievable.
absolute joke. Like rolling the foot, like his crutches, rolling his foot over it, step overs.
Yeah.
Like honestly, what they do is unbelievable.
We take our.
Is it? Can we catch this on YouTube or?
Yeah, you got anyone out there watch it, and also we're gonna donate something to help them because they're going to the World Cup as well soon, European Championships.
Yeah,
and we're gonna help. So we had a really good day, and then we had a little bit of a reminisce. And then I had busy. I did co-coms for the first time. Chelsea versus Everton.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you. No, that's what. I
good.
noticed that voice. Who's that?
Yeah.
The missus goes, "Is that Joe Cole?" I was like, "Yeah, it is, isn't it?"
Yeah.
He's poor.
No, do you know what, right?
I'm joking.
No, brilliant. I love it, right? So anyway, I've walked into the Winnebago and all the big bosses were there, and because it's a Chelsea game, and everyone's there, and everyone's going, you know, like you're not. I wasn't nervous. I don't get nervous with things, right? Yeah. But then everyone's going, "Co-com today. Good luck, mate. Good luck. Yeah, gonna
that
be
makes
tough."
you nervous.
I'm like, I wasn't nervous now, and then some geezers come up to me and go, I just want to let you know we've got, you press this button, press that button. I'm like, whoa, I didn't know about buttons. I was going, no. I said, what do you mean buttons? He said, yeah, if you press this one, it raises the effects up. This one's
effects?
Yeah, like for the director. This one is, I'm like, mate, listen, I could bring down the whole grid here. I said, I need to keep it simple.
Give me buttons.
So anyway, I went up there, done it with Darren Fletcher,
He's
brilliant
good.
geezer.
Proper professional.
And he just went, listen, just relax. There's your Percy Pigs. And it's a
What?
cup of tea.
What do you mean?
No, your snacks. Like,
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
So it's just watching football with your mate and saying what you see. So anyway, like all your group chats with good mates, I'm thinking like I'm a little bit nervous. Like, So they're sending me like Twitter like other people like just hammering me on Twitter like watching it kind of like, who are these people that feel the time of day to go?
That's what they do.
Yeah,
that's what they do.
Anyway,
they try and diss you because they're just jealous, man. At the end of the day, they want to be doing what you're doing.
Listen, I loved it, mate. I thought it was one of the it's one of the best experiences I've done outside of football. Do you know, like I loved it because you're in the game. You're in the game.
I was surprised to hear you on there because we have talked about this before, and you've done something similar to it, but it wasn't like live TV.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was a little bit different. But this one was like a big moment for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was good, mate. It was, and also,
is it? What do you call this? Is this growth in the punditry industry?
I don't know if it's
Is it
growth. I don't know if it's growth or they're just slinging me out the studio. Which could be both. But no, Coley, I loved it, mate. It was really
but
good.
Rio does it.
Yeah, Rio does a little bit. Yeah. But he got a lot of stick, didn't he? Did you notice that him and Sav went at Man United game the other night? But when your emotions are in the game, and they were celebrating Man United's late winner, like I think it's good when your emotions in the game. That's or do you think you need to stay?
Listen, I think probably as a pundit,
I
think you might need to stay. You could have a little bias.
Do you know what?
I think as a pundit, but I think as a co-coms or commentator, you have to be down the middle.
Yeah, but this is from you,
fair.
the man. This is from you, the man. Conference League final.
Yeah.
When West Ham won it, you just went missing for half an hour.
That's why I don't.
Celebrating.
That's why I
left
don't.
It all to
that's
me.
why I don't do TV anymore. Because they can see how unprofessional I was. I couldn't be like impartial. It's very, very difficult.
Mate,
when your heart's in something,
just be there.
No, but I'm just real. I'm just real.
You was real that night.
I'm just real. Yeah. And listen, I got a free ticket over to where was we?
We had a good night.
I can't even remember where we were.
Prague?
We were in Prague.
Yeah,
we were in Prague, and I was like looking at it, and I was thinking, I don't know if I'll be able to stay professional here. I could probably stay semi, but not full on.
Yeah.
So obviously, when the last minute goal goes in, what's going to happen? It's not like we was dominating the game all the way through, and then like I knew that I had to be professional all the way through, and then we could dissect the game.
Yeah.
It was one of those ones where it was a last minute goal. Like, obviously, I'm going to just go, wow, like, what's going on here? So I hope people and these networks can see the professionalism in me in prior situations. But
I'm sure, mate, listen, it was a beautiful experience. It was. But,
I think it's good to hear the cheering, though.
Yeah.
I think it's good to hear,
Yeah, I'm with you.
It is good.
I thought you were good, by the way.
Thanks, mate.
I thought you were good.
Thanks, mate.
I thought you were brilliant.
Thank you. That's nice. Friends.
But what were your key moments in that?
The only thing I think is, obviously with it being Chelsea, and I was at the club on Wednesday, so we met Enzo, Pedro Neto before the game, so you a little bit... You got to try and stay unbiased, and there was a spell in the game when Everton were in the ascendancy, and so you got to be 50-50 down and say it as you see it. I thought Jared Branthwaite was excellent in the game as well.
Very good.
I thought he'd done very, very well. But Chelsea were the better side. They won 1-0. It should have been more, but I still think it's a long way for them to go. But Bridgie, what have you been up to this week apart from that?
Mate, not a lot.
No,
Mrs. has been away. I missed a few birthday parties. Just because Mrs. was away and Mum wasn't very well, so I had to have the kids.
Yeah.
So literally, mate, not a lot.
No,
not a lot at all. Only that thing with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I went to races on Friday for one of the birthday parties, which was the 21st.
Yeah.
Started to think, I'm 44. Why am I getting invited to 21st birthday party?
You bring the party, mate.
Bring the party. That's what you.
And my dad was invited.
Yeah, and your dad as well.
Yeah. Other than that, mate, it's a real quiet weekend. Like not a lot going on at all.
I had an eventful weekend. I went done the co-coms for the first time. Come home, and I went to the boxing. Now I went with some.
How was that?
It was experience, right? It was because obviously with it being Tottenham, I was deliberating, do I go, do I get a taxi? But I thought, I've got to get up the next morning to go to Cardiff with my boys to play football, so I thought I'd drive, I won't have anything to drink. So I drove, parked up, and I'm about 1.5 miles from the stadium, because you can't park close to it. So as I'm walking down, I've got my hat on, my glasses, and it's a wild experience, because everyone's so charged for it, everyone's boozed. As I'm walking down I'm thinking, nobody's going to notice me. And then these fellas come out the pub and someone's clocked me. I don't know how he's done it. He looked at me like that. He went
double take.
He went, Joe Cole. And then they're walking behind me and then they're like going, oh, look at Joe Cole trying to
what?
With his glasses on and his hat, trying to be in disguise. Look at him. Come on, and I'm like, all right, mate. You know, you're like, there's no win here.
Yeah.
I can't go.
What we're doing it.
I'm like, all right, mate. Yeah, lovely. And I'm walking, and they're saying other things.
And
there's a little bit more. Then behind me, I'm like, just leave me alone, guys. I feel like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm thinking and they're chirping. Then I start getting quicker. Then they start getting
It's on a
quicker.
half jog.
I'm thinking, just like, because everyone's, you've got to be on your toes around these places. This is Tottenham for me. So anyway, I met my mates, got in the stadium. I've gone in. I thought, right, quiet.
Yeah.
Straight away. Fella over there, he's a Chelsea fan, and he's clocked me, and he starts singing at me, and everyone's like, I'm like, anyway, everyone was cool, everyone around me was lovely. Watched the fight, it was brilliant.
Yeah, what a fight that was.
It was brilliant, right? Absolutely, and we should shout out Conor Benn, and Chris Eubank, Bridgie, because when you watch fighters do what they did in the ring,
man.
Do you know what?
Oh yeah.
It was incredible. It was probably one of the best fights I've ever seen. Technically weren't great.
Yeah, but it was just the heart and passion about it.
As just a fan, rather than going into it too much about the actual boxing itself, because I'm definitely not an expert.
Yeah.
But to watch as just like a fan of it and having I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah. What did you make? What did you make of when Senior turned up? Because the stadium erupted.
Oh, do you know what? I don't like to look into it too much. Everyone's like, oh, they haven't been talking, haven't been this, and have they done it on purpose that he turns up on the thing?
Yeah.
And for me, it was just Ben Arthur. It was kind of Ben Arthur saying, I'm just glad he was there.
Yeah, that was nice, wasn't it?
And it was seeing him and Nigel having the handshake and the hug and everything. It was just good to see, wasn't it? It was good. And I don't know, from the fight, just the way I see boxing was, all the weight drain and the weight difference and everything.
That was
interesting. The thing that stood out for me personally, because it's probably the way I trained and everything I do, was Conor Benn. It was just the fact that he came out just
relentless.
Let's go. And it was the whole fight he did it. Don't get me wrong, the last few rounds I thought he was on the ropes a little bit, and you heard him speak, I could have got off him a bit quicker. But mate, he's trained like he's ready to go to war for
15
12
rounds.
rounds.
He used to train. 15 rounds.
I take my I take me out to him. Me, like, not that I know boxing that well.
Yeah.
When looking at it, and I've only watched it once, by the way. Eubank towards the end, leaning on him a lot.
Yeah.
Throwing a lot of quick punches near the end, like using the
that's what
weight
won
on
it.
him.
That's what won it.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, it was just I just thought it was just a great day.
Yeah, it was a great
for boxing.
Do you know what? Right, the whole stadium, the nostalgia in the stadium. When Tina Turner come down to
Simply the best,
and you see his old man there.
Yeah.
Like his old man's mate. Any marketing people out there, he's a marketing genius. He
is. He knows exactly what he's doing. Doesn't he
knows exactly. Like the whole place was raving, and my night didn't. So I watched the fight. My night got worse. Right. So great fight. So I've gone right. I'm getting out. I'm ducking out early because it's hard to get out. And I thought I'll have a jog. I had trainers on, so I've had a jog.
A jog to where?
To my car, because I've got to get up at 6 a.m. to go Cardiff.
Whoa.
So I'm thinking, because if you get stuck, I could be there for an hour. So I'm jogging, right? Everyone's come out charged because it's a great fight. I thought, I've got my hat on. It's dark now, glasses. No one's going to notice me. But then I start jogging. Someone notices me again. Then they start jogging. They start jogging with me. So all of a sudden, and then someone's.
Wait, what's this Rocky Balboa?
Someone was singing the Rocky Balboa. Someone was shouting the Rocky Balboa thing. I'm running down. I'm thinking, and my breathing's now like I can't stop. I'm thinking I need to shake these off.
Yeah. What kind of nonsense is this?
I'm like, I can't stop now.
What is this?
My legs are burning. I can't stop.
Why are you going through this?
I don't know, Colin. Anyway, I got to my motor, sweating.
Why?
Sweating. I don't know.
You've just got 12 rounds.
I think you need to realise whenever we're going to go out, you're going to get recognised.
You are. Just get over it, man.
We've got another group night coming up.
Yeah.
And it's, I text
why
my
the
mates,
bucket hat.
do you reckon
You should have
Joe
worn your
will
bucket hat.
Will Joe be right? Is he going to get pestered? Well, mate, wherever we go, you're going to get recognised. That's it.
I don't mind being pestered.
You just got one of them faces.
Just Tottenham. I just thought, we have a little bit of banter with them here and there. But so that was my
What a stadium,
night. That
though,
was my
isn't it?
Saturday.
What a stadium.
What a stadium. What a stadium.
It's a brilliant stadium.
Yeah. So there was a lot of
Well, you lot's week went really well. I just had a quiet one, really. I was just doing work for West Ham. I dedicated the week to West Ham doing my ambassadorial work.
Okay. Where have they sent you?
Oh no! So we had some partners,
Right.
obviously of the club, and the partner group uses me to do certain things. So I've done it.
You like that, didn't you, Carly? You
I like mingling.
Enjoy it.
I was a gaffer for one game, for Core Play.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed that, and then I've done some work with the women's team as well.
Okay.
So yeah, it was good.
You are like the Swiss Army knife of West Ham, aren't you?
I do a load.
You just do everything. Women's team, corporate.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Nights. They sent you to Australia last week.
Whatever you want, mate. Swiss Army.
Karen,
I like that. The Swiss Army knife. Yeah.
Karen Brady, get him a new contract. Come
Mate,
on.
do you know what I am? Yeah. You know when you season your food, you put all purpose in it. all purpose, all spice, anything you want, I've got you in it.
Valuable
man of many tricks.
Yeah. just
not master at none.
the oil that keeps West Ham moving.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
WD-40, bruv.
Power behind
bruv.
the throne.
Yeah,
Cold,
man.
cold,
Let everyone
cold.
know. I don't mind.
Cold,
anyway,
cold.
man. Yeah, let's talk about Liverpool, though. Come on.
Wow. What do we think?
Wow. Just like in style. With a plum.
Mate, they just dispatched Spurs, didn't they?
I knew it was coming, but I didn't know it was going to be that bad.
Yeah, I know. I did.
What,
I did.
against Spurs?
Yeah,
Yeah, kinda, yeah, 'cause you kinda knew,
Their
yeah.
brain, their mind, Ange, everyone, the whole club's focused to Bodo Glimt. They can't.
That sounds like a rock band to me.
Mate, some heavy metal Norwegian rock band. It'd be the most Spurs thing ever if they get turned over by and win it in the semi-final. But let's concentrate on Liverpool for a second.
Yeah.
So you watched the game.
Yeah.
What did you make of the celebrations? The game and then the celebrations afterwards? 'Cause they've been brilliant all season.
Okay, so for me, I watched the game.
Yeah.
I didn't want to watch the celebrations.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch that. Who wants to watch another team celebrating?
Yeah.
And you're like, your team's nowhere near it.
I did the opposite of Carlton. I watched the celebration, then watched the highlights of the game.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you said you got a bit emotional watching
Yeah,
it.
but you know what?
I know.
I don't. And I probably haven't watched
You're falling
many
back in love with football, Bridgie, aren't you? You are, aren't you?
You're back in it.
Mate, their celebrations, come on.
Yes, no,
like
I'm
the
with
way
you, mate.
their fans were singing the Walk Alone.
Yeah.
Like, and then like them lining up in front of her and all singing it together. It gave me goosebumps a little bit.
Why?
Mate, I ain't a Liverpool fan.
What do you mean a heart? What's the heart got to do with it?
Mate,
What's Liverpool done to you?
Nothing. Exactly, nothing. It means nothing to me.
Hearing the Liverpool fans sing it, I think it's a special moment.
Oh, that is lovely.
Yeah, it's an iconic.
When you're
So
not playing against them, by the way.
I know, don't get me wrong. I did at one
I've had
point
nightmares.
think, oh my God, Tottenham are still there. Ange must be thinking, oh my God.
Oh, no, yeah.
But it was like seeing them lined up, singing it, and then the fans just belting it out. Oh, that was a special moment for everyone that was involved.
All the Scousers.
It was quite funny trying to see some of the players sing the song and probably didn't know half the words.
Yeah.
But no, that's probably watching it. I thought that's one of the best I've seen celebrating.
That's what football's about. Forget all the stuff we talk about. You know, you're winning something, you're a fan, you go to your see your team when you're enjoying it.
It's brilliant.
What a day they had.
Congratulations to them.
I think it's great for Tottenham in a way because everyone kind of forgets about the drumming they got a little bit. It's the celebration.
Yeah, that was a bad drumming though. Man.
Oh mate, yeah.
If we talk in celebrations, there was some there was some genius in the celebrations.
Yeah.
We with the flares. You heard about the story with the flares?
About Everton getting involved.
Oh, mate. I love
selling
Scousers.
Liverpool
Scousers.
It's
genius.
He's trying to think of a better word than genius. He's always trying to think of a better word.
No, I think it's bang out of order.
What?
I think it's bang out of order. Why are they getting involved? Like, just leave it alone, innit? Let them have their day. Yeah, you get them on the rebound, innit?
Well, you sound like me, you do.
No, but let them have their day, innit? Why are you getting involved with the flares?
Brilliant.
Like, if that's the only thing you're bringing to the party, then do one, innit? Like, why are you selling these Liverpool fans blue flares?
What's the story? The backstory goes: this fella bought the flares.
Yeah.
Like he managed to get himself in the middle of the deal.
How?
He's done that.
A deal of flares.
Like he must have
relabeled them as red flares.
Red flares.
You know how much?
And then gone to his mates. He's at the pub going, look at these. It's brilliant. It's
bang out of order.
It's good.
But that's their little get up, innit? That's their little get up.
Yeah. But the 20th, it's good. They've been unbelievable. They've been unbelievable.
Liverpool are probably one of the biggest. They are the biggest team in English football now. They've just matched Manchester United's record.
It's coming after Klopp.
20th league title. 20th league title. Imagine winning 20 league titles, man.
Mate, 20 league titles, and that's level with Manchester United. Arne Slot's the first Dutchman to win, which I found quite extraordinary because we've had some. There's been some good Dutch managers. Demolished Spurs. Do you know what I thought was a nice thing? Arne Slot started off the Jurgen Klopp song to the crowd as well. So I think that shows a lot of humility and class from him because he's gone, right, I've done it. He knows he's going to get his flowers, but he's like, he knows that he's been left a very, very good team as well.
Yeah, definitely.
That was classy. Mate,
listen, we'll talk about how bad the league was this season.
Yeah.
But you still got to go out there and deliver. And they done what they're supposed to do. The rest didn't.
Yeah.
So kudos to Liverpool because they've come out and actually set the standard and kept the standard. And that's what you're supposed to do, right? And Arne Slot is a massive part of that to keep that group galvanised and say this is a new era, but we still win the league. So it's actually just it's taken them to another level, I think.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard for Manchester City just to say, come on, let's go again, and we're going to go and take the league back. It's not going to be that easy to take it back.
Can I just ask you a question here, Bridgie, right? Just the Premier League era, right? Because you know what we're like in England. Like the Premier League's dominant. In '92 it come about, and people like we're talking about ancient history. I'm talking about recent history, like the last 25 years, right? So have a listen to these statistics on the top 5 club. Liverpool have 18 First Division titles, 2 Premier League titles, 8 FA Cups, 6 European Cups. Man United 7 First Division titles, 13 Premier Leagues, 2 FA Cups, 3 Champions Leagues. So that's the comparison there. Like the only other teams that get close to them clubs, Man City, Chelsea, and Arsenal. And Arsenal haven't won the Champions League, so they're not in the conversation. Chelsea's all very recent. They don't really match up. Manchester City's. I'm surprised by this 9 Premier League titles. I didn't realise they'd put that many on the board. That's been incredible. 6 FA Cup. but one European title. So I think it's between Liverpool and Man United, and I think, my opinion, Liverpool are just nicked in front now. Do we all agree that Liverpool now, equaling that, are the most successful? Or do we think there is an asterisk on it because a lot of their league titles
you're
30 years
over
plus
history,
ago?
you're comparing Man United and Liverpool, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, they're the only teams, realistically.
So I'm Liverpool all day. Not really a Man United fan.
Really? Why? What's Man United done to you?
Not a lot.
No.
Not a lot, really.
They don't do nothing for you either.
And just used to annoy me a little bit.
Is it?
Yeah.
I
don't hate them. Do you know what I mean? I was buzzing when they won the other day and Harry Maguire
See, when you was at
scored.
school,
but like, if out of the two teams, if you gave me a choice of who would you rather go and play for,
I'd be Liverpool.
Oh, all day, and
Really?
even the celebrations, the fans, and I don't know if it's the walk-alongs, or just the feeling I get.
You're
I'm
a
Liverpool all
closet
day
Liverpool
long.
fan.
No, he's a Man
No, I'm not.
Man
I
City,
actually
wasn't
supported
he?
Liverpool as a kid. Like,
That's
a little
why.
bit.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Only a little bit.
Wow.
I was
Whatever.
basically, as a kid, I've realised I was a glory hunter.
Yeah, that's
my dad
what-
was like, "You're going to support Saints." And yeah, all right, yeah.
Oh, so this is what I was
But
going
no, but like, out of the two, come on, who are you choosing? You know, like.
Well, I played
As
for
the
Liverpool,
history
so
of
I've
Liverpool, you play. Yeah, you choose it. Me, you choose, and I play for City, so I ain't
So
choosing
you're saying
United
you was
over.
a glory hunter at school? Yeah, this is what I was coming to.
No,
just now.
mate was a real young.
No, I was a
kid.
glory
I
hunter
was
at
like-
school.
Yeah.
And when I was
When I'm in school, I mean like primary school, not like secondary.
Oh,
I'm just
secondary
like-
school, I supported
my
Man
dad.
United.
I think my dad like dragged me out of it quite quick. I was going to say kicked me out of it, but like that might have caused some issues. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's yeah, mate. Liverpool as a club and the history of it, I choose them over United
I
myself.
think they've gone above United now.
Definitely, 100%.
And,
Why?
Mate, he's done such
Because
a
of the
good
last 10
job
years.
as well.
The last 10 years, mate. I think what they've done better, they've done 7 Champions Leagues. Right.
So Man United have had 7 Champions Leagues.
No, they ain't. Man United have only won it 3 times.
European titles. So
Yeah.
Liverpool's got 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Is it Champions
No,
League or European titles?
You're confusing me, Coley. We need to move on.
Because
Here.
because there used to be Champions. It wasn't
Yeah.
Champions League all the time.
It's too many names are changing. Listen, we all know it's only about the Conference League at the moment.
Oh,
West Ham.
the manager needs special. The manager needs a special shout, mate. I think there's something about him that just feels good.
Arne Slot.
Yeah. Do you know what? Right? We
There's just
I
something
think there's
about him
something
that
about
just
Amarim that
feels
feels good as well. I think there's something about Amarim in the end.
No, Coley.
No, I'm
no,
not
no,
having
no,
that.
no,
Not
Arne
compared
Slot.
Not compared to him. I just feel like, look, Liverpool have got some great players, but I just feel like he's given all the players so much confidence.
Do you know what?
So
impressed me?
much.
We spoke to him early on in the season, and he was very impressive. We're lucky the job we do interview the managers, and you pick up off their energy as they come to you before a game, and he always seems very cool, calm, and collected. Arne Slot, so he was impressive from the start. I still didn't think it would be as good as this, but we're going to have to give him. We'll have to give him his flowers, and we all knew it was going to happen. And congratulations to Liverpool.
Let's talk about what's his name's goal though.
Go on,
McAllister's.
mate. What a player he is, by the way. What a player he is.
I didn't think he was going to be that good when he left Brighton. I thought he would be okay and he'll just slot in. But is he keeping Chiesa at the team?
Mate, do you know? No, he's sort of playing in that sort
Well,
of...
Chiesa ain't even had a sniff, has he?
Chiesa can't really get himself a look in, but remember Chiesa 3 years ago was the best player in Italy. But
Young player.
Cruciate,
Oh, did he?
Coley, lots of
okay.
injuries. Yeah, that's why he is where he is. I don't.
Okay.
The thing is, they've got so many standout players. They've probably got the best goalkeeper,
Yeah,
probably best defender,
maybe the
best striker, maybe the best midfielder.
Yeah.
And you.
They're stacked.
But
as
then
well.
all the other players around have done so well, mate.
Yeah, for sure.
Done so well.
We've got to give them their props. But should we move on to Man United?
Should we move on to Spurs? Eric Crumble.
Oh, mate, we can't talk about Spurs again. They had 25 minutes last
Eric
episode.
Crumble, mate.
Eric Crumble.
Listen, let me just tell you something. Look, I'm not taking a dig at Spurs, but they just didn't turn up yesterday. And the thing about it, that makes me believe that they're going for this European title.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because you can't go to Liverpool and take any kind of credit out of that.
Yeah.
Like, where's the confidence now? That's why I said you can't just leave and leave a game like that and say, do you know what? This game don't mean nothing. You have to have momentum. You have to have momentum.
Here's a question for you then. semi-finals, Europa League. You're playing Bodo Glimt, right? By the way, but from what I understand is their season runs on a different.
Different timing.
Different timing. So you're getting them, and I think they're quite early on in their season now.
So
right?
they're
not up
fresh.
to speed, right?
They might be fresh.
They might be fresh, but I tend to think that this is as good a chance as Spurs are going to get to a European final. Are you saying that you don't think they can beat Bodo Glimt?
No, I think they can. Obviously, it's a Premier League team.
True.
I just called Bodo Glimt a rock band. You know what I mean? Like I'm not taking the mick. I've never heard of them. You know what I mean? Before now, so I'm thinking they should be wiping the floor with them. You know,
but it's
be
painful. 6-1 defeat going into
that's what I'm
biggest
saying.
game of the season is
it's not good enough. It's not good enough.
How'd you pick the lads up on a Monday morning? That's an interesting. I don't think he's been very good at that, Ange, as well. I think when they've had a bad result, they've tended to go and, it's not like Liverpool have a bad result, they can spin it round.
They have
the
to.
slot.
Yeah, because standards have to listen. I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
Your standards always has to be high.
Yeah.
If you're playing Bodo Glimt, you're playing Liverpool. You've got to do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And don't drop off. Try and get close, stay close to that that level as much as possible. But they just dropped off.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do that and then just think I'm going to depend on my European League form. No, that's not how it goes. You've got to have consistency. Otherwise, you're just unprofessional.
They're all in, aren't they? They've gone all in for this competition. So we'll see how it rolls. I'd love to see a Man United Spurs final in Bilbao. We said it last week. The amount of anxiety on that game would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
I want to move on to Man United quickly. Really happy to see Rasmus Højlund end his 6-game Premier League goal drought with a 96-minute equaliser against 10-man Bournemouth. So they're showing a little bit of bottle, Man United. I mean, they're hanging in there. At least they didn't have a Spurs performance. I mean, what did you make of that, Bridgie? I know you was very upset in particular with the sending off.
No,
you wasn't.
It was the yellow card.
The yellow card. That's okay. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Dorgu. It was just like... Yeah. Oh, no. Do you know what? Do you know what done made is? It never got brought up.
Yeah.
So, he's basically... All he's done is poked the ball away, planted his foot, and then the geezer's come along and smacked his shin.
Yeah.
Mate, I'm just it blew my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just no one talks about it. I was it's just so, blatantly wrong from the ref.
Why didn't the commentators pick up on it?
Mate, I don't know, honestly. I really don't know.
Is that frustrating? Really I know what you're like as well.
Yeah. Little things do me in like that. I'm like, they can get... And it's when it leads to a goal or something else, they talk about it. I was like, oh, my God. It is literally
it's
more assault the other way.
Yeah.
He's literally gone up and go, here, I'll have that.
If you go and boot someone in the street, you're getting the...
And look, mate, the sending off is another, the right decision, yellow card, and then they go and give a red card. It's, mate, I don't know. I'm getting fed up of VAR all the time, just getting things wrong, watching it in slow-mo, and then you see an image which looks like it's a 2-foot attack. You watch it in slow-mo. So you got to watch things in full motion. He's obviously slipped. I just feel like it gets so much wrong.
Yeah. Do you know what's another thing? Going back to COCOMs, what I did, there's a VAR button, right? For people out there who don't know. So when you're COCOMs, if something happens in the game, you can listen to them chatting to each other in the studio. So I didn't get a chance to use it, but hopefully next time I do it. No, there was no VR.
Oh, there wasn't the button there.
You'll hear,
usually there is.
Usually there is. So what happens is when there's the reason, it's quite clever actually. Something would happen. You'd be COCOMs, gone to VAR, and then you can turn. Them buttons I was telling you about that was worrying me. You can turn
next to the Percy Pigs.
So you can turn it up and listen to what they're saying. So that's going to be really interesting next time I do that because I'm really intrigued about. And I'll come on the show and I'll say what it. Am I allowed to? I don't even know if I'm allowed to. How the conversation is going, but because it just takes too long, and
it's ruining the game. But we've talked about it loads of times. That's everyone's view. But when you're getting things like that wrong, it just blows my mind.
VAR, there's a semi-automated now, right?
Semi-automated VAR.
So why is it still taking long? There was an I think it was Nunez's goal yesterday. and it took a little bit too long.
It doesn't seem that long when we do European football. Like, what is it we're doing wrong?
I always say it's not the technology, yeah. It's the people using the technology. They ain't got Scooby.
Yeah,
they're still learners.
Mate, I'm
telling
you, that's like 100% like me with them buttons on the Cocons, mate.
I was like, which button do I press?
Mate, I was thinking that people were going to think there's a cyber attack. I was clicking buttons and breaking.
Coming back to United though, I think it was Gary Neville and Jamie Redknapp heard a conversation they were having, and it was like, look at the players they let go.
Go on.
Well, if you look now, how McTominay's doing, some of the players, how well they're doing.
Yeah.
The guy, lad at Forest,
Alanga,
the way they're doing.
Well, he missed the sitter yesterday.
I know he did, but like how well they've been doing.
Yeah.
And you look and you think, as much as they keep saying he needs his players, you also like when I was hearing Gary Neville and Jamie talking, they had different views. It was like, you do need to be able to coach these players. You have got to be able to coach them.
You do.
But what if they're not coachable and they don't want to listen to you?
I think everyone's. I think most players are coachable, and it's how you deal with it. You can't just. It's like there's one moment that stands out. It's probably two in my life. Was Glenn Hoddle. I've gone to someone else. I've obviously talk about him all the time. What he did at Southampton. But there's one of Gus Poyet at Brighton, and it was the way he had us playing. And the way he did training, they had players that had been with him like two divisions below.
Right.
But he was coaching players to play a certain way, think a certain way.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't just get rid of players and just
I
go,
think,
you've got to go and get a load in.
I think.
But when you see players that they've let go, and you think, oh, they're doing all right, they've got to be coachable.
Yeah, of course. Every player's coachable, but the problem is, where are you coaching these boys? Where? The environment.
On the training pitch, mate.
The environment, the environment.
Toxic.
If it's toxic.
Oh, if there's toxic people, we all know there can be toxic people.
Not just people. Not just people. Like, the same settings all the time, and nothing's changing. You're seeing things, backroom staff getting sacked. This, that. Like, it's not a place, not fertile soil to grow.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I know what you mean.
There's like, and I think that's their problem. They got to clean a lot of things there, which is of old.
Yeah.
Bring some fresh new ideas in, but make it geared up for normal people first.
Yeah.
And then the players will understand, okay, that person's job on the line, I've struck up a relationship with him. I've got to do better.
You think the whole environment, the culture at Man United is still toxic from the outside?
It looks
based on the fact that the players that are leaving, like Alanga, Rashford,
and they're all growing.
And they're all growing. So there's something.
You say that, what, they getting rid of the toxic?
Well, they're clearly. I don't think McTominay
couldn't have been toxic.
Exactly. So why are you getting rid of him?
Yeah.
Listen, but that's what I'm saying. Because
the people making the decisions at the club. That's the problem at Man United.
There's something toxic in the air over there, mate, or in the water, and we're going to get to the bottom of it.
What, on this
podcast?
We will find you.
They got some questions. There's some questions that need to be answered. So thank you for joining us on the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. We'll be back shortly with part 2.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Part 2 of the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. Let's go.
Let's go. Where are we going?
We're going to go towards the Champions League.
Oh, the Champions League.
Yeah.
I love Champions League week. So for me, after January, the Champions League is where it's at. And these games are massive.
Oh, mate. What have we got? Who's left in it for us? There's Barca, there's Inter,
yeah.
Then you've got PSG, Arsenal. Now,
go on.
How do you think the PSG-Arsenal game is going to go? Because, listen, I think they're evenly matched. Really and truly, I think they're evenly. I think PSG probably might edge it with what they're doing and what they've shown so far. But when they was on the travels to Villa, I thought Villa put in a good show and showed PSG's frailties.
Yeah,
you know. And I think if anybody that's Arsenal take a look at that, they think they could go on to win it.
I think that's a false economy, Nicole.
Yeah,
I think that was the absolute best of Aston Villa, right? And if you rewatch that game again, PSG still created 4 or 5 good chances in that game, right? So they conceded.
They had loads of chances. Should have scored. Villa should have scored.
Yeah.
And it's one of them games where Villa are throwing everything at it. Yeah.
So that's false advertising from what?
No. That's your opinion.
I think Arsenal look at it and go, "We got a chance here," but also I think you've me looking at it going, "You're going to concede."
Yeah.
And we're going to have to score.
Yeah. Thomas Partey missing's a massive blow for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Massive blow.
Oh,
he sits in there and he allows Dek to get forward. And Dek was obviously brilliant in the quarterfinals.
What's he got, Thomas? Is he injured?
He's suspended.
Suspended. I saw that. Why did he do that?
A silly one at the end.
And even Dek had a little guy at him saying, "Oh, come on, man, what are you doing? Like, now you're going to be tying me back."
Yeah, I remember, missing games, silly things at the end of the game, and you're missing. Luckily enough, I didn't miss any big games doing it. So, but I think that's pivotal in this tie, because I think what he does is he gets on that sort of pivot, doesn't he? And he allows Dek to run forward.
Dictates play.
He's a very, very good footballer. Havertz being back as well, that gives options for Arteta. But I just go back to Gabriel not being there. Like that's the whole base of what they do. Arsenal, Saliba and Gabriel.
Yeah, that is the main.
I know
functioning room, innit?
Kivior's done well and he's slotted in, but this is different. This is different now. You got Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, Doué, Barcola,
all at it.
All just and I think that's where the game's going to be lost for Arsenal. I think Kivior will get spun. The ball will get played in. I don't think he's good with his feet, and I think PSG go there, and I think they can. I think they're the best team left in it, PSG, and I think they win the tie.
Do you think? What about Barca? Do you think Barca are not on levels, because they've been showing levels this season? When I look at it, I think, well, the Barca Inter game, Inter, they've done really well to get there. By the way, they have played some good football.
But sorry, can I stop with Nicole? Inter have lost their last 3 games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They've not scored in their last.
That's why I said they've done well to get to this point.
Unbelievable.
So, and that's you're talking about league form.
Yeah, league form.
I'm talking about. In Europe, they've been good, and they've been a bit spawny as well.
Yeah.
There's been times.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's the mixture you need to go and win a Champions League. You need to be a bit spawny, but I think the way PSG has gone about their business and Barca, I think those two are the best for me. So I think I can only predict a Barca PSG final. I'm not going to hang my hat on it.
Yeah.
But that's what it's looking like from the outside for me. Arsenal, as you said, they have some weaknesses where they haven't addressed and they can't address because of the stage of the season.
What do you think about their mentality? Because the Arsenal team have been accused of fluffing their lines, Bridgie, at this point of the season before. What do you think on that? Their mentality as a team,
fluffing their lines?
No, because they haven't. But they haven't.
What do you reckon, Bridgie?
No, because they haven't won anything. You know what it's like. You know this group of players.
Are just going to have to be at their. They're going to have to be at their very best.
Yeah.
Basically, and the consistency isn't there with them, is it?
No.
Really, let's face facts.
Yeah.
Who's
Arsenal?
What do you mean? What do you mean? They have been consistent. They have been consistent.
No, if you look at the points they've dropped in the league while trying to challenge for it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So they're not a team that I
just
feel
think that's
like I'm not in that team, but you know we've been in teams where you've gone out and gone, we ain't going to lose. I don't think they're that team yet.
No,
they're not that team.
No,
it's hit or miss. They're going to have to be at their very best.
They're a cup team
to beat
still.
PSG.
They're a cup. You're right there.
Which is possible.
They can do it.
It's possible.
I think they are a cup team.
I hope it doesn't happen. Just
I think I know what you're saying. Like, you have to have consistent throughout to win the league. You have to have a consistent base, right?
Yeah.
And I think they sometimes pretend or allude to having that, and then all of a sudden they kind of drop off a few injuries.
Yeah.
Saka was a big blow for them.
Yeah.
When he Odegaard even as well.
Yeah.
Was a big blow. That was the start of the season. That Odegaard one as well, and then Saka was after.
He's been a slow burner, Odegaard, this year.
We haven't seen the best of him.
We haven't seen the best of him for a while.
And I think that happens when you've had an injury, and then you're always fighting to come back. So he's fought to find the level of that dictator. I remember when he used to be around the box and he was just doing no look passes, and he hasn't got to that level just yet where he's dominating in the final third, not deeper, but in the final third. But having Saka, I think, has been a massive boost for them, and that's when their form looked like it was coming back on. So Saka's going to be massive in this game, and if PSG, and I know PSG is going to be ready for him. Martinelli has looked good as well.
Yeah,
he hasn't looked too bad.
How about his pace at the Bernabeu when he ran away from the goal?
Burners.
Put the burners on, didn't he?
I just think it's the fact that PSG are going to create chances.
Yeah,
they're going to create a lot,
no matter what,
and they're going to score.
Yeah. No,
so I just think that's something that the way Arsenal have been all season, they have to be their very best defensively.
Yeah.
And they've got to be bloody good going forward.
Yeah.
And it's one of them, isn't it? It's that they could do it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the players they've got, they could do it.
Of course. But are you not expecting them to do it though? That's the difference.
I just think, for me, it's a flip of a coin.
Really? I don't think it's a flip of a coin.
For me, it's a flip of a coin because they can do it. Do you know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Like at Real Madrid.
Yeah, I know, but it's
the thing with the Real Madrid game for me was Deck scored those 2 free kicks.
Yeah,
if those two, if they did go in, but I always thought Real Madrid was such a danger going forward, and PSG are more of a danger going forward than Real Madrid.
They are.
A lot of people would say
at the moment. Yeah.
So mate, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, it is a tough ask. I mean, so I think PSG. You think PSG? No,
I don't know.
50. You two are 50-50. I'll back.
No,
PSG
I'm not 50-50.
Yeah,
I'd pick PSG, but they've got a chance. You can't just write them off.
No, listen. I just think Arsenal. It looks like they got that juice. When I'm seeing Dex rattling 2 free kicks in here, I'm thinking, what the hell is this?
I'd love.
In what universe are we in?
I'd love them to do it for Deck.
Yeah,
because we love him on the show.
If anything happens, Deck got a lot out of this because he's gone world class stage now.
Yeah.
Just because of those free kicks and his performance in both Real Madrid games, man of the match back to back. So he's gone from there to there. So you're talking world stage. He's got another level.
Yeah. Well, listen, they're all. Do you know what's the great thing about this? You've got Man United, Tottenham, and Arsenal with all sights on the competition. The league's done now. Liverpool have put their hands on that. you think they're 6 points behind Man City? Sorry, Man City are 6 points behind Arsenal. Do you think they could even claw it back? You've looked at the fixtures, haven't you?
What, Man City?
No, Arsenal's fixtures are quite tricky around this time.
They're tricky, mate. Right, look, Bournemouth upset them a few times.
Right, yeah.
Right, so you got Bournemouth. So
away,
who are you going to choose?
In between the two semi-finals.
Yeah, all right.
So
but
they might
in
rest everyone.
terms of just league, right? Arsenal's beat Bournemouth. What are you saying? Like, it's not an easy game.
No, especially
with the way it's been going,
games.
right?
Yeah.
Then they got Liverpool. Yes, the league's done, but Liverpool are playing with freedom and enjoying their football. That's a tough game.
Yeah.
I think they're two tough games, right? They've then got Newcastle, who are fighting.
Yeah.
And then they got the massive team Southampton who need that 1 point. They need that 1 point to not equalise. That's it. Okay, right. But the other three teams, they're tough, mate. They are tough games for Arsenal. I'm not saying they're not going to get Champions League because they should end up there. But, mate, they're three tough games.
You reckon they get overtaken?
They could catch them. When I look at City's, right, they've got Wolves.
Yeah.
They've got Saints.
Yeah.
They've got Bournemouth and they've got Fulham. And I think with what's at stake, City need Champions League football. I fancy them to go and win all of their games. I don't fancy Arsenal
to go win because they're in the Champions League as well. They got
three of their games. I'd probably fancy them to maybe win 2.
Depends on what happens at this week. In between the two legs.
Yeah,
if Bournemouth beats them in between the two legs, I think they'll be looking over their shoulder. I agree with you.
100%.
Yeah.
City could end up finishing above Arsenal.
Oh, that'd be a story.
They could do.
Wow.
That'd be a story.
They could do.
That's a big shout. Are you gonna hang your hat on that?
I'm not gonna hang my hat on it, but they could do, mate. It might annoy a few Arsenal fans.
I want you to hang your hat. No,
that's why Gary plays poker.
Take my hat and hang your hat on it.
Do you know what? They could end up on level. They could end up on level points.
Hang it on the mic.
End up on level points.
Hang it on the mic. There he goes. He's hanging his hat on it. He's hung the hat.
We'll be revisiting that. We're going to go back to all of our clubs.
Can I have my hat back, please?
To be fair, the shine was reflecting.
Oh, well. You shades on when I take my hat off. Go on.
Brighton for West Ham, we done that. Have we done West Ham yet?
No. Of course we ain't. What was there to talk about?
I know. I think just having 3 ex-West Ham players in the studio, we should talk about it.
We're bottom of the league of
Premier League teams.
We're bottom of the league at the moment of the ones that are just above, obviously, the relegation zone.
Yeah.
We're bottom of the league. So.
It just stinks to me. I was with my pals from West Ham Saturday night, and it stinks of they just want the season to come to an end.
Yeah,
and they have to get it right. They have to get the signings in right for Graham Potter. You can't keep bouncing between managers.
No.
I was with David. Sorry, I was with David.
They've got
Moyes
a good base of players, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got some good talented players.
Core. It's just adding to it. And
talking to. Do you know what? I was at Everton as well this week. I have been about, and I was with David Moyes. Yeah, I was with David Moyes, and we're chatting about West Ham. You know, he holds the club in such fondness. You know what I mean? I think
anyone does that goes there.
Yeah, everyone loves it. Everyone loves West Ham. But he was telling me it's remarkable what he done at the club. You know, the semi-final. You know, and in the club, you know, it's one of them they got rid of him, and then everyone was expecting just going to change to this brand of football, and it just Lopetegui, it went a bit sideways. You know, Graham's now trying to figure it out, isn't he? He's trying to find the solution, and I just think, you know, whatever happens in the summer, wherever way West Ham do, but just commit to it. Don't dangle a leg. If you're going to stick with Graham Potter, stick with Graham Potter and go. You know, if you think you're going to go somewhere, I just don't like this quick switching it around at West Ham.
Thing is, with football, you know, Coley, if you are going to change managers, you got to get something similar but not the same. Just because of the gradual change of what. If you want to change your brand of football, it's got to be a gradual change, not from A to B.
Yeah.
You've got to have a bit of the A/B in the middle, and then you might get to B. Do you know what I mean? So I think where football needs to learn is everything's a gradual process. It's like different gradients. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got to blend it. You know, it's like your haircut.
Yeah.
You can't just go from skin fade to a 5 at the top. And if you do, people are going to look at you funny. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to be able to have that blend.
Yeah.
And that's the same with football. If you're going to change your way of thinking and playing, the same with your players. You've got to get the right ones that can play the brand of football you want.
What do you think?
That analogy is a little bit weird. But
I like that analogy. What do you think makes West Ham? I'll ask you, Coley. West Ham fans happy because they want the attractive football, but having a little touch of that success as well, winning that trophy, and it's competitive. What is it that West Ham fans really want from their team? I've got an idea about
effort.
It. Yeah.
Effort. It's as simple as that. Like, West Ham have never been a fussy bunch. Look, we do expect, we do want the silverware. We do want to be up there with the stars. But if you're just there and you're not putting the effort in, or you think you're better than us, then you're going to get called out. And I think that's what's going to happen to a lot of players when they come to West Ham. They realise that quite quick because the fans' favourite are not always the best player in the team.
Yeah.
Like, we do like to see the great players come to the club, and but we prefer someone that's gonna that relates to the fans. It's like, well, I bleed claret and brew. Do you?
Yeah.
Like, I want to see a bit of effort for you to even get close to that. If you don't, then you're gonna get called out.
So
they needed that at the weekend, trying to see the game out, really.
Yeah.
Because you know, when you looked at it, they were getting everyone behind the ball, but there wasn't enough effort on closing down and everything. It's like where the goal. Don't get me wrong, it was a great strike.
Yeah.
But he had so much time to hit it.
Yeah. That's. I think Crystal Palace do that really well. That the way they protect that area of the pitch really well. Where do you get
that belief from, that effort to say, do you know what? I'm going to close down that man, and I'm going to be a rash. Like, that heart and desire.
But they had everyone behind the ball.
Yeah. But then
someone's got to close it.
So that's what I'm saying. That's a drill thing. So
cover.
that's that training. You got to practice. If you're gonna have everyone behind the balls, like, who's gonna go at what stage, and who, if you do go, who's covering?
Yeah.
You know. So that's something that you can learn in a training, and sometimes you just got to. The player needs to know the details of how to press, because everyone can just go and then you just get popped off, especially in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Like, they'll just pop it round you. But if you go with a certain way, and so you're covered. So even if you do press hard, they ain't going to be able to pop that ball off because there's someone else that's going to come and collect the ball. So that's all on the training ground, and that's going to take time to learn how Graham Potter wants that to look. You know, and we're still in the learning stages of the players and Graham Potter's system. So hopefully that's going to, I'd say in the pre-season, that's when he's going to find out.
He'll have time.
Yeah, he'll have time with his players. He'll understand it. Right now, I just think it's all up in the air at the moment. And the players need to understand that. And when as you say, like, you're talking about the recruitment, there's a lot of players that we've got on loan. I think 2 or 3 of the boys might come back, might get a little sniffing. But at the same time, we've got to look at it and look at it realistically. You can't just go out there and spend a load of money.
Yeah.
We've got to make sure that if a player's going to leave, we get money in for him, then we can replace him with something that's suitable for Graham Potter's style.
Do you see the Fulkrug comments after the game?
I loved it.
So this is, do you know, like, every club has a different personality to it, right? And I think that really summed up West Ham. Like, he ain't done well for Fulkrug. He'd admit that himself. It hasn't happened for him. He's come on.
Honest.
He was passionate. He was open. He was honest. And then the fans were singing his name for the first half, wanting him on. Like, that's a little, for me, that's for Graham Potter.
He came on and changed it a little bit, to be fair.
That's for me. If I'm Graham Potter, I'm going, right, okay, I get it now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can work with that. Do you know what I mean? And then, like you said, if your bottom bar is commitment, passion, and endeavour, if you bring that, and then you're adding, as the weeks go by, a little bit of organisation, a little bit of structure, then you start to gradually implement your style of play. But it has to come from that. So the West Ham fans have said, like, that's what we want. Do you know what I mean? You've got to
we've got to find out to get to that.
Yeah.
But Fulkrug, his comments, it probably rustled a few feathers. You know what I mean? In the dressing room, but that would just be rustling people's egos.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And if you've got too much ego and you can't take a bit of criticism, then you shouldn't be playing football, because that's what you're supposed to be able to take. And then you've got to have thick skin.
That's good, Bridget.
And I don't care if it's my mate that done it.
Yeah.
If it's true, I know in my heart of hearts that he's saying the truth.
You've got 2 options as a manager in that situation. You either pick a war with Fulkrug, right, when you come in on a Monday morning, or you go straight to the meeting and go, right, he's right, by the way. You know what I mean? Nicholas. You shouldn't have said it. You shouldn't have, if you wanted to come and say it, walk into this dressing room and say, because we fronted each other up
You're right.
ourselves.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said it, but you've said it, and I respect your opinion, and I can't argue with him. You know, we need to be better in this, and this.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm going to hang my hat on this club being good at these 3 or 4 things.
These are,
and
non-negotiables.
if you're with me,
yeah.
Like, if anyone's got a problem, you go say it now.
Yeah.
So, and you go, right, bang, and you have it all out. Then the next game, right, the next game's Brighton, and you go, and you can't concede goals like you conceded goals where players are not quite getting tight enough, because you've already put that's the line. And if you're not doing that, you'll come to sit next to me, or you're up in the stands or whatnot. Do you want to play for?
Yeah.
And I think there's an opportunity for Graham Potter to speak like that to his team.
I think it's a different era now. See, like how we used to take a battering. Like, we used to be able to take a battering. Like, we could walk into the dressing room knowing that we've played badly.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they layer it up with your crap. You need to get your finger out, that, and the other. But I think some of the players nowadays, if they know they've played poorly, for the manager to come in and tell them they played poorly and batter them, I think some of these players don't have the cojones, to say, nah, I'll show you I'm better than what I'm showing right now. They go the other way. I think they go even more into their shell.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think they do. I think that's the problem. I'm saying problem. I think that's just what it is now with football. So you've got to be able to manage. You've got to be able to manage the new era of footballers, because they're not like us. It's as simple as that. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with being like us. I'm not saying we're better than them, but they just need someone that understands them.
In a lot of aspects, they're better than what we are. Do you know?
Exactly.
Be like one of these old players and go, "Oh, it was great in our day." It was like things have improved. You know?
Yeah, things have improved.
That could.
But I'm just saying they've got more of a softer centre.
Yes, they do.
They're like what is it?
Ferrero Rocher.
Oh, dear, that's decent, isn't it? I like that. What's now? There's another one. They're not like a crunchy. We're crunchies. I think they're more like what's that? Lindor.
Mate, you eat some posh chocolate, you do. I'm Dairy Milk.
They're definitely not a Toblerone.
Lindor, mate. I don't know how we got to that. Anyway,
I don't know.
Right, where are we going to now? We've got to move on from that quickly. We've done the Champions League. We've talked
top
things
4.
Premier League.
We talk about who's going to get top 4.
Yeah, I think we need to, because that's the only thing to talk about now from now to the end of the season. Everything else is done. I'm worried for Chelsea.
FA Cup.
Oh, apart from should we go FA Cup?
Let's go FA Cup, mate.
Could we give Crystal Palace their flowers?
Let's let Palace get a little bit of love in here. We never talk about Palace. I don't think Palace don't even get talked about anywhere. You know, Steve Parish is my mate. Yeah. He's a top guy, by the way.
His kids go to the school.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, I love this with Steve, because he's such a
he means it.
He loves it. Like,
I love that from a
and he's a passionate person. He loves his club.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he puts all he thinks about all aspects of his club growing.
Yeah.
And this is massive growth for them.
Do you
playing that for Palace to be playing at Wembley in the FA Cup?
Yeah.
And having a chance to go to the to the finals, and they actually do it. Yeah. I've never seen South Londoners so happy in my life. They were, and you know what? I think it was it Sarr? He at the end of the game, he threw a shirt into the crowd. And you know who it landed on?
God.
It was my son's best mate.
No way.
I've never seen him so happy. He's usually grumpy. Yeah. I see the boy, he caught it. And he's got, and the thing about it, he went alone.
Did he?
He was in the crowd alone,
wow.
At Wembley alone. And then Sarr threw him the shirt, and he's gone like that. He had a little fit. It was mental that he went to the game, and he had no friends, really no mates. And he got thrown the shirt. How lucky
He's went to the game by himself.
By himself.
With a stand full of South Londoners. He's got a shirt, and he's still got the shirt.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
South London's changed.
But mate, I was so buzzing for him. Like, I was thinking, he's gone to the game
lovely.
alone. Like, it's
That's
brilliant. It's lovely, man.
Yeah, that's lovely.
So, big up Steve Parish. Got to a final. Now it's the only hurdle of Manchester City to get over.
With the roaring Man City.
Right, they got things to prove. Like, they're doing this. I think they're just going to come into
Can I throw something out
a bit
quickly?
of form now, aren't they?
Can I quickly throw something out there with you? You know, Man City have. I don't know. Listen, I don't even know why I'm saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Go on.
Man City's back on form, right?
Yeah.
Pep's apparently patching things up with his missus.
So
It was in the gossip column, right? So I shouldn't be bringing it to a proper form. I saw it. It's like they said, like they're going to give it another go,
another crack.
Mate, I'm telling you, like when things are going well at home,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Work can just flow. You know, everything Pep's so passionate about something.
They might have to put her on a wage.
Sign her up, mate.
Sign her up. I like that.
So, all them, like, obviously, like they announced that they were separating. This is a relationship show. Now they're announcing they're separating, but think about it, like 18 months before that, Man City started to have a little wobble, things started to fall, and things. Mate, if things ain't going well at home, you can make bad decisions at work.
So his wife is basically gonna get employed to be in his pacifier.
No, I made that bit up.
No, we listen.
That would make sense.
We're all about love.
Give him some extra money.
We're all about love. We're all about love on the podcast.
Yeah.
But no, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know where that would come from.
It's not worrying too much about the City. I know they beat Forest. Forest had a few chances.
Yeah.
Should have scored. Might have changed the vibe of the game, but they never. But moving straight to final, City Palace, for me, it's just like Palace have to be. They have to be at their best.
Of course,
perfect.
They know that.
And City just has to be an off day. And I just think the way City are, where City are at the moment, trying to qualify, they want to win something. I can't see it happening. Don't get me wrong, they've been inconsistent, but I just think Palace have to be at their very, very best to beat them.
Is there any shout of Rodri getting back fit for the final? I know there was talk.
They just got to leave it alone.
Leave it alone. It's not. Too much of a risk for a player.
Let's start next season. The season's a write-off really for them. Innit? So this is going to get some silverware. I always say as well, see how you finish the season is very important to a team like Manchester City. So they go to next season, pre-season, they're a bit more full of beans, you know what I mean, and probably try and kick on from there and then make an attempt to get. So they need the Champions League, so they're gonna be on it now.
Yeah.
Palace is another game where they can keep momentum.
Yeah.
You know, so if they have that good feel factor, they should. They probably think that they've got a chance of getting up to third.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And
second,
Bridgie.
Mate, we're all saying Bournemouth Fulham, mate. There's a chance there.
There's a chance there. Do you want to finish off with a bit of Saudi talk?
Well, I think you know, because I wanted to say, obviously, apart from me getting into the boxing arena and leaving the boxing arena, which I had a torrid time. The actual boxing event was a Saudi run.
Yeah.
You know, His Excellency Turkey was there, and I had little seats. He was bouncing around everywhere. He was loving life. Yeah, he was loving life.
Is he like really eager? Mate, like he's on it.
He was on it. Like at one point on ringside, because on the big screen I'm looking. There's Nigel Benz up throwing punches like imaginary punches. Junior, and it popped a Turkey, and he's there just throwing a little right bang.
Do you reckon he'll get in the ring? Do you reckon he'll get in the ring like one day?
It shows you what sport can do.
Yeah.
You know, man. You know, you got the royal family, an event in Tottenham.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that's wicked, man.
You know, and everyone was there. All the like Eubank Senior. Nigel Benn, and he just looked like he was having a great time, Bridge. You know, he looked like Wayne Bridge on a night out. He did.
A bouncing from wall to wall.
He looked so happy.
So happy with good
people. You would be if you were organising the
brilliant.
event, wouldn't you? Just making people happy.
Yeah, listen, mate, that's your job.
How about the little rivalry between?
Mate, this is interesting.
Yeah. There's a little rivalry.
This is what the league needs.
I think it might be manufactured because I know that Benzema and Cristiano they're good mates, isn't it? They play in the same team.
Competitors, you know what I mean?
But Benzema's on 18 goals.
Yeah.
In the Saudi Pro League, and you've got Cristiano on 23 goals, I believe. Yeah. But Benzema, they're just about, I think, they're top of the league.
Team are top.
They're top of the league.
Yeah.
El Etihad.
Yeah.
I think it is. And then you've got obviously Cristiano Ronaldo's team. And the thing about people are starting to compare the two. Like I'm thinking, don't do that.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, it's good to have that competitive element to that league.
Yeah. this is what they've been working towards.
Yeah.
You know, bringing so eyes are getting on it. Ronaldo's team, Benzema's team, got the Club World Cup coming up as well, where the world's going to be looking. The teams over in that neck of the woods are going to be playing against top European sides. We're going to see where everybody stands, and it's moving on. You know, the World Cup in 5 years' time. And
we've got an ex West Ham player over there, Ben Rama.
Yeah.
And he's I think he's in the Saudi Pro League.
Just got
Division
promoted.
2.
Yeah, just got promoted.
Just got promoted as well.
He's
so
strength
well done to
right
them.
the way through. Yeah.
Yeah. So
well done to him.
There's good players up and down those leagues. So look, I wish I still had my legs. Do you know what? Is there a vets team over there? Let's get a vets team together. Let's get a vets pro league. Saudi, sort it out, innit? We're here.
Take over, football, boxing, the whole lot, innit? Like golf.
Golf. There's going to be more. There's going to be more. Sport. Maybe ice hockey soon. Anyway, that's all we've got for this week. This is the Dressing Room Podcast with Al Arabiya News. See you next week.
Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining me on Al Arabiya.
Good morning, Hadi.
Walk me through how you see the global economy today.
Look, I think we are in a situation of high uncertainty. It's obvious. I don't think the end game is obvious. I think everybody is assessing the different opportunities. And as a former CEO, I would say I would have not taken any decision so far, waiting for where the ball is going to end up, falling. Because any very premature decision can cost you much more than staying still until you see what's going on, because a lot of companies have a supply chain which is a global supply chain. As head of Nissan and Renault, we used to have plants in Mexico, in the United States, obviously in Europe, in Brazil, in Korea, in Japan. So if you change anything now, not knowing what's going to happen, it would be very dangerous.
Do you see that there may be some buyer's remorse on President Trump as a result of what's happening?
I don't know. I think it's still too early to say. I think people want to see a little bit what's going to be the outcome of all of this. Obviously, when something surprising happens, even though it's not a surprise because he announced it during his program, some people are going to say, look, it's a good thing. Other people are going to say, no, it's a bad thing. And you're just in the middle and trying to assess how the situation is going to hit you as a company or as an industry or as a country. I think it's too early to say.
Tell me about the dollar. How worried are you about the destruction of the dollar? Are we going to see it replaced as the world's reserve currency?
I don't think personally that there would be a currency that's going to replace the dollar. I think what may happen is that if there is a persistent weakness of the dollar, there may be a flight towards gold and toward cryptocurrency and other kind of, I would say...
We're already seeing that movement.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing this movement, but it can be much more massive if the fear start to grow onto the market. But I don't see that any other currency could replace the dollar for the moment.
Are you having that feeling that you wish you'd bought some gold?
I bought gold, but it was a long time ago. I'm very happy I did that. Yeah. I did that. Yeah, I was lucky.
Yeah. Tell me this, when you take a step back and look at the car industry today, there's a lot of fear in the United States about what this means, not just for imports, but also for domestic vehicles, because so many of the parts in domestically made vehicles in the United States are made abroad. How do you see that playing out?
Again, I think it's too early to say. I understand from the beginning what's the intention. And again, I'm going to give you two examples. In China, which is the largest market in the world, more than 90% of the cars sold in China are made in China. In the United States, which is the second largest market in the world, less than 50% of the cars sold in the United States are made in the United States. So obviously, there is temptation to say, well, you know why? That means you guys should make an effort to build more cars in the United States because this is your main market. And the president has already sent the signal by saying, I want you to build more cars in the United States. So no matter where the tariffs will end, I think this is a signal for a lot of car manufacturers to build more car in the United States. And it's happening. You know, some announcement made by car manufacturers saying they're going to, load more the plants that they have in the United States on detriment of the plant at origin. Nissan, for example, announced that Smyrna in Tennessee will be more loaded on detriment of production coming from Kyushu in Japan. So there is already an effect, indirect effect of this intent to say, I cannot accept that to have such a small share of the production when I'm such a big player in the game.
If you were in the chair at Nissan right now, what would be your first move?
If I was in the chair of Nissan right now, first I would not have waited until the situation comes to this. I would have already loaded the plants in the United States a long time ago. Nissan has one of the largest North American plant in Smyrna, Tennessee. It's a huge plant, it's a modern plant, it's very efficient, and they didn't use it fully. It didn't use it fully because it wanted, the management wanted to privilege some of the production coming from Japan. Terrible mistake. Obviously, economically, short term, they want to benefit from the fact that the yen was weak. It weakens a lot. But this has a backlash, political backlash. I mean, it's difficult for people in Tennessee to see such a plant not being loaded for cars sold in the United States while you continue to ship a lot of cars from Japan.
Is this an opportunity for economic diplomacy in your mind? Because oftentimes it seems as if the president listens more to the business and financial community than perhaps he does to those in government.
No, and obviously we're going to see a lot of diplomacy around this. And I am sure that a lot of wins are going to be scored, particularly in situations where there is a total unfairness and unbalance into this. But again, we're going to wait until the end game unfolds. But there are a lot of situations, for example, where you wonder why there is this completely uneven situation, because you're not talking about developing countries here. You're not talking about countries which are in need. You're talking about large economy already benefiting from a very strong stronghold. I think the president will have some wins without any doubts.
Talk to me about EVs, Tesla in particular. What happens to that company?
Look, if you take the history of EV in 2008, 2009, there were probably two guys believing in EVs. Tesla, that means Elon Musk was one of them. I was the other guy because we launched the first mass-marketed car, which was the Leaf of Nissan. But Tesla was a startup, and they struggled a lot to begin, while we were able to be supported by the huge business of Nissan and Renault on the side. There is no doubt in my mind that the future going towards electric cars. And the people who understood this quickly were the Chinese. I mean, on top of Elon Musk and some people in the industry like myself and very few other people, the government of China understood that if they want to build a car industry, they're going to have to build it on a technology where they don't have a handicap toward the European or toward the Americans or toward the Japanese. And it was electric car, because electric car were received into this country with some kind of, maybe it's work, maybe it's not work, maybe we're going to hybrid, maybe hydrogen. Well, they said, okay, this is our opportunity, let's go for it. BYD, which is today one of the most challenging worldwide auto company, they didn't do cars. The first car they did was in 2006 or 2007. They were battery makers. So they just started to do cars, electric cars and other cars, but mainly electric cars in 2006. Today, BYD is worth 4 times more than Renault, which has been on the market for more than 80 years. It's unbelievable. It's worth 6 or 7 times more than Nissan, which has been here for 80 years. It means that this industry, if you do not understand what's coming and you do not execute and adapt to what's coming, you're going to lose in the game very quickly. And the people who are betting on the right technology or on the right segments will be big winner. BYD will be one of them.
The backlash on Tesla, and do you see that brand evolving? Does it need a rebrand? Should it be bought out? I mean, what's the future there?
No. I think, frankly, Tesla is going through maybe a rough patch now. But first, Elon has announced that he's going to go back to his business, so we're going to pay more attention to Tesla, number one. Second, it's a very innovative company, and it's not going to stop there. So I think they're going to be bringing back new innovation with new technology into the car. So I trust they will do the job in order to get out of this patch. But they're going to have, particularly when it comes to electric cars and autonomous cars, they're going to have a tough competition, particularly coming from the Chinese.
Yeah. Would you buy a BYD?
Oh, without any doubt. Yeah, I'm here. I'm testing a lot of cars because all the distributors tell me, when there is a new one, please, can you give us an opinion? Yeah, and they are fine. They are competitive. I think the head of Nissan or the head of Renault should be very scared when they see this kind of cars coming, and particularly at the price where they are present. And BYD today is practically at the same level of sales than Tesla, without selling, I understand, any single cars in the United States. Which is unbelievable.
Tell me about Europe. Are we going to see a war in Europe, in your mind?
Well, Europe, in Europe, when we talk about Europe, in Europe you have different realities. You have, in my opinion, the Europe of the future, the one who's challenging the outdated ideas and the old-fashioned stuff. And then you have the old Europe who tries to always to do a little bit more of what they've done, and which put them into the situation where they are. Unfortunately, as you know, I'm a French citizen, and I'm very sad to see the situation of France today, which is still struggling with a problem which is a classical problem of a high debt and deficits that they don't know how to manage. That means we have a lot of words, you have a lot of verbiage, they want to protect this, want to protect that, etc. But at the end of the day, the whole boat is sinking. In a certain way, what's happening now is probably going to force a lot of countries to get out of the comfort zone and to take finally the necessary decision they need to take in order to shape up. To shape up their economy. Because ignoring the problem and pushing the problem for the next generation or pushing the problem for the next government or next administration is not going to work. The policy of en même temps, I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to do this and that, and so it doesn't work anymore. You're going to have to choose one specific camp, have the courage to assume it, and change the situation once for all, and tackle the problem which is a threat for you.
President Trump has made no secret of the fact that he's pretty much done with Europe, and not just with NATO spending towards the war in Ukraine, but also with the tariffs that he's been suggesting. In your mind, does that leave Europe very vulnerable?
I think it's an opportunity for Europe. That when the President of the United States said, look, Europe is not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say, well, is it justified? In this case, you just, bend the knee and it's over. Or do you reshape yourself? Or do you revamp yourself? And there are forces in Europe fighting for revamping Europe, but to revamp Europe, you need to get rid of the old stuff that is leading you nowhere. There are going to be a lot of struggle inside Europe for that. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to prevail.
Is it going to be France? Is it going to be Italy?
Well, Italy is probably one of the new challengers who wants a new Europe. You have Eastern European countries also are new blood in Europe. They want something completely new. And then you have the old-timers, like France in a certain way, unfortunately. Well, Germany is changing. It used to be like this. Well, it's changing very fast. Fascinating to see how things are going to change in Europe and what's going to prevail. But I think the position of President Trump ignoring, in a certain way, Europe, or saying, you're not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say...
To galvanize Europe.
We really matter. We are one of the largest economy, and we want to do what is necessary in order to get back on track.
Tell me what you think of Lebanon today. What's happening in this country?
Well, what I can say is Lebanon today is better than what Lebanon was a few months ago, because the people of Lebanon gained trust into the new leadership. that has been nominated. Now, I think there is a lot of expectation of concrete realizations, you know. And when you go on the street in Lebanon, you know what people want. I mean, they don't care about the big speeches, you know. What they care is about electricity. They want to be able to pay for the school. They want to be able to have security. They want to be able to have a port which is working, an airport where they can fly. That's what they want. They want some basic stuff. So I think if some concrete, visible realization come on these fields, this trust will grow. If people will continue to listen to bickering and delaying and discussions about nominations and plans and in 3 years it's going to be much better.
Materialize.
Yeah, it doesn't materialize. Then I'm expecting a backlash.
Is Hezbollah over?
Well, it looks like, I'm sure as a party, certainly not. I think they represent a portion of the population, and in a democracy, they should be playing a role. But I think it looks like as a military force, everything I'm hearing and I'm seeing, it's over.
Do you think they'll be able to disarm them without a conflict?
This is the big question. This is a big question. Will this generate a conflict, or can it be done peacefully? Well, everything I'm seeing from the people who are really leading the country today is trying to do it as peacefully as possible without another disruption that the country doesn't need.
Tell me what you think of the banking secrecy laws. Do you anticipate we're going to see names? Is there going to be naming and shaming of who sent money out of the country?
Well, if there is enough pressure from the public opinion, particularly on the politician, yes. If there is not enough pressure, or if you're lost in the discussion, I think obviously all the people who benefited from it are going to try everything to avoid it. So future will tell what's going to prevail.
Do you think that there's enough time for this technocrat government to really get much done?
You know, if I was in a position like this, I would start with quick wins.
Yeah.
Very important quick wins. You know very well, when you have to turn around the situation, people have no patience for what's going to come in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. You need to feed them first with quick wins. Things that they are expecting, concrete, that they see a modification, something for the better. The quick wins allow you to sustain and feed the patience of people for some bigger wins to come. What you cannot do is feed people with words and promises until the big wins come. People never wait for the...
What are some quick wins today, do you think?
Well, obviously, electricity is a big win. Traffic is a big win. Environment is a big win. You know, establishing some rules. For example, you know that there is a lot of corruption in the administration. You have to, even today, even though there is a lot of speech, lack of corruption, if you go do certain formalities today, corruption is still going on. So people can see a discrepancy between what people, the intention from one side and the reality. So when these realities start to change, people will start to get hope. So these are the quick wins I'm talking about. Obviously, you're not going to establish a new infrastructure in 6 months. It's going to take some time. But for example, signing a contract with a company which is going to build, I don't know, a power plant that was going to deliver for you in 18 months electricity, this is a quick win, because this is something where you are promising you're going to get out of trouble in a certain point in time, and it's going to be to your benefit. Quick wins are extremely important.
If you were sitting in the central bank governor's chair and you were trying to decide how you were going to structure things going forward, who of the small depositors would get their money back? How would you do that?
You know, I think what they're doing now, which is privileging the small depositors and moving up, is very fair. It's very fair, because small depositor has no. I mean, he puts his money in the bank because he has no other way to do it. Bigger depositors have options. You know, they can put them in the bank in Lebanon, put them somewhere else. So, in a certain way, you couldn't say that all the depositors in Lebanon benefited from the very generous high level of rates that the central bank have fed the public for a while. Some people didn't have a choice. I mean the teacher and the officers in the army and the retirees, well, whatever they want, they had the opportunity to get X%. They are, and now everything is blocked. So starting with the small depositor and moving up is the right approach. It's a fair approach. It's a just approach. Even economically, it makes a lot of sense. And moving up. So we'll see what's going to be the end game. But the first measures taken, saying we're going to privilege smaller depositor, makes a lot of sense.
What happens next in your mind when you think about the future here beyond getting some money back into the system? Are we going to see consolidation of the banking sector? Are we going to see new players coming into the market? How do you recapitalize the banks?
Well, today if you ask a shareholder in a bank to put more money in the bank without knowing exactly what's going to be the game, nobody's going to put money. That means the people are reluctantly putting money to preserve their former capital, but if they are persuaded that their former capital is not preserved, they're not going to continue. Nobody throw good money to save bad money. It's too early to say what's going to happen, but I think to reestablish the trust into financial institutions is going to take more than a few words and a few promises or even a few laws, because the system is frozen now. That means most of the banks are zombies. They're just working, but they are alive, but they're not alive. So we're waiting for the decisions to be taken to see exactly how this will play.
Tell me about the future of Carlos. I know you're teaching.
Yeah. No, I do a lot of things in Lebanon. That means obviously I'm
You're testing cars.
Yeah. I test cars, yes. Yeah. I mean, this is a hobby more than anything else. I test cars, motorcycle, bicycle, the new electric bicycle. I love mobility. I follow mobility. I continue to do that. I dedicate some time at university. We have a seminar on crisis management and strategic.
I'm told that that's booked out for years.
Yeah, it is. It is booked out. It's very successful because obviously young people like they don't like academia so much. They like experience. They like people who have been through this, done things, so they can hear from somebody who are doers and not somebody who just juggling with some ideas. And I'm very happy to do that. On top of this, it maintains you young. On top, I help some startups also here. Not only help them with advice, but from time to time I participate with them. Books, movies, I read a lot. I do a lot of things that I didn't have time to do. And I spent also a lot of time fighting for my rights, and particularly for the rights of my wife, because as you know, I've been the object of, frankly, an incredibly unfair and unjust accusation, particularly from Japan, followed by the French after. And the most obvious for me is the wrath of the Japanese prosecutor against my wife, because she had the red notice on her for a so-called perjury. And the perjury is she did not remember something that she should remember. They decided that she should have remembered something that she said in front of the judge she didn't remember. And this event happened 6 months before they put the red notice. And when it happened, when I escaped to Lebanon, and I came to Lebanon, and I announced that I'm going to talk to the press, they struck her with the red notice. We have been fighting this for 5 years. Lawyers, Interpol, and this is where I discovered how ruthless this world is, and that justice has nothing to do with the reality that I'm dealing with, where the hostage justice system in Japan is being exported to other countries through Interpol. Yeah. So, if they have anything against you, they just send to Interpol red notice. Interpol, they told us they don't look at the merit of the accusation, and they just implement it because obviously Japan is a big donor.
Yeah.
So my only hope is obviously in front of the Japanese inequity and in a certain way kind of difficult to understand how they're going after my wife. They're going after me. This, I can solve it with them, but after my wife is there is only the only possibility. She's a U.S. citizen and she's a hostage.
What are the Americans doing?
Yeah. Well, we try. I mean, unfortunately, with the previous administration, we tried everything. I mean, they didn't seem to care. I know that President Trump and the new administration care a lot about hostages, and particularly American hostages. And my wife is a typical American hostage held in Lebanon. She has been held for 5 years. And our only hope is a signal from their administration to the Japanese. They're not pleased with this, and I'm sure this will solve everything.
And she's a citizen of New York.
Yes.
A resident of New York,
resident
technically.
of New York,
so
yes.
she should be hearing from those who are in government. Talking about senators, talking about those who have access to the White House.
Well, frankly, she tried the senator of New York. They didn't care too much about the case.
No response.
No response, not at all. Even, we asked for meetings to explain the case. The senator didn't pay a lot of attention. In fact, the only senator that are really paying attention are the Republican senators today, and we're trying to reach the White House to say, please, during the negotiations with Japanese, if you mention this, it will be a long way to stop this. I mean, somebody cannot stay all his life hostage for such a it's not even a crime in many countries. Perjury, when it's a case of your husband, doesn't even exist in many countries. They don't take in consideration the testimony of your wife. Japan decided that this is a perjury, and they have told us many times the only way to solve this is she comes back to Japan, she will be put in prison, and she will be waiting a couple of years for her to be tried, and then we'll see.
How would you describe your life in Lebanon?
Peaceful.
Good life?
Yeah, peaceful. Peaceful. I mean, obviously, you cannot have a good life in Lebanon with so much misery and poverty developing around you. You're affected by that, and we're trying as much as possible with Carol to help. But it's peaceful. It's peaceful because, in a certain way, I lost part of my geographical freedom, but I gained my freedom in terms of time. When you're CEO of many companies, you're not free of your time. You have a board meeting, and you have an executive committee meeting, and you have an investment meeting, and you have this, and it's dictated on you. And the time where you do whatever you want to do is very limited. Now it's the contrary. I do whatever I want, and this is a new freedom for me.
Would you want to join the government in any future administration here in Lebanon?
No, I'm a non-political person. I'm absolutely not attracted by that.
Why?
But a lot of people told me, why? Yeah, but you have a lot of experience. It can be helpful. I say, I'm fine. I'm ready to help. I'm ready to advise. I'm ready to consult. If my experience can be helpful, I will do it, but not as a political player.
Why?
Well, I think in order to play in politics and to be successful, you need to like politics. And one of the reasons I don't like politics is, again, I'm an engineer, and for me, the best road between two different points is a straight line. And you know that in politics it's never the best road. It's always you have to turn around and go by and say things and play games. And this is absolutely not my forte. I don't like that. I like people who are very straightforward. I like people who go to the point. I like to make a complex situation simple for people to act. And often in politics, as you make a simple situation more complicated, so nothing is get done, or you can get benefit of it. So these kind of strategies.
You find it frustrating.
I find it frustrating. Yeah. Well, and again, I have nothing against politicians who like to do that, and we need politicians.
Yeah.
But that's not my game.
So it hasn't stopped Elon Musk from working with the Trump administration. He's getting a lot of pushback for that. Do you think it's surprising?
Frankly, when I look at Elon is not a politician, frankly.
The chainsaw.
No. I mean, he's not a politician, obviously.
Yeah.
He's not. And I don't think, and he said, by the way, that in a few weeks, he's going to stop playing this role. He may be an advisor, no problem. He can give advice, etc. And he's going to go to his businesses, yes. Yeah, some characters are incompatible with politics.
Do you think that was a mistake for him to get involved early on?
It's his choice. You know, you make choices in life. Is this a mistake or not?
Given the impact on the business.
I think Steve Jobs said one day, whatever happens to you, you never know it's good or bad until 10 years later.
Yeah.
You know? so you never know. So we're going to have to wait 10 years to be able to assess if this was good or bad.
Carlos, it's great to see you.
Thank
you
you
so much for joining me.